No, I've been realizing something, right? I've been doing a little research. We're gonna have to watch some Hasan today, and Hasan starts off his stream with like just it's like lo-fi and like I don't know, I'm kind of over lo-fi. Chat, how many years has lo-fi been popular? It's been popular for a number of years now, right? Lo-fi has been popular. Lo-fi has been overexposed, right? It's been overused, it's been overexposed, but somehow he found this like lo-fi. It's got a little bit of water sound mixed in with it, and I don't know. That it still hits right for some reason, right? I feel embarrassed for still liking this stuff, but
Parker Jr. Here we go with Ghostbusters.
here, let me see like if we could get some NCC lo-fi. The other thing about lo-fi is that I don't always have the rights for this. Hasan embrace Austin and Will Neff. Okay, he was into the himbo mainstream. Okay, so you're saying himbo mainstream stuff works for Hasan, but not for me. I'd have to do a lot of work to be a himbo. I don't even have like what, like a drag persona. I don't even know how that starts. Probably not with a drag persona. That's not even right. I don't know the first thing about being a himbo. I wouldn't be able to do it. I'm such a long way away from being a himbo. Imagine the music QT would make him listen to. Good point. Yeah, bustin' indeed. We are bustin' today. We've got a lot of stuff going on here. A lot of stuff going on. So if you're not aware, TYT is, I don't even know how to describe it. They're continuing to circle the drain. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. And like, my first theory was that this was on purpose. Hey, what's up, Malgrave? You're into 80s pop for chill stuff, Mickey? Oh yeah, Mickey Matsubara. I always want to pronounce that name wrong, and I can't tell you why. Yeah, but you could probably guess why. You could probably guess why I pronounced that name wrong. It looks like a name. It looks like a word in English, but it's not. QT is dangerous to you. We got a blonde Swiftie as a mod. The stream music always reminds me of my mom. Same kind of vibes. Your mom plays stuff like this? Okay, I'll take that. I mean, wait, no, what is this? Technically, what are you listening to right now? You're listening to a mashup of Neil C. Sierra, and which is itself a mashup of Ghostbusters. Yeah, this is Ghostbusters mashed with like Plastic Love. So your mom probably listens to City Pop, I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm not trying to tell you what your mom listens to. R.I.P. Ryuichi Sakamoto. Oh yeah, I know, right? Yeah, City Pop is great. But I mean, again. It's a few years old. What's up, Hobby Hoof? What's up, Yolkio? What's up, Woody Red? Buffy Geek? Kira Safira? And Koenig Crusade. What's up, Spark? Good to see you. Yeah, your mom does sound pretty cool. Your mom sounds very cool. I would probably hang out and, you know what I mean? Like, me and your mom would hang out. No, I'm not saying I'm hanging out with your mom. Chat, for the record, I am not saying that I'm hanging out with anybody's mom. That sounds wrong. That's like entirely more... Anyway, I would hang out with people's moms for the vibes. Okay? I'm not, like, trying to... Anyway. I'm not Xander Hall. Does everybody understand that? Does everybody recognize that? Nobody has to be confused with Xander Hall, right? If you meant to go in Xander Hall's stream, sorry, that's going to be later tonight on YouTube. This is No Comment Chick on Twitch, where we're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff, including the TYT drama, that self-inflicted wound. I don't even know what's going on, right? I thought it was fake drama. I thought it was Anna, like, just wants a piece of that, you know, conservative, centrist, Bill Maher, IDW pie, and this is her way of getting it. But now it looks like she's mad for real. For real, chat, for real. That's when the Hasan arc begins. Look, and also, okay, also on Hasan, right? We talked about him yesterday. You know, he's embarrassing. And what's embarrassing is that I kind of like Hasan, right? And there's lots of reasons for me not to like Hasan. And he's gonna mention one of them on what we're gonna watch today. But I want to like Hasan, I guess. Why is that? Yeah, I want to like Hasan. I wanted to like TYT. That like train has probably left the station. I can no longer like hardcore Fall Guys gaming. So behind in the convo, but not all lo-fi is equal. Yeah, yo, you're right about that. You're so right about that. Not all lo-fi is equal. Normie CCs for your enjoy, and we're normie CCs for enjoying it. Fuck us on. Me too, big mood. Yeah, I mean it's disappointing for me, right? It's disappointing. But I need to have some kind of lo-fi. I need to have some kind of, like, I don't know. What do I put? I usually put this on. And this is Future Funk. Does your mom listen to Future Funk too? I feel like most of the time if you're on NCC and I've got music on, it's going to be like this. It's going to be this kind of stuff. Do better, please. Do better. Jink went to Politicon a few hours ago. Was on Politicon? Great. What's he gonna use that platform for? To bash the left more? I don't know. That's what he's been on. So, Cenk and Ana's views on homelessness. I have heard Cenk talk about, yeah, the houseless. And it wasn't great. It wasn't like I'm complaining about people rather than complaining about the capitalist hellscape that forces people into this situation. The structural joblessness baked into the economy. It's not an accident, right? If we have full employment, if we ever have full employment, that is a mistake. That is they're not going for full employment. The economy was not designed for full employment, and the wealthy regard full employment as being a mistake, as being a problem, as being something to be gotten rid of, right? So it's not accidental. It's not like, economies are like really hard and we like try the best we can, and like if we only got like 4.2% unemployment, I mean that's pretty good, right? At least it's not like 14%, at least it's not 20%, right? That's just that's a small amount. 4.2% is a small amount. Like, what are you talking about, right? She's mad for real. I'm calling BS. She literally made the same argument trans people are making now years ago. I don't know. What do you think, Soup? Do you think she's not mad for real? Do you think she's faking? I mean, I'm lost now. I'm lost. I don't know what's going on anymore. It just feels like it's not good for them. Like, right? Like, I thought that what they were trying to do was get the liberal audience mad at them to go over to the right-wingers and the centrists and be like, see? We don't kowtow to the online left. See? We're one of you, right? I thought that's what was going on, but that only works if you just kind of tweak your lefty audience. She's gonna go full Jimmy Dore. Says Soup. Equating homelessness with crime. Exactly. That's what. Well, I mean, wait, is it? That's Anna's take then? Yeah, because Jink's take on homelessness was, or on the unhoused, was to talk about, like, he would. I don't even want to go over it again, and it's too early in the stream to go over it because that, what Jink said about the unhoused is like demonetizable, right? But let's just let's just leave it at the fact that it was degrading and it was dehumanizing. She's feeling very Jimmy-esque right now. I know people are joking about this. Though I made this joke first, though. I made this joke that the TYT reunion would be on the Dave Rubin show. And now people are having that take on Twitter and thinking that they're original. I'm sorry, you're not original. I bet TYT is broke as fuck. That might be it. What do people think? Does anybody know about TYT's business status? Their disdain and hatred for homeless, unhoused people is really grotesque for sure. Absolutely. It's very different than, and if you want to follow somebody who's good, on these issues, go check out Amy C3, longtime friend of mine, tireless advocate for the unhoused, and you know, as far as I know, the person who coined the term "housing is a human right," and it should be. It is. I think they've really fooled themselves into believing they are progressive, so now they can. Now that the leftists are calling them out, they're convinced that they can't be wrong, that the progressives and... Oh my god, thank you so much, Buffy Geek. You think of things when I don't even think of things. Meow, you're really sweet. Yeah, the link that Buffy just posted, that is the link to my Twitter thread for the stream. If you want to help this stream out, if you want to help me out, right? Best thing you can do is go over there and give that tweet some love. Help it with blast off, right? Thomas, I need to find out more about that. You said that Emma Vigeland had something to do with that. Can you send me that stuff? Also, if you're in the YouTube chat, hit that like button if you're enjoying the stream, or hit that dislike button if you're not enjoying the stream. Either way. I gotta stop eating oranges here. Let's see what, so do we remember, I've had this for a while ago. I think Natalie wanted me to watch this, and I didn't get to it the other day. And Natalie, as always, you are recommending amazing content. This is friend of the VOD. Friend of the VOD. Close friend of NCC, Kelly Cadigan, right? What's up, Mildred? Hey, Nabil. Good to see everybody. Zara, good to see you too. And Jules, meow. I might want to update everything. Oh my god, I might want to like get my life together and stop being so late on everything. Yeah. We're starting about TYT circles. The rain. And then Hasanabi Cope Session. It's probably called a sesh to be extra cool, right? Show everybody how cool I am. By saying sesh, right? I'm hip. I'm not listening to mom music. I'm not listening to your mom music. No, I'm fucking cool. I'm fucking cool. We need to make a game out of catching me say the F word, and I still got it? Wait, got what? We need to make a game out of like catching me saying the F word, and then like if you get some kind of prize if you catch me saying the F word. So that V, what's up? Himbo gets demarxified? Is it like demonetized but with Marxism and social credit? Or no, sorry chat, I'm mixing up too many different things. But yeah, we got friend of the stream, Kelly Cadigan. I'm so kidding, this is not my friend. This is not my friend, and if this was my friend, she'd be one of those friends who I couldn't take anywhere. No, I wouldn't be friends with Kelly. I honestly would not be friends with Kelly, okay? But let's see what Kelly has to say nonetheless.
So in America, we have this thing called freedom of speech. No one has to respect my pronouns. If I'm walking down the road and someone wants to...
So do we remember Kelly Cadigan? Kelly Cadigan, if you have forgotten already, was the person debating Nominal Naomi and saying that maybe slavery was a pretty good gig. That was her take, right? She's watched her Matt Walsh, so she's really smart. She's got the Matt Walsh take, and the Matt Walsh take is maybe slavery might not have been so bad. Might have been a pretty good deal, pretty good gig, right? I don't know, right? That was unironically her take. So this you know, video, this debate has been just getting clipped up and getting posted on Twitter because it's just so amazing. All the stuff that Kelly said is like amazingly wrong. Like, she has an uncanny ability to be wrong. She's just a white supremacist. I mean, she's so much more than just a white supremacist, though. She's a white supremacist. She's a Neo-Blanchardian. Wait, am I right about that? I'm pretty sure she's a Neo-Blanchardian. She's definitely a transmed. She's definitely a true scum, right? She's pick me. You could add so much stuff to that resume, right? There's so much on there. I could not be friends with Kelly Cadigan either, Nabil. But I'm just joking about having had friends in the past who were really, really bad, who I couldn't take anywhere. Friends that I would try to take and introduce to other friends, and they would make me sad that I'd brought them along, right? Because the stuff that comes out of their mouth is just like offensive, right? But yeah, Kelly's probably beyond the pale. I would not be friends with Kelly in all seriousness. Unjerking, I would not be friends with Kelly Cadigan. That's the joke.
Call me he, him. I might be upset about it, but there's nothing I can do about it because.
Yeah, no. Oh yeah, another thing you could say about Kelly Cadigan, another thing Kelly Cadigan likes to say about herself, biological male. Really big on calling herself a biological male. And now really big on like, hey, if you want to misgender me, that's like totally cool. Like, right? If you want to do that, just go ahead. I'm not going to be a screeching SJW. I will let you misgender me. I will enjoy it. I will say, thank you, sir. May I have another?
That's people's First Amendment right. No,
They have the right to misgender me. They have the right to misgender and dead name me and disrespect me. And I love it when they do that shit.
I've done my entire transition. I've been on HRT. I've had 2 different breast augmentations. I've had the literal surgery. I have female anatomy, or at least the closest.
The literal surgery. The literal surgery. Oh, I mean, that's literally a surgery. I don't know what you're talking about. People have lots of different surgeries, and there are many different surgeries that are involved with transition. Why are we? First of all, like, we're overly focused on trans femmes, right? We're echoing society's ignorance and erasure of trans guys, right? So that is not the surgery. And second of all, you know, yeah, there's other surgeries, right? Not everybody is the same. Not everybody wants the same surgeries, right? So let's please get off that, if we could. That's how my mom is sometimes. She uses old-fashioned words and keeps forgetting. Oh, when I tell people don't say that anymore. Yeah, it's embarrassing. It's hard to explain, and at some point you just feel like by even bringing this person around, by even being friends with this person, like you're doing damage. But yeah, if it's your mom, that's a whole nother conundrum.
Thing I can get to female anatomy.
Yeah, transphobia is a constitutional right. Yeah.
If I'm not offended, why does it seem like so many people in the community, particularly the non-binary community, are offended? Is it because a lot of you guys, the only transition that's taking place really is your pronouns?
Chat, if you want to know if somebody is like a true scum or a transmed, the fact that she just said, are you even trans? Do you even trans? Excuse me, are you transing hard enough? Are you really transing though? Are you really trying hard? Like, I don't know if you're putting enough effort in it. I don't know if you count as, yeah, that's, there it is. So self-centered, exactly.
Is it because you take it so personally? Because to me, my transition and who I am is a lot more than my pronouns. It's a lot more than someone just calling me she, her. If someone calls me he, him, I'm still Kelly. I still feel like myself. I don't need a pronoun to define my entire existence. I don't need to use a pronoun and respect someone who unalived innocent children.
So what is that? What is that? Respect somebody who unalived innocent children. Oh my god. Kelly's talking about the Nashville shooter. Kelly cannot. Kelly's too mad, and there's too many things that Kelly's mad at. Right? Kelly's mad that people care about pronouns. Kelly's mad that non-binary people exist. Kelly's mad that she doesn't get to decide who gets to be trans and who doesn't. And Kelly is also mad that we don't get to. That we don't get to misgender somebody just based on them being like a horrible person, right? So she's mad.
Children to feel like, oh, well, I'm doing it for the greater good of the community. If anything, you're bringing the community down. which is exactly what I think the trans visibility movement did. Because if you really think about it, you guys, back before like people knew what it was to be trans, before Caitlyn Jenner came out, it meant a lot more when a child would say, oh, I feel like I'm the other gender, because they didn't know what it meant to be trans. So it actually wasn't something that was just taught to them, right? They didn't just pick it up, hear it somewhere, and then think, oh, I want that label, and then they're gonna make a huge life mistake.
Wow, everybody's catching strays today from Kelly, right? Caitlyn Jenner. Did I say Caitlyn Jenner? Caitlyn Jenner. I guess, what? Wait, what is her ask here? Is she asking Caitlyn Jenner to go back in the closet? Oh, she said literal surgery. Yeah, just to make sure everybody knows, we're not talking about Metaclit today. Yeah, this is Kelly Cadigan. Although, like, right, that has been a major issue. If you're terminally online like me and you've been on Twitter a lot, you might have heard a lot about Metaclit. We never talked about Metaclit, did we? I can't remember what Metaclit's real name is, but it's somebody who's just kind of I don't even know. How do I explain Metaclit? I mean, luckily I don't have to, right? I don't have to. Can somebody in chat explain Metaclit?
If you want to call me
Huge life mistake. Wow, what a horrible way to see detransition people as someone who isn't one.
a conservative, call me a conservative. I believe in protecting children. I believe in not respecting child unalivers. And I believe people that make transitions should go through a lot of therapy and make sure it's right for them before they jump into this. And they should be over the age of 18, honestly. And I'm saying that as someone who transitioned at 15. I truly feel like, legally speaking, the age in this country that you can consent to medication is 18 years of age. I feel like that's how it should.
So, yeah, fundamental hypocrisy here is like that so much of what of Kelly's gatekeeping is based on passing, right? In fact, if you saw the debate with Nominal Naomi a few nights ago, right? That was part of Kelly's criticism, right? It devolved into, do you really think you pass though, Naomi? Do you really think that you pass? Are you sure? Okay, well, that's nice for you. Yeah, it got so mean. It got so mean. NCC Clips accounts? Oh, wait. Wait, what was in the NCC Clips account? Yeah, exactly. So, like, in terms of being able to pass, there's a lot of things that go into that. But one of them is getting, you know, on puberty blockers and getting on you know, HRT and like, you know, getting the I don't know, like, right, it doesn't work. It doesn't work together, right? It's not a good, like, you need to pass. You're a bad person if you don't pass, and like, you shouldn't get any sort of treatment beyond therapy before you're I don't know, because like, you hear two different things from these people nowadays, right? You hear you got to be 18 from some of these people, and you hear you got to be 26, right? Because some of these people be like, do you know that the brain doesn't fully develop until your mid-20s? So really, we should be like waiting until after your mid-20s, till your 26th birthday. That is when you can get an HRT, right? Forget about hormone blockers, forget about any other kind of surgery. Your brain has still developing. You might like on your 25th, like on the night of your 26th birthday, you're like, I am a girl, I'm totally a girl, I'm a totally girl. And then you wake up the next day and you're like, you want to be a boy. I don't know. I don't know. Your brain just developed just right then overnight at age 26. As you turn 26, you're completely changing your gender identity. That's what, you know, Kelly's worried about, and you know, she wants to save us a huge life mistake by making it illegal to do this stuff, to get treatment, right? I disagree with everything she says. Nice that she said unalivers. That helps monetization. Yeah, every little bit helps, right? She wouldn't pass this well if she had to wait until she was 18. Probably true. Brown paper drugstore bag test. Wait, what? Metaclit is a TERF who thinks that brain dead i.e. branded cis women, and presumably anyone with a uterus body should be used as public wombs. What? This is unironically the axolotl tanks thing from Dune. Also used her dad's plastic surgery connection to break into... Yeah, I heard about this. Yeah, I can't even say what Metaclit did, but there it is, V saying it. There's a bunch of cis teens taking HRT with no problem. Yeah. Metaclit did something bad to a donor in a gross anatomy lab. That's about as much as I can say, right? Yeah. And the other thing about Metaclit is convinced. Hey, what's up, Fightingale? Good to see you. Although that might not be Fightingale. I'm not sure. I can't tell. Mods, can we just check, make sure I'm not shouting out like a clone of somebody? Shouting out the real Vightingale, because the real Vightingale is very cool. Oh my god, yo, Metaclit, there's more. Metaclit is a non-medical professional pretending to be a medical professional. Metaclit says that if you give her, is Metaclit she, her, I'm assuming? If you give Metaclit a lineup of vulvas, Metaclit will pick out the trans one, right? Metaclit always knows. That's... I told my doctor the Metaclit body part variety about Metaclit, and she laughed at it so hard. Kelly is a mean girl. It's me. I'm just on YouTube instead of Twitch. Okay, I just want to make sure.
To be for HRT. Now, I'm not saying you can't experiment with like clothing when you're younger. I don't see the harm in that. But like, honestly, I'm very lucky to
You don't know how much issues I even had a fake Keffels in YouTube one day.
not regret the decision.
And it looked like real Keffels, and it donated money to me.
I made at 15 years old, right?
I was like, geez, thanks, Keffels. And it was like, it wasn't Keffels.
I'm very lucky to be happy. Should be for HRT. Now, I'm not saying you can't experiment with like clothing when you're younger. I don't see the harm in that. But like, honestly, I'm very lucky to not regret the decision I made at 15 years old, right?
Okay, another little like part of her beliefs, if you combine them all together, why they don't work, right? Is that you're saying that younger people should be able to experiment with clothing. I agree. However, you are also saying we should have less trans visibility. Things were better. And look, there's a point to what she's saying, right? There's a degree of harassment and danger and red states making laws against us, etc., that didn't happen before our visibility increased, right? But can you imagine being a trans kid and trying to get your parents to just like let you dress the way that you want before visibility? I don't know. That seems like again your beliefs are running into each other.
I'm very lucky to be happy with where I'm at. Not everyone feels that way. That's why we see so many videos of people
Yeah, that's right. That's why we see so many videos. Look, you want to look at the statistics? Look at the statistics, right? Detransition is not common, and oftentimes when detransition does happen, it is followed by retransition. Most of the time, when somebody detransitions, it's not because they messed up on their gender identity. It's because they were in a place where they weren't accepted, and it was hard to transition, and they got a bunch of heat for it, from their parents, from their school, from their work, right? That's why detransition happens most often. And then when this person is in a better place and it's in a more supportive place, they tend to retransition, right? So like, no, there's not like an epidemic of detransitioners, like just because you've seen videos on social media. The reason the videos are on social media is because there's a whole industry of gays against groomers type people that are just ready to pounce on anybody who says they're detransitioning, and they'll try to love bomb them, and they'll try to weaponize them and use them against trans people. They'll try to make it look like the detransition and regret is a lot more common than it actually is. So many detransitioners, whole binders are, clan ops of detransitioners, right? But yeah, no, literally, like if if you say the word detransition on, or like, like if you express intentions to detransition on any social media platform, you will probably be contacted by this industry because they want you. They want you to say that you were forced into transitioning, that it was the mean doctors, and that the only solution for your predicament, the only solution for you being for what happened to you is to force doctors not to offer treatment, is to deny other trans people treatment, right? That's what the industry does. The industry of detransitioners. Let me grab this link again. So if you haven't already, this is the Twitter link for today. I would much appreciate some love to be given to this very thread right here, and I'm going to give it into YouTube chat as well, right? And then we'll get going with our I've been edging you long enough about this content, because we got some TYT stuff to take a look at. We've got a lot of TYT stuff. So what am I talking about? Okay, well, so first and foremost, I'm talking about, if I can find it. How do I spell Uyghur? Uyghur? Yeah, Uyghur. The Young Turfs. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this. Somebody else, sorry, I beat you to it. Oh no, these are funny though. These are funny. Oh no, there's the Louder with Crowder imitation of Jink. Okay, here we go. Here's the thread I'm looking for. Wait, do I have to like, oh my God, I have to like quote retweet my way back out of this. Oh no, this is gonna be so hard. I literally have to scroll down and find Emma's. This is like easy to do in the other way. It's easy to do this backwards. Wait, what if I control F and say Emma? Oh no, every single one says Emma because Emma, he's talking to Emma. This should not take so long. And I know somebody's probably sent me this link, but like, it's buried. There's been too much stuff. Stacy K getting in on it, right? Really? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Wait, no, I don't need the quote retweet of this. Okay, no, that's right. Oh my God. I am Twitter silly. Okay, no, this is how I do it. I go like that. And then I go like that. Oh no. There we go. Yes, that. That. I'm trying to get to the beginning of this whole thing. Okay, so here's where it starts. Here's where it starts. Let's get into Twitter mode here. Let's make this happen. It's just showing how dangerous the turf cult is and how quickly they can, yeah, can groom people. Twitter is silly. Well, I'm silly too. It was my fault for being silly there. My apologies, chat. I'm silly and I'm half awake and I'm just ridiculous. So this is what we're looking at. This is what we're looking at, right? I just wanted to start out, like, what is the start of the story, right? The start of yesterday's TYT, I don't even know what you want to call it, right? Whatever they're doing. I want to say, like, self-destruction, but that implies that they're just angry and they're really, like, on a reflex here. They might not be. This might all be intentional. I can't tell. I thought I could tell. I thought I knew what was going on. but now I'm not sure. OleMA has a good video compilation. I'll chuck it in the stream suggestions. Wait, a good video compilation? Are you just one thing, V? Make sure that you're not talking about the video where the Young Turks, Cenk and Ana, say the N-word over and over again, right? That's not, because that was the OleMA video that was circling yesterday. Circulating. What am I talking about? Circulating, yeah. Left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66%. Let me try to do it in a Cenk voice. Can I do a Cenk Uyghur voice here? Left-wing extreme. I can't do it. 66% of the country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police, or being called Latinx, or calling women birthing people, or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they are is lying. What is left-wing extremism? Leftism, right? It's using inclusive language. I guess prison police defunding. Like for instance, if we defunded the police and we used the money that we used to fund the police for social programs that would kind of negate the need for police, right? If we took care of some of the issues that are behind, you know, the phenomenon of people turning to crime, like in the first place, right? And therefore didn't need police anymore, and we weren't funding this organization that was started as slave patrols and as Pinkerton thugs, right? Anti-union Pinkerton thugs. That's how the cops started out. That's what they're from. You think that Cenk meant to type right wing the second time around? Wait, what's the second time? Oh yeah. 66% of this country is, oh no, he meant to say left wing. He thinks, okay, so he thinks that people believe in, like, you know, just basic liberal, non-intersectional left-wing stuff, right? He thinks that 66% of the people are like left-wing in this country, right? But we can't win it because you've got the extreme leftists, and that's us, and we're out there talking about police defunding, we're talking about abolishing prisons, or prison reform, really. We're talking about, like, another thing you could throw in there is like actual like meaningful help for the unhoused rather than dehumanizing them. And like, right, the other alternative as far as unhoused people is to make life so unbearable that, one, they decide not to be unhoused. It's like, I guess they wanted to be unhoused. Do we believe that? We don't believe that. The real reason? People with this set of policy ideas, which I feel like Cenk's dehumanization of the unhoused supports, want to use homelessness as a eugenics program. They want to push the unhoused out of sight and just forget about them. And then that problem will take care of itself. Yeah, it's really gross. It's really, I mean, it's terrible. Cenk is like 2 steps away from calling them woke SJWs. Probably right. Majority of people are in favor of a public option for healthcare. Majority of people are in favor of police reform. Majority of people want help for the unhoused, but we don't get that. And blaming the left for it instead of capitalist lobbyists who conveniently enough finance TYT's little poop show is super convenient. Horseshoe theory that destroys people's critical thinking. Aren't those bloody policy issues? Jake says all cops are beautiful. 100% that framing, though, yeah. No, that's okay. I can't curse. You can curse all you want, chat. It's just me that they don't want cursing. So let's scroll down here, see what does Emma say. So Emma's got 2 tweets, right? Isn't your point contradictory? If that number is correct, 66%, right? that means that any aversion to inclusive language is marginal compared to policy sets. So Emma's just using logic here. She's just using logic on Cenk, right? Okay, you say that 66% of people support the left, right? If these leftists, if these extreme leftists were doing so much damage, if they were so bad, then how is that number this high? Right? They would have done like destruction of the brand, if you will, of the left, and you'd see a number that's much lower, right? So yeah, what he's saying doesn't make sense. It literally does not make sense. Aversion to inclusive language is marginal compared to policy sets. Democrats have been doing well electorally. Nobody is making voting decisions based on clumsy activists and medical language. Now, like, that's a little bit of reinforcing what Cenk said, right? Clumsy activist and medical language. I mean, but whatever. We'll forgive Emma for this because I mean she's up against Cenk here, right? And let me point this out. Like, this is still a ratio. It looks like Cenk has closed the gap slightly today, and I mean I don't know. I gotta guess that like that might be partly due to love from the right wing because I've been seeing a lot of love to the TYT from the right wing. So we got like 333 retweets and like 4 times as many quote tweets, right? Now, like I said, not every quote tweet is a disagreement. Some of them might be agreements, some of them might be whatever, right? But, you know, that's still a pretty bad ratio right there. And, you know, also we got a ratio of Emma when you post on, you know, Cenk's timeline and you get more likes than his original post does, that's a ratio. So we got a ratio right there. What helps the right here is ceding ground to them and not being proactive in reframing the debate around these phrases, which we have to do on behalf of this country's most marginalized groups. If people prefer inclusive language, shouldn't we listen and make the case for them? So, oh yeah, wait, 2 tweets. So both of these tweets are ratioing Cenk's tweet, right? And you're naturally going to get less. Anyway, I'll stop nerding out on the ratio. What about the ratio? Why is no one talking about the ratio? Wow, that was a year ago. Anyway, does anybody know that? Does anybody remember that short? God, that was a long time ago. That was legitimately a long time ago. Wait, so if I go back here. Okay, so Cenk replies, Emma, I see leftists using this language outside of clinical context and all the time. This new excuse that no one is using it anyway is bullshit, but I'm happy about it. If everyone wants to retire these terms to just clinical context, great, I agree. What? He missed the point. Also, like, please don't play into this. Like, please don't say, like, don't make your comeback to Cenk Uygur. This is only used in a medical context, right? This is used mainly in a medical context, right? But it's used in any context when what you're talking about is people who can give birth, people who have a uterus or what, you know, whatever. There were 3 terms mentioned: people who menstruate, birthing people, and people with a uterus. Those terms are used to be more specific because we're not talking about women. Some women that doesn't apply to. Some people who that applies to are men. Some people that applies to are non-binary, right? So if we want to like speak to the people that we're speaking about, right, then we use the correct terms. It's not necessarily about a medical situation, a medical context, a clinical context, although that's a place where it becomes a lot more useful. It becomes a lot more necessary, right? Because then you're talking about like medical, you know, decisions, but there's also policy stuff, right? When you're talking about something like you know, reproductive rights, this comes into play with reproductive rights. So no, Cenk, it's not just supposed to be used in a clinical context, right? Please stop feeding him on this, right? Because I know it's an easy sort of talking point to fall into, but it's not really about that. It's about more precise language. It's about, like, you know, women is like, in some ways, like, think of it as an umbrella term. Under women, we've got like trans women, we've got cis women, and then when we say, you know, people who can give birth, then we've got some cis women, not all cis women, and some trans guys and some non-binary people, right? So it's just like, what are you actually talking about? That's language is a tool, Jink. Language is a tool, and tools are used because they're useful. If a tool is not the right tool for the job, then you best go and get another tool, right? And if the job is to talk about reproductive rights, then we're gonna need another tool besides women, because that doesn't cover it. How? Anyway, mouthfeel, exactly, right? Jink and his mansplaining. I love Emma, and this is amazingly wrong. Amazing how wrong Jink is. Well, like the positive, if you want to see any kind of like silver lining, it's that people who maybe need to be listened to over the Young Turks are getting a little bit of attention, right? Whether it's Oleyemi, whether it's Emma, even like Lance from the Serfs. I will take Lance from the Serfs over Jink Uger any day, no question, right? No question. And we're gonna see that like Jink is a kind of mad at Lance. Apparently, this is some funny stuff. We might even have. Does anybody have the clip of Lance? That's the one thing that I'm missing. I'm missing a clip from Lance. Sounds like they don't want to use the term at all, right? Lance sucks. Look, I've got very mixed feelings about Lance, right? And like Soup, you gotta understand, right? I'm doing my best not to be salty about an old situation that I need to like let go of, right? When it comes to Lance. But yeah, obviously, if you're in here, you know that my takes and Lance's takes are not the same, okay? But compared to Jink Uger, like, right, Lance is somebody I would much rather have people listen to, right? So it's taken a lot for me. You understand I'm biting my tongue here, right? Because there's Lance was a friend of mine back in the day, and some stuff happened that I'm just not going to get into right now. Because like I said, I need to move on. You don't want to see me be salty about people, right? You don't want me to, just live in the past, right? But yeah, obviously, Lance is still a member of the White Leaf Network, and that sucks. Okay, so there we go. I'm not afraid to criticize Lance. I've done it a lot in the past. But like, compare like the person that's getting taken to the I almost said tool shed. That's an awful phrase, God. That I need to erase that from my vocabulary. The person who's being taken to task on this is Jink Uger, not Lance. Lance is better than Jink. Yeah, okay, so we all agree that Lance is better than Jink. Obviously, we could talk about Lance's issues when they become an issue again at some point. Basically, Emma is Obi-Wan and Jink is Anakin. Kind of, yeah. I can see that. So Emma, I see left is okay. Yeah, clinical sense. Okay, so what does Emma come back with? So right, we got 373 likes on this follow-up tweet. Oh my God, massive ratio. 3,385. I guess then the question is, why the repeated emphasis on this, especially with no example of electoral fallout, right? So no actual example of we lost this election because of the damn online left, right? We lost this election because the SJWs. We lost this election because people were saying birthing people, and we would have won if they just didn't say birthing people. Why do leftists have to bend language to appease the right? Hasn't the TYT mantra always been about fighting and beating the right into submission? Metaphorically, of course. Anyway, wow, I'm too silly. And then we go back one more and see what does Jink say to this. Jink, oh wow, look at who has Twitter Blue. Look at who paid for Twitter Blue. Am I right? That's a Twitter Blue tweet right there, right? That's extra characters at work. We didn't. Maybe it's because I don't know. It could be. Well, no, this is Jink Uger. This isn't TYT. This has got to be. It's got to be Twitter Blue here. We didn't, I don't know, I could be wrong. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong. We didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all times, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. The leftists lost their shit and started saying it was about an attack against trans people, etc. That yet literally is an attack on trans people. When what you're doing is discouraging inclusive language in a situation where trans men are denied medical care that sometimes results in bad health outcomes from them, sometimes results in them not living, right? You are literally attacking the trans community here, right? An injury to one is an injury to all. Like maybe you would erase, trans guys in your, imagine in your mind, but that doesn't mean the rest of us too, right? This is what solidarity is about. Absolutely no question about who started this and made it an enormous. No, you literally started it. In fact, it wasn't just with Ana. Like, you could go back to Ben Glebe. I've got a video coming out about that really soon. Look for that video, like talking about the origins of this thing. We've also got a video where Ana mentions birthing people and just is kind of like, mad about it, right? Ana was hurt. Ana was upset. Ana doesn't like inclusive language, right? Ana wants us to say women when what we really mean is cis women, some trans men, and some non-binary people, right? Cis men and non-binary people. Ana literally wants you erased. Ana literally wants to apply a word to you that you do not identify as, right? Ana wants you to be subsumed under that label, and for that to be maybe what if you really probe Ana about this, what she'd say is like, well, I mean biological women. Like, first of all, like, has people seen this? Ana uses that term, biological women, a lot. Biological women, biological men. TYT cannot get enough of right-wing terminology. They cannot get enough of that shit, right? They love it. They love it. They love it. They love it. They cannot say that stuff enough. Well, we are talking about biological men here. Well, we are talking about biological women, right? So, but if what Ana is doing, right, because we're talking about a euphemism. Ana's accusation, right, is that when we say birthing people, that's a euphemism for women, right? And she doesn't appreciate the euphemism for women that pares women down to reproductive function. Ana, I don't appreciate that either. As a woman who doesn't have that reproductive function, I really don't appreciate that, right? That's not what anybody's saying. But what you are doing is euphemizing, like, I hate saying it. I'm not trying to use this terminology, but the terminology that Ana would use is biological women. You're euphemizing that as women. Like, that's what a woman is to Ana. Do you see where this is problematic? Do you see where people might think that you have an issue with trans people? Like, I don't know. It's wild that they don't see. Are they pretending not to see it? Do they know what's going on? Do they know what they're doing? Are they doing this on purpose? Are they using this? Are they using, like, the left getting mad at them to position themselves more on the right, more on the center, or something like that? I don't know what's going on here, right? Absolutely no question who started it and made an enormous deal about it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us. People who had done content with you in the past, people who had been associated with you in the past, right? Now have to do an explanatory video to say, hey, the thing that the Young Turks, how you think that I'm best buddies with the Young Turks? Yeah, that's right. We've been on their show. I really like Cenk. I really like Ana. Well, I don't like this. This is where I get off. That's what they had to. You put them in that position. You put them in that position, Cenk. You forced them to choose between you and being an actual trans ally. And a lot of them made the right choice and they chose, trans people over you, right? I'm sorry, this is your own fault. As Ole said the other day, Ana got up on Twitter and said, cook me. Like, nobody was like, let's cook Ana. Nobody was like looking for, let's see how we can get Ana into some trouble today. Ana got herself into trouble. Ana did this to herself. I'm not sure that you're not doing it on purpose. I'm not sure that you don't know exactly what you're doing, but if you don't know what you're doing, you're not in the position to be talking about, like, trans rights, to be like, you say that you're trans rights, you're advocates, you're allies, you're on our side and stuff. I don't want people with this lack of understanding on my side. You're doing damage just by association with us. That's why all these people had to say something. You put them in that position. You put in, like, if you even want to say that, like, well, we gave them their platforms, we made them big, we brought them on, and they hear what they're biting the hand that feeds us. No. That hand might have fed them at one point, and with like Anna's gonna claim this. You're gonna see this later. Anna claims to have made Olay, right? That's not true. That's not true at all. The Young Turks used Olay because she was popping off. She was going viral, right? They used her virality to shore up their failing platform, not the other way around. But even if that's true, even if it is the hand that fed you, right? TYT, you're in a situation where that hand is now like poisoning you. It's poisoning you with the association with transphobia, and the biting of the hand is just you saying, I don't want to be poisoned. Hey, trans audience. Hey, trans allies. I don't agree. Like, right, you've seen me and Cenk, you've seen me and Ana together in the past. This is one take I don't agree with, right? You put them in that position. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us. Oh yeah, you're gonna see him say this about Lance too. When no real voters on the left, yeah, right. So here's the deal. You're gonna see this again and again. This guy's getting ratioed. This guy's getting ratioed over and over again. And again, Twitter users are not like akin to, like, they're not like a one-to-one basis with voters, right? But you're saying that no one agrees with you. You're saying that there's no like no one supporting you. Look at who's not getting supported, Cenk. Like let's just look at this really quick. Wait, please, come on, show me. 564 followers. 564k followers. 204k followers for Emma. We got more than twice the platform, twice the size. You've been around forever, Cenk. You've been around since the early 2000s, all right? Emma's, kind of, I mean, compared to you, Emma's kind of new to this, right? And Emma is sitting here ratioing your ass at a 5-to-1 ratio in this post. Before we saw it was like 10-to-1 ratio, right? You're saying that there's no audience for this? You're saying that there's no real voters? No, yeah, that's right. It's all, what are you, Elon? Are you gonna claim that it's like Twitter bots or something? Yeah, no, this isn't real. This is fake. There's no real voters there, right? No real voters on the left agree with you. No real voters. 3,000 to 600. No real voters. Whatever, Cenk, whatever. Please don't pretend now that we were the ones making a big deal out of it. Ego, says Kira Safira. Ana was like, you want to defend a basketball player? What about the time you made fun of me? Oh yeah, you're right, Red Community. So Red Commodity. I'm sorry. Well, hey, I mispronounced your name. Technically, that makes you cool. Technically, you're cool now. You just got free clout from me for misreading your name. Anyway, yeah. So the Red Commodity is talking about the Olay tweet, talking about Olay was not trying to talk to Ana. Olay's tweet was about a basketball player who was the victim of what I would say is pretty clearly a racist attack, right? Did something innocuous, did a little meme, a little performative, triumphant gesture on the court during a major basketball game. And is being dragged over the coals for it, right? So, and I think that's racism, plain and simple. I can't really find another explanation for that fits better. It's your base. Stop attacking them. When they police you, stop whining, just stop being a reactionary. Liberals, performative liberalism, not you. Oh wait, did I miss something at TYT? Oh yeah, I figured. I read about it after we talked about it. She likes to use biological, she loves saying biological male and female. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. I think she might have been referring to Lance when she said that right after Cenk brought Lance up. Wait, she was referring to Lance? Because Cenk definitely, yeah. Hey, what's up, Cryptid Mage? Good to see you. Voters, that's how we count or discount voices, yeah, right? Just found this channel. Yeah, no, thank you for being here. Good to have you here, Red Commodity, and welcome to the stream. Brett Weinstein, come to us. It's time for you to come to our side. There's a lot of right-wingers that are chomping at the bits. Chomping at the bits to get TYT on their side. YouTube chat, what's up? I'm reading you. From my perspective, it doesn't come across as much as you, Evan, are actually a woman. It feels more like Evan, You simply do not have the status to speak up for yourself. Oh, what Anna's saying about to trans guys? They cannot take the L. Correct, King Cyrus. Correct. This whole thing is, yeah, it's bad. Like, and like, if you don't know, like I've said this before, if you're just joining us for the first time, hi, my name is No Comment Chick. I stream politics on Twitch and on YouTube. And I gotta admit, I'm a former TYT fan. I probably became aware of politics, you know, as a much younger person on TYT, right? You know, that was my introduction, and I loved Cenk and I loved Anna, and you know, like I mean, there was some stuff that rubbed me the wrong way even back then, right? But I forgave them. I've forgiven a lot. I've forgiven a lot. Because I thought that, like, just like Cenk, and this is the point that Cenk and Ana are trying to make. They're trying to say, hey, listen, you disagree with us on this, right? But overall, wouldn't you say that we're trans allies? Haven't we been on the side of trans people most of the time? Yeah, that's true. That's why you can do so much harm with something like this, right? That's why this is so important. Saying biological male or female is cringe. Everyone is biological. It's just redundant and mean. Like, one is bad enough, but both at once. Yeah, this is what we're dealing with. Imagine being trans and unhoused. Like, yeah, exactly. I think Katie called trans men and trans masked people who lost bodily autonomy collateral damage, but I think she did come around on that issue. If I remember correctly, she called out Anna. What Katie are we talking about? Oh, are we talking? We're not talking about Katie Cadigan, right? Oh no, it's Kelly. Forgiveness fatigue. Forgiveness fatigue. Yeah. Here comes Cenk with, yeah. But like, I mean, that's part of what they're trying to say, right? Is that like it's no fair for a bunch of people that we've been friends with to make videos about us, given the fact that most of the time we have been on trans people's side. So it's almost like he's saying like that we've paid for an indulgence. We're allowed to do a few sins, right? This almost feels like buying indulgences. This almost feels like moral self-licensing. I gotta find a better word for it that's not gonna like turn the normies off. But basically, what moral self-licensing is when you say, I have done X amount of good things for this group, and therefore the fact that I said the N-word, the fact that I had a turf take, the fact that I did whatever I did, told trans people to suck my D, like, or whatever, like that you gotta forgive me for that. You shouldn't even complain about that. Like, right, I have done so many good things that one bad thing, oh my god! Shakespeare rating N. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Welcome to the stream, Shakespeare's chat and Shakespeare. It's the stand. It's the power of my stand. You've just activated my stand, Shakespeare. Right now, Shakespeare has like menacing kata, like, right, floating around them. Shakespeare's got the power level. Sorry, that's the wrong. Just remembering how ContraPoints use that term. Power level is probably the wrong term, but we're talking about like the spiritual pressure. There we go, to use some Bleach language. We're going to use all kinds of weeb language. It doesn't have to be just JoJo. I know that there's more than just JoJo fans in here. For instance, I bet there's some One Piece fans as well. Welcome to the stream, One Piece fans. Welcome to the stream, Shakespeare fans. And welcome to the stream, Shakespeare. How was your stream today, if you've got time to tell us what you talked about? Innocuous tweet. That's an understatement of the platform's existence. Yeah, right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say power level. Right? I was like, that's a Dragon Ball Z term, but then ContraPoints used it to mean something completely different, and that's definitely not what I was trying to imply there. Power level. Weasels! Weasels in chat! It's one of those don't think about it things for me. Wait, a complicated feeling about Contra. Yeah. Allies won't carry political football of trans people. trans rights into the end zone and still want a microaggression free card. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, microaggressions are for closers. Nice. Oh my god, all the memes, Joni, all the memes. It was awesome. I got into GigaChat's Conquest of Canada and go off on bad history of like people's misperception about Mexican history. Nice. So if you're not already, you should be following Shakespeare. Have we got a shout out? I think, do we do a shout out? Did we get a shout out? I'm sure we did. Yes, we did a shout out. Yeah, so go, if you need to scroll up, you can find right where you can go over to Shakespeare's page and give Shakespeare a follow. I'm sure you'll be glad that you did. So yeah, we're sitting here talking about Cenk Uygur, Ana Kasparian. We haven't even gotten past the Cenk Emma thing though. I gotta hurry up, right? Because I'm not trying to do a 10-hour stream today. I guess the question is, okay, no wait, this is the one. The repeated emphasis on and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. Yeah, we're behind a paywall. They're literally behind a paywall. Segments, maybe not, but like, right. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm just engaging with you. I'm just engaging with you. Even though it's uncomfortable for me because I love you guys and I want TYT to be. Yeah, you put Emma in this position. You put Emma in this position, right? And like, look, here's what Emma's not saying. Emma's not calling you the young TERFs. A lot of people are, and I've said that too, right? You know, like, right? That's Emma could say a lot more, is what I'm trying to say. There's a lot more that Lance could say. There's a lot more than Emma could say. There's a lot more that Oliami could say, right? They're still complaining about not being allowed to turf out. Yeah, they are. Well, I mean, like, this is all yesterday, right? So, yeah, there's Emma. We go back one more. We didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most... Wait, did I already read that? I feel like I did. Okay, so good news. We are on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now, let me talk to you about, in a patronizing way, about all of your opinions I need to correct. I was trying to express... So here's the deal. Like, look, if you want to have a fucking turf take like this, like, Emma's not saying, like, Cenk is a right-winger now. A lot of people are saying that. Emma's not saying that, right? But what Emma does have to say is, I don't agree with that. And that's not Emma saying she's more pure. That's a pretty low bar, too, as far as purity or whatever it goes. Like, that's just Emma saying, I'm a decent person. That's not Emma saying, like, I am the most pure... you know, lefty, intersectional in the world, like, right, that's a pretty low bar, right? Just not to attack trans people. I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me my start and for my good friend Anna within the context of disagreement. The reaction is pretty shocking to me, Cenk. Have a good one. So Emma's like out. Emma's not trying to have a fight. Emma would like it if, and again, look, 10 times, more than 10 times ratio, 10-to-1 ratio. That is a serious ratio. Cenk, I thought you said the voters were with you. Where are your voters, Cenk? They're not on Twitter, I guess. None of your voters, none of those voters are on Twitter. Like that. Anyway, let's go back one more and see what Cenk says. Emma, we love you. We'll get beyond this disagreement in a second. But in this case, listen, Cenk, you'll get beyond this disagreement when you admit that you were wrong, okay? When you, like, learn something. Either that or you don't want to get beyond it. And you are going to the right? Make your choice. Which side are you on? All right, this is a moment. This is a moment that you gotta stand and deliver on, you know, who are you? Who are you, Cenk Uygur? Who are you, Ana Kasparian? Like, right? Are you somebody that's going to attack trans people for clout and then blame your friends who you drag into this BS and say that they're attacking you for clout? Or are you somebody who's going to suck it up and learn something? Because there's probably still time. I mean, the fact that Emma's still talking to you like this, the fact that a lot of people are still talking to you like this shows that there is still time. A lot of people not buying. Anna made the mountain. She can apologize anytime. You guys made a mountain out of a smallest molehill, says you. I think all the right-wing transphobes saying Anna is one of us now. Oh, yeah, here we go. We're the ones who made a mountain out of it. I mean, what's up, City of Doors? Jink is roid raging bull in a nursery. Forget about the China shop. Jink won't listen, and this is the wrong time to freak out about trans people, right? This is why this is like kind of unforgivable. Like, right? So Emma might forgive you if you admit that you were wrong. Lance might forgive you. Like, all these people might forgive you, and they want to forgive you, right? They want to be cool with you. They want a reason to say, okay, well, you know, Jink had a really bad opinion, but then he course corrected. But guess who's not going to forgive you? Trans people, right? You burned your bridge with us, Jink. You burned your bridge with us, and I don't see that coming back. I don't see trans people trusting you anymore, right? This was the wrong moment. While Michael Knowles and Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump are making plans to eliminate us from being alive, this is the wrong time. You're not getting forgiven. I'm sorry. I'm not forgiving TYT. That's not going to happen. I cannot see that happening. I cannot see that happening. He cannot take the L either. True. Okay, so we got that. Let's see. There are some clips, aren't there? I feel like there's a lot of clips. Many clips. Okay, that one I can't look at. Yeah, I know that clip. I gotta be real careful, right? Because there is a one clip that is like, so in response to Anna, Oliyame posted a clip, and it is all the N-word. It is like the Young Turks, Cenk, Ana, and I think there's one of Jimmy Dore, but it's mostly Cenk and Ana saying the N-word like, it must be like 30 times. I feel like it's got to be like 30 times. Did we go over this one yet? April 9th. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we must have. That was like 2 or 3 days ago. Here's a clip.
One that I read. So I'll just say this. Okay, I love you, and it's okay. And if you disagree, it's okay. If you want to leave, that's okay.
So
okay. Thank you.
He's talking to a multi-year supporter. Many multi-year supporters, it looks like, that left TYT, right?
For being a member all this time, I appreciate it. But what you're, in my opinion, what your misunderstanding is, and what you have maybe you didn't see is, so all this kerfuffle starts with a simple tweet, and then at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names. So maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names, and they feel super proud about it, like, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter, and then all of a sudden they're like, how could you decide? Attacking us and calling us at least half a dozen videos from other progressives or leftists online, all attacking us and calling us all sorts of names.
So again, if those are people that have done content with you in the past, they're protecting themselves from the garbage dump that you drag them into, right? That's what they're doing. Like, they will be, if they don't say anything in a moment when you're going viral for this crap, it's like some of their audience is going to question, are they okay with this? Do they agree with this? Are they waiting for this to blow over? He thinks this is about purity. Yeah. You know, this is like, I almost said this is a Voshian take, but I gotta say, this actually smells like a Xanderhall take. F you, Uncle. F you, Jink. We want to love you, but you're defending Rawlings' positions. Then you're not on our side. True, true. Jink is about to strawman like there's no tomorrow. Yeah. So, but like, I mean, this whole thing of holier than thou, purer than thou. This isn't even a Vosh take. This is a Xanderhall take. This is below Vosh, right? Not that Vosh wouldn't do this, and not that Vosh hasn't done this. But the person that I most associate with this kind of rhetoric, like, oh, you think you're better than me? You think you're purer than me? Oh, you gotta like, right? Is Xanderhall, right? Yeah, when you have a garbage take, yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to be purer than you. It's not much of a flex, actually.
Maybe you don't see that, so you think like, well, what is Cenk so upset about, right? So they call us all these names, and they feel super proud about it.
Did they really call you names?
Like, we are more pure. So then I fight back on Twitter. And then all of a sudden they're like, how could you insult us? All we were doing was punching you in the face. No, that's a right-wing position. You punch.
Okay, so now what's he saying about that, right? That's a right-wing position. Look, I think what he's saying is he's seen a lot of right-wingers like attack somebody and then get clapped back and then be like, what's going on? Why are you attacking me, right? It's not a right-wing position. It doesn't have anything to do with ideology. You're not talking about a position. You're just talking about the back and forth, right? And no, they're not. Look, here's the deal. Like, think of it, if you want to think of it as like a strategy game, right? Think of it this way, allyship, okay? Creators like Lance, creators like Ole, creators like Emma, have an alliance with trans people that says, trans people, if you get attacked, I will defend you, right? And that the thought of that is that, yeah, so the next time that Brett Cooper attacks you, the next time that Candace Owens attacks you, the next time that Ben Shapiro attacks you, the next time that Matt Walsh attacks you, the next time that, like that's what's thought, when that alliance gets made, like I will protect you against transphobes when they attack you, right? Because that's who you think of as attacking trans people, right? Come to find out that it's Cenk Uygur, that it's Anna Kasparian attacking trans people, and that's exactly what that was. That's exactly what that was. So they got to put up or shut up. Am I really a trans ally, or did I mean I will defend you against attacks unless it's from one of my friends, right? Because my friends are more important to me than trans people. That would be major, major, major hypocrisy if they were to do that. You put them in this spot, Cenk. You can't complain. You can't complain, right? You're not getting thrown under the bus here. You're throwing trans people under the bus. Get it straight.
Then you got to expect that
yeah, even if people were calling them names, you would call them like call them shitty allies at the very least, right? If not worse, right?
I'm going to counter, right? I don't mean you, Kid Tested.
Counter.
I mean for folks who are out there. Here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serfs. He's on here all the time on the Power Panel.
Also,
right?
Cenk, you didn't counter. Like, no, this is like. Your counter was to throw the slowest, easiest to see coming, weakest roundhouse kick, okay? That's not a counter. That is giving me a chance to sweep your ass, okay? That is serving yourself up on a silver platter and saying, please sweep me. That was not a counter. You were mad and you wanted to hit me. You wanted to kick me. You wanted to, break my ribs or something. But I know how to defend against a freaking like weak attack like that. That's not a counter. I don't know what you think you're doing. You're getting fucking ratioed all over the place. You are getting destroyed. This tweet right here from like, wait, who is this? Barbarism critic. I mean, not a small account, but way smaller. Like an account that is, oh my god, I can't even count it. Like it's like what? Like 25 times smaller than Cenk. And they're getting more likes than you are. Because right now, what's popular isn't TYT. What's popular is TYT is bullshit, right? What's popular is like, right? Your anti-fandom has exceeded your fandom. And I don't see that as being a good thing. So yeah, don't call it a counter. Don't act like you like, oh my god, we couldn't take King Jink's counter. His counter was too effective. Oh my god, please stop hitting me. No, nobody's saying stop hitting me, Jink. You're getting swept. If that was your counter, then like, keep it up, right? Because this match is gonna end really quickly. It's gonna end on the ground with us on top. Enough MMA talk. We're not trying to talk about MMA right now. So yeah, that's like
right. And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and.
I don't think the right wingers who love bombed them will stick around. Yeah, probably not. Look at David Rubin. Look at Dave Rubin, right? Do you think that Dave Rubin has clout within the right wing? Do you think that Dave Rubin has strength within the right wing? Dave Rubin could not get Ben Shapiro to come to his anniversary because, ew, it's a gay male anniversary and ew, like, right? That's what kind of friends Dave Rubin has made.
Oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees.
And if somebody can find me that Lance clip, I really need that Lance clip. They're wrong. People do agree with Lance. People don't agree with TYT. Has anybody got the Serfs clip that he's talking about just to give Lance? Like, I don't want. I mean, like, no, Lance isn't in danger of losing this social media fight. But since he mentioned it, I do want to like bring it up and show it because I doubt that he's being accurate in his description of what Lance said. Like I said, I've got my issues with Lance. There's some things that Lance has done that I'm not a fan of. Being a part of the White Leaf Network is pretty gross, right? But like, I will take Lance over Jink. No problem. Easy. I don't know which clip Jink is talking about. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's probably something that Lance said. And in general, like, right, the reason that these are clips, the reason that people are making clips of these is because they're embarrassing. Lance made a VOD earlier today. This is from the show on Tuesday. This is from TYT's Tuesday bonus half. So this must have been either Tuesday morning or Monday, sometime during Monday.
With you, your 12 buddies online.
Your 12 buddies online. I think. Look. There's like more than 12 people in the White Leaf. I don't know what you're talking about. Where did you get the 12 buddies online? You got 12 buddies. Let me go. Like, let's look at Lance's numbers right now. Oh yeah, 12. His 12 buddies online are watching him. No, I think Lance has a few more people in the chat than 12.
I don't care. Okay. And so
Lance and his 12 buddies. It's better than Will and his 280, right?
Oh yeah, I'm 100%. He's 99.95.
Oh, now so Jody's saying that Z remembers Lance saying something like, "Please normalize calling out big creators." That was on the leftist mafia. That was on the leftist mafia with Olay, Matt Bender, and all the rest. Yeah, that's when Lance said that.
100% correct.
Maybe it was that. Maybe it was that clip. If anybody finds the clip, give it to me and I'll watch it. But...
Oh, I'm gonna correct him. No. So don't look. You want to say, "Hey, I don't agree with you." God bless. You want?
Wait, is that some Resident Evil you're playing, Krauser?
I want to say, Cenk, you shouldn't say anything back because you're being rude. Come on, brother or sister. I don't know.
No, Cenk. You're wrong in the first place, right? And like, you could apologize, you could admit that you're wrong, you could learn something, right? You could listen to trans people, or and like, that's probably the best thing, but you don't have to do that. Or you could say nothing, and I mean, that's probably worse. The damage that gets done is going to be more permanent, but that's an option to you too, right? But no, you chose violence. You woke up and you were like, you're going to attack people for how they react in a position that you put them in. Cenk, when you do this stuff, you drag your friends down with you, right? People that have benefited from your platform, people that have gone on with you, people that have said good things about TYT, good things about you, right, are now on the spot. And everybody's asking them, what do you think about this, right? And if they're trans allies, they got to say, I don't like it. I do not like it. That clip of leftist mafia someone mentioned. Oops, not that. I'll do it. Are you talking about the one where Olay says, Anna says, like, cook me? Oh yeah, yeah, this is the one. Well, we'll watch it anyway, just in case. I get that some people may not have been here yesterday, or not yesterday, Monday when we watched this. And so for anybody who wasn't in the stream that day,
she has on her
and you should be able to
Very-
mention those without like having to classify it as, you know, but you shouldn't get mad.
so again, here's where we are, right? Olay makes a video about haters, about people hating on this is
I really realized, babe, y'all are some fucking haters, babe. Like, babe, listen, haters. If I don't tell you nothing else but fucking people, they are haters, babe. Like, if you spend time on the internet, you will know that the app out there going to hell. Yes, sirree, Bob. Yes, sirree, Bob. Just now, babe, just now on the timeline, I scroll in and I see some girl try to compare Angel Reese to Sid from
yeah, so Angel Reese compared to Sid from Ice Age. There's a lot you could say about that, right? I feel like if anything, you know, Olay's kind of going easy on this on these haters. Just calling them out for what they are, though. This is hate. This is hate. So that, you know, then Anna comes back. Oh, Olay, do you mean people who demand people cook their friends instead? Those kind of haters. This is like a Riley Grace Rochon take here from Anna. Right, and then this is what, and then Olay's like, what are you talking about, Anna Kasparian? I do not understand. And Anna says, this is what I'm talking about.
Her for this because of her history. No, I mean,
think
no
it
one's
makes
mad at
sense
her
if you
for her
wanna change that
history.
person. I think it makes sense if you want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong. Because if it's just, if without that context, like, again, that's why it's important if you know her that you do include that context. Because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
No, of course.
But that's not the same. That's not the same.
I feel so bad for any trans people who work there and know Cenk and Ana. I bet they're getting earfuls of this. That's the thing. You make it hard for your employees to look. Cenk, you're lucky. You're lucky you haven't had a lot of your employees just quit on you, right? Because it's coming up time. Like, right, you know, you could understand them saying, hey, you know what, I'm going to wait a little bit. I'm going to let him cook, you know, like let him process this, and maybe he'll come around. Maybe we can talk some sense to him, right? You could see somebody saying that at first, all right? But you're coming up to the time where just being a employee of TYT makes you look bad, right? Makes you look like you are covering for some bad stuff. Have you seen Olay's newer tweet today? She made the compilation of all the times Cenk and Ana said the N-word on TYT. I am avoiding that clip, right? Because whatever I do, I don't know. I guess it wouldn't autoplay, but I cannot let that clip like play on my stream. Yeah, they're literally doing TOS. Like this would be a major problem for me. It's a hostile work environment. True. Yeah, and I do feel sorry for the people that are dealing with that. They're getting earfuls of entitled cis BS and how cis people are the real victims here. I mean, yeah, the mean transes, yeah. I can see them losing employees as they drift right. I could see that too. I would be surprised if they didn't, right? You know, anybody that's sticking with you through this is somebody that either like really needs a job or, you know, is like okay with that, right? So, you know, I don't know. And at some point, even the people who really need the job are going to say, you know what, it's not worth it. I got a career to think about, and being associated with this garbage is not doing my career any favor. This is a sinking ship. I'm getting off, right? For sure. Do not play that on Twitch. Just curious if you're aware. I am aware. Yeah. So what City of Doors is talking about is the fact that there is a compilation of Ana and Cenk saying the N-word over and over again. Now, why is this, right? Why were they saying this? They had a policy where they felt like it was weak to say the N-word, where if you're reporting on somebody saying the N-word, or you're reporting on Rick Perry's ranch, which, you know, has the N-word in its name, right? It's weak for you to say N-word head ranch, right? That if you want to be real, if you want to be strong, that there's no reason you shouldn't just go ahead and say the word, right? Because it's just a word. It's just a word after all. And I'm not saying it like, I'm not saying it in a racist way. I just want to, like, they thought it was strong to say the N-word. They thought it was strong, right? And what they don't get is it's like that word still has power. That word has such a history to it that you like, you know, it might be easy if you've never had that word like applied to you, you know, to be like, I'm going to be strong. I'm going to go ahead and say the word. I'm going to just say the word. It's just a word. Word has no power. You're really making it hard for Black people in your audience to like, nobody needs you to say that word. It's not strong to say that word. It's not anything. I don't know what they were thinking, right? But they had a major policy of we got to say the N-word. When the N-word comes up, we're not going to say the N-word. We're actually going to say the N-word. We're going to say the word itself, whether it has a hard R on it or an A or whatever variation it is. You know, like we're going to say the word because it would be weak not to. I think I remember seeing a compilation. Oh no! Well, I hope Miss Anita Bump is okay. Yeah, I can't do that just because Twitch is so you know, Twitch does not want slurs being played. I think the one exception to that is, you know, if the slur applies to you, you can use it in a reclamative fashion. But in general, hey, what's up, Janine? Did I mispronounce your name? I bet I did. Anyway, yellow to you as well.
Same though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my God, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their.
I mean, don't change your name on my account, right?
Feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, "Twitter, cook me."
Right?
She has yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
She still has not deleted the tweet because it would be weak. It would be weak to delete the tweet, apparently, right? It's weak not to say the N-word with the hard R, and it's weak to delete the tweet. So we're not going to be weak. We're going to be strong. We're going to be Voshian.
She hasn't deleted it. You know why? Because at the end of the day, she took a 106,000 like tweet. She didn't even get ratioed. She didn't even get ratioed. She'll be all right. All right. She didn't get like, oh my God.
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma said on the show earlier today. And when I heard Emma say it, I was like, you know, Emma put it great. And then I saw them put it up with the title that says Anna Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting that as the title of the video? That's not the point.
She's
This
not
is where
anti-trans.
And
the concern.
It was an anti-trans take.
The substance of the viewpoint, she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying? The conversation has just shifted to defend. Like everybody's conversation is about defending whether or not Anna is a turf in her career and blah blah blah, rather than talking about the substance of what she put out and why that is offensive to legitimize and why it's a problem for
And being held responsible for it.
Thank you.
Like
That's the
normalize large creators being called out and being like, oh shit, I was wrong. Like,
So I mean, like that's the thing that I mean that's one thing that Cenk could have meant when he was talking about Lance. I'm guessing that Lance has talked about this. Like I said, if anybody's got that clip, if anybody's got a clip of Lance talking about this, feel free to put it into stream suggestions. That's probably the easiest place for me to get stuff. Speaking of stream suggestions, we got more. We got more for you. We got more TYT clips right here. All right, take a look.
To like collaborate with any, to be honest, I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah.
So this is about Oleyemi. This is about Oleyemi. This is who she's mad at. I'm pretty sure.
That's where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are. As if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what.
So that's her wanting that moral self license, right? That's her wanting people based on the fact that she's said a lot of things in support of trans people in the past, to assume that this is, you assume the best and say nothing and just let her go off. Let her go off and attack trans people. And you know, like, you don't have to agree with her, but you do have to silence yourself, I guess. I don't know. Anna just threw everyone under the bus. Build a name for themselves. TYT isn't that big. Yeah, and the thing is, if she's talking about Olay here, Anna did not, like, make Olay like a media figure, right? Olay did not become known to the world because of TYT. Olay went viral on her own, and TYT covered it. So this is, I can't tell you for sure this is who Anna's talking about, but it sure seems like it. It seems like that's who she's mad at, right? And this is just ridiculous. This is insulting, right? This is gross. Like, this is, like, you know, somebody who is a pretty big content creator just being super petty to somebody and acting like, I made you. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? Like, Olay does not need you. Did not need you. Olay, you know, built her platform herself.
Our actual political values are. So I don't, Jake, I never want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
All right.
To be honest,
Do you also see the way that she's using leftists? So here's what they want to do. They want to divide the word leftist from progressive. And indeed, it is divided, right? But I don't think she means leftist, right? I don't think she means that, like, so we're leftists, right? I'm a leftist. Most of us are leftists, right? You're a leftist if you're post-capitalist, if you have a, you know, critique of capitalism, if you want to see some kind of moneyless, stateless society sometime in the future. That's what leftist actually means, right? The media will use leftist to mean, like, extreme liberal, right? Extreme, somebody that's way on the far edges of, oh, wow, that's pretty liberal. Are you sure about that? I don't know about that, right? That's what leftist means in the media. That's what Anna's using it. That's the way she's using it, the way the Daily Wire uses it. She wants to say woke skull. Yes, she does. She sounds like Bill Maher. She does. I brought you off the street. Yeah, it's so insulting. It's so insulting. If you think about what Anna's saying, it's so insulting on so many different levels. I'm not even going to get into all of them right now because I don't have time. It's like trans people unaliving because Anna has a fetish for calling us for calling trans men or wanting to fold, you know, like, trans men and non-binary people, you know, who have the capacity for childbearing under the umbrella of women, when that's not even what the word means, but whatever, right? I do hate when someone does something problematic on the internet, is just having a convo about, but construe them as being attacked. I mean, this is... I feel like I don't even notice it anymore because I'm swimming in it. But yeah, this is you're talking to somebody who made a really pointed critique, right? A critique on one thing that a content creator who I was friends with did, and got dogpiled by him and all of his friends for like a year. They basically got, you know, they tried to chase me off the internet. They tried to scare me. They sicked their, you know, monstrous harassment squad of stands on me, and here I am. Sorry, mission failed. We're always disposable to the grifters like this. Their black audience is disposable when they're saying the N-word. Like, we're talking about your F-ups, not attacking you. That's definitely what Oleyeme is trying to do. Like, Oleyeme is saying specifically, like, avoiding the discourse of, is Anna a TERF? Is she pulling a J.K. Rowling, right? That's not what Olay is trying to talk about. Olay is trying to talk about the take that Anna made, and also say, there's a little bit of frustration here, right? As a marginalized person, Olay is saying that if I said something like that, you know, anytime that I've messed up, anytime that I've said something, even if you don't say something bad, even if you just say something that's right and true, but is unpopular, you get cooked. You get destroyed, right? Oh yeah, I gotta remember, like chat, like YouTube chat, hit that like button if you haven't already. What are we at right now, Joni? Can you let me know where we're at? Where are we at as far as likes on YouTube? We're gonna try to do this. We're gonna try to get the likes up. It helps a lot. It helps get the video out even after the video's done. It helps get more people to see it. We're at 19 likes. Oh my God, that's terrible. Okay, well, you know, maybe that was just a one-off for YouTube. YouTube was really strong a couple of days ago. We'll see if they can match it today. So far, like it's even though, because you know, there's you know, it's 0 to 0 as far as gift subs or anything like that goes on between YouTube and Twitch. We'll see if it stays that way. By the way, we've got an ad break coming up pretty quickly here. So if you are not already covered, if you do not have a little persona, like a face next to your name, understand that you're going to get hit by the ad break, not just at the top of the hour, but at the bottom of the hour too. 2 times an hour is how the ad breaks work on Twitch. That's so I can get you out of the terrible pre-roll ads, which go on and on and on and on, and you don't even want to mess with those, right? So the compromise we make with Twitch is, all right, we'll do 2 ads every hour, and that's what we're at 20 likes on YouTube. Nice. We'll do 2 ads every hour, right? So if you want to get out of that, one way that you might not know about is by hooking up your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account. If you hook up your Amazon Prime to your Twitch account, you've got 1 free sub that you can use for yourself, right? You can't gift that sub away, but you can definitely use that sub on yourself. Now, another way to take care of it is if you have $5 to spare, not if you have $5 that you need, but if you have you know, $5 that's burning a hole in your pocket that you can afford to use for a gift sub, that gets you out of the ads too, right? So, you know, it's sometimes worth it, especially if you're going to be in here a lot, if you're going to be watching, to go ahead and pay for the sub for yourself. If you can't do that, I understand and I appreciate you, and I want you to keep watching, even if you have to go through the ad breaks. But hopefully, if you're here enough and you're making positive contributions to chat, you will get recognized. You will get noticed by somebody who, out of the kindness in their own heart, is giving away gift subs, and they will use one of those gift subs on you. So those are the ways that we get out of the ad break. Nothing else can save you from the top of the hour or the bottom of the hour ad break, right? I like when you get gift subs, but I also see that what Twitch has in store for me regarding ads.
Don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at.
This sounds like a Twitch poll take. I swear, this is like a Destiny take, right? This is like what Destiny says, right? I'm done with leftists. Never again, never again, never again. I give them my platform, and they what do they go do? They try to cancel me.
Because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are.
Hannah is a wit enjoyer confirmed.
As if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political
TY tantrum
values are. So I don't, Jake, I never want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
All right.
To be honest, I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Any other leftist? Anna thinks she's a leftist. That's kind of funny. Okay, so it looks like we do have some serfs to watch. All right, let's give it a shot. That is an ad. That looks like an ad to me. Is it gonna make us watch the ad?
I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asked to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me.
Right. Listen,
It's a joke. She's being funny.
Whoops.
Again, I don't know how you take this and like
that.
This means war. Yeah. Oh well, you know what? LA chose violence. LA chose violence. We knew when we started Mafia that there would be moments like this.
Okay.
Where
I gotta pee. I will be right back.
I know what a lot of you are thinking.
Oh my god, I gotta pee so bad. Here, I'm gonna give you somebody to keep you company.
Some kind of
besides Lance.
Is he just going to sit on the fence, not do any criticism or commentary at all?
Be right back.
Is he
oh my god, I have to
ride
pee
or
so
die
bad.
and defend and stand up for every single one of his leftist mafia fam? It's the second one. All right, that's where we're at. In fact, I'm gonna watch a little bit of the intro just to get extra amped.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply. Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut
moralists.
us up.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Anyways, let's get to the story here, everybody. It seems last night there was the beginnings of what is now being called the largest leftist civil war in human history by some. Not by me, though. I'm here to kind of experience the whole thing in real time with the rest of you. So, friend of the show, Alimi Lauren, the internet is filled with hating-ass people, and no one can convince me otherwise. Let's see what this video was.
Just now on the timeline, I scroll in and I see some girl try to compare Angel Reese to Sid from Ice Age. And that's when I really realized, babe, y'all are some fucking haters, babe. Like, babe, listen, haters. If I don't tell you
so it looks like
about fucking people, they are haters, babe. Like, if you spend time on the internet, you will know that the app out there going to hell. Yes, sirree, Bob. Yes, sirree, Bob. Going to hell.
So it looks like I do need to slow down for a second and say hello to chat. Hello, chat. How are you doing? Yeah, because when I noticed that when I'm going through Twitter, I don't read chat as often, and that's just because I'm trying to read Twitter, and I end up missing a lot. But yeah, I should take some time to start to just talk to chat, and I don't know why I'm always so hurried. Welcome back. We just started the whole time. You were gone. Was this video intro? Oh no, I made you watch the video intro. Well, you already know this stuff, right? Welcome to the Catalepsicals. Oh my god! Wanna be Spicy Girl! You just activated my stand, Videngale. Hello, how are you doing? We're seeing you on both platforms today. Welcome to the chat. How was your stream? Welcome, everybody. Good to see you. Yeah, everybody go follow Videngale. You are not already. If you are already, don't click. Wait. Let's see. If I put this over, okay. So if I put mine over the little heart up here, it says heartbreak. So I don't want to press that. I'm already following Videngale. If you're not already following Videngale, then press that button. If you are already, don't press that button. If you see the heartbreak, don't press that button. That means you're already following. So if you're not, yeah. Anyway, you get my meaning. Videngale raid. Welcome raiders. Welcome streamer. Welcome Videngale. I gotta say, I love that people are activating my stand more. Welcome Tails and Wings. Thank you for the follow. So we're in the midst of the TYT drama. This is Lance from the Serfs. Got some kind of mixed opinions about Lance, but overall, you know, like this is kind of a conflict between Lance and Jink, and I got to take Lance's side here, right? Lance is not. I don't know what Jink thinks, that like he's being done dirty by Lance, but like he's put Lance in a tough spot, right? Where Lance has got to pick between Jink Yuger and trans people, and I'm glad to see that Lance made the right choice. So good on you, Lance. This is Lance going over everything that happened. We watched most of this though. I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. Just followed. Look forward to getting to know. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you followed them. Welcome, Elliot. Welcome, Dale. Welcome, Catalepsy Kells. And welcome, Vidingale. Malgrave, yay. Thank you for the follow. Okay, so. Oh my god, that's really sweet of you, Vidingale. I know you might be busy because you just got done with your stream, but if you get a chance, let me know how your stream was. I'd love to hear about it. So yeah, we're in the middle of this Serfs leftist mafia TYT Emma Vigeland. Oh yeah, Emma Vigeland. So yeah, I mean we watched earlier Emma Vigeland go back and forth with Jink. Emma's really not trying to start a fight. She's just like asking Jink to reconsider his terrible takes, right? Because and yeah, they're terrible takes. He's getting ratioed. He's telling Emma that the voters are not with her, but literally the ratio says differently. The ratio disagrees. Science disagrees in this case. Critical support for Lance. That's right. That's right. It was okay. It was like a musical remix of somebody moaning about. Oh, it was a woke moralist. Oh, that's what we missed. It was a woke moralist thing. It was the Up Yours woke moralist. L plus science plus ratio. Exactly. Stream was great. My community is very supportive. That's awesome. That is so awesome. Thanks for asking. Yeah, had to respond to that thread this morning too. I also retweeted Emma's response. Yeah. So like, I mean, Emma's great, and you know, obviously, like the Majority Report, they're progressives. They're on the left. You know, they're not necessarily leftists. They're not necessarily making a structural criticism of capitalism, but they are, you know, probably as good as it gets in terms of like the mainstream media out there, and you know, just like what Jink is dragging them into by association, and the fact that they're not trying to hurt Jink, they're not trying to hurt Ana, but at the same time, like I don't know if Jink realizes how much this stuff hurts everybody he's associated with. What are we at on YouTube? What kind of numbers are we doing as far as where are we at as far as the likes on YouTube? If you're just joining us on YouTube, if you haven't hit that like button yet, I would massively appreciate that you do that. Like we're gonna have a little contest. See who does better, YouTube or Twitch today. 24. Okay, so if we could probably get to 25 by the bottom of the hour. Might be able to hit our goal by the end of the hour. I think the goal of what, 30? We could probably hit 30 by the end of the hour. That's not too much to ask. And yeah, so welcome to the stream, everybody. Well, if nobody's gonna, yeah, chat quiets down. Oh my god, it's just so frustrating. Because I want to talk to chat, but like I think that like you did all your talking while I was going over the Twitter. Sorry I couldn't get to you there. I just literally can't read two things at once, right?
Okay, let me.
To actually have political power, holy fuck! That like we. And I don't know if this is just a reflex, but yes.
For getting cooked when all of the people.
Okay, and I am cracking. Fair enough. I'm breaking apart midway through.
25, yay!
Because I can't agree more. Honestly, it's one of those things where like I feel like all of us were so nice and friendly. I still am. Like you'll notice, and I don't know if this is just a reflex, but yes, because, and by the way, these can be two simultaneous thoughts. One, there is a breadth and a history of work that Ana and TYT have done in terms of pushing progressive and...
So yeah, the thing that Cenk and Ana were saying, like that their contribution, the good things they've done in the past are not getting noticed or not being taken into account, that's literally not true. Like, right? I mean, Lance doesn't have to say this, but he's saying it.
And actually putting fundamental pieces in play for progressive movements in the United States, like the Justice Democrats, etc., to actually have political power. Holy fuck, that, like, we should all be humbled by some of those achievements. Them, as much as, like, I shit sometimes on Kalinski's takes, or I'll shit on Cenk's
thank you, Malgrave.
takes, or shit on Ana's takes, that is one hell of a fucking accomplishment, and more than I can say for myself, right? So I'm not here to be like, fuck them forever. I fucking hate them. How dare, like, I was on Unbossed last week on Tuesday, right? That's not what this is about. You can 100% have a very good faith and you know, respectful conversation with people.
So if you want to criticize Lance for anything, right? Being overly critical of lefty content creators for their takes is not one of them. Right? People in the past have talked about Lance, have made negative comparisons between Lance and a jellyfish, have said that, you know, he can go too easy on lefty content creators, right? That's not what's going on. That's not what we're dealing with, right? This is Lance standing up. This is Lance having a backbone. This is not Lance being a jellyfish. This is Lance doing the right thing by trans people. Right? And like, I mean, I hope that's, you know, supporting marginalized people is what we're here for, right?
With whom you respect and disagree with. That's what everyone was doing. And everyone continues to do. I know I made it in the fucking Daily Mail. I'm for the first time ever. Hi, Mom. Because of like my responses. I'll pull that up because you'll see how nice they were.
I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes. And she...
Well, you know what? Olay chose violence. Olay chose violence. All right. The Daily Mail, for the first time, hi Tim Pool, left-wing Young Turks commentator infuriates woke mob by blasting trans-friendly terms such as birthing person and person who menstruates. The thing that fucks with me in this whole story is that, again, I want to be very clear about this. No one is saying that cis women no longer should be referred to as women. No one. No one's on the other side of this fight.
No one's using...
It was so
oh my God.
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for the follow, Agieth. Thank you. Or Agleth, I'm sorry. I think I pronounced your name right. Welcome to the YouTube
is not
stream.
A leftist movement or trans activists or allies on one side being like, no one can call you a woman.
So like the thing that Ana says was that woman's being used as a euphemism that birthing person is being used as a euphemism for woman. That's literally not what was going on. The use of the term birthing person, the use of the term person who menstruates or person with a uterus or whatever is intentional. It's not euphemistic. It's not political correctness. It's not that we're not allowed to say woman anymore. Trans people do not get offended when you say woman. That's not a thing. That's literally not a thing. That is a right-wing parody. That is a right-wing, you know, like straw man version of what the left is doing. And Ana bought it hook, line, and sinker.
Have to be known as menstruating person.
I know. What's up with the communist invading radicals? Look, I'm gonna have to move this over here in the future, right? So that maybe up here, yeah, that's a good place for communist invading radicals to invade. Yeah,
you know, that'd be like if there was a movement on the left for me to refer to as inseminator. Yes, yeah, I am cum machine. Yes, cum machine reporting for duty. Like what? No,
more like a demonetization machine, but whatever.
No one's fighting for this. No one's on the other side of this issue. No, there's not a single, like, please show me the example of a prominent leftist, whatever, saying you have to be called and referred to as birthing person from now on out, so I can mock them, so I can laugh at them, or so I can point out that they're trolling people. Like, what is this clown choosery I see before me, right? That's all I can say about this. It does not exist, and if it does, well, then that's fucking ridiculous. What? No. If you say a sentence, and the sentence is like, hey, the actions of the Christian nationalists in the right-wing sector of the United States are trying to limit the bodily autonomy of women, comma, and trans men and birthing people. That's not me trying to eliminate the struggle or take up the space or eliminate the existence of cis women or the plight that they have to face and the one that we should all be fighting against. And fucking let's all agree, we're all on the same page on this. Let's fucking destroy and smash the patriarchy.
Okay, so you see what Lance is saying? Lance is saying that most of the time these terms aren't used in exclusion of the term woman. They're used, you know, with that, right? And that's true too. Now, I got to take some exception here, right? Because when you do that, what you're saying is that, like, I don't know, like, it's not, like, these terms are literally more accurate. If you're talking about reproductive health, if we're talking about reproductive rights, right, it's just not right to say woman when it doesn't apply to all women and it does apply to people who aren't women. But whatever, you know, if like that's a bone that you got to throw the Anarchasperians of the world, it's a lot worse than just saying woman as a euphemism for you know, for all those groups, right? That's, you know,
sucks for women and it sucks for men. Sucks for everybody. Sucks for all the genders. Let's be totally real. It's bullshit. It fucks everyone up. Look at all these.
Yeah, right, Dragon Princess. The underlying, like, you know, assumption there is that cis women are real women. That, like, you're using woman then as a euphemism for, I hate saying it, but biological woman, as Anna would say, right? You're using, and that's, you know, that's literally transphobic.
Weird programmed problems all of us have, and we don't realize until later in life, that come from, hey, the value of a man should come from his ability to have earning potential under capitalism. Hopefully there's never going to be an economic downturn or something that kind of puts that all into a bad way. Women, your value is going to be on how hot you are. Hopefully you were born fucking super hot based on the standards of the times, mind you. Those do change over time. That what was once hot can change and no longer be hot. Do you have massive tits? That's in right now. Do you have really small titties? That's in right now. Do you have a huge ass? That's in right now. And hopefully with time people won't see less value as you age. Hopefully that, so this is the system. Fucking sucks. We can all agree. Fuck that noise. Fuck that shit. Let's smash that shit. It's not healthy for anybody. Both sides not doing well. But this is inclusivity. Birthing person.
Okay, anyway, so you can see Lance isn't saying anything, like, you know, inflammatory, right? If anything, Lance's only problem ever is that he's too nice, right? He's too nice even to people who don't deserve it, right? If there's anything that you can criticize Lance for, it's that. But I don't really feel like criticizing Lance in the wake of what Cenk and Ana are doing. I feel like I've got other priorities for criticism than worrying about, like, Lance is being a little too nice here, right? So in other words, the criticism that TYT is making of Lance has no grounds, holds no water, is absolute garbage, right? This is not it, Chief.
Streets. It's not, you can no longer be called a woman. No one can ever refer to you as a woman. If you're a cis woman, to all cis women, we're telling you, the left is demanding you no longer be known as women. I am not cum machine. I'm not cum machine manifest. And there's no one on the left telling me that. Lance, to be inclusive, you need to be referred to as the insemination. What? Yes,
no, the inseminator, yeah.
That's what you're known as now. Yeah. So hopefully you can inseminate. That's what your only use is as a man. This is to be inclusive, right? You're an inseminator. Like, what the fuck? No. One of the hosts of the Young Turks faced intense outrage from the woke mob, which included some of her loyal fans, after she criticized a series of trans-friendly vocabulary. Left-wing commentator Ana Kasparian tweeted that she finds certain trans-inclusive ways of addressing women, such as person with a uterus or birthing.
They weren't addressing women. They were literally addressing the people that were addressed, right? Like, this is the thing, is that like it's just not right to like address this concern to women, because that's not the exact, you're not targeting the group that you're actually talking about by saying women.
Person as degrading. But Kasparian then found herself heavily criticized
Just
by
let's really not know about the VATs.
the woke online mob official in the fucking papers. Oh, Limey, you're here. Hey, we're official. We're in the news. It's like, this is a matter of public record now. Hey, it's not my words. This is the Daily Mail, the trash rag from fucking the UK, pinning her as being transphobic and trans exclusionary for her mere opinions earlier this week.
Where are we at? Okay, so chat, we are 1 hour away from the end of the stream, possibly. Right now, you can extend the stream if you want more stream. Just let me know by I'm gonna need to see like 5 gift subs in order to extend it past 3 hours today. So
I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. This is what the right is trying to do. This is what biological essentialists are trying to do. We are more than
PYT is going to start selling anti-trans chocolate. What is the Daily Wire chocolate?
our sexual organs. We are more. I am more than a penis. I don't know how many times I am more than a penis. I am more than a prostate. I am a man. God damn.
And just understand, that's no like slag on anybody. You know, that's not being angry or vindictive or anything. It's just literally like a metric that we need to see. Like, right, if I'm not able to earn enough money on this platform to support myself, then what I need to do is do smaller or shorter streams and work more on things that build the audience, such as videos, right? It's just a sign for me. So I'm just trying to kind of go by that. That's what we're trying to do here, right?
More than a pair of fucking
that makes
testicles.
sense.
No, that does not define what a man is. That's ridiculous. No, I'm sorry. This is not the world I want to live in, because it's just not fucking reality. These are social constructs that change over time based on different characteristics. They're archetypes. That's what this is. This is us trying to, in our best way, use the English language to express things that, again, are what we are socially convening to agree upon is something. The social archetypes, right? But this is what the right does, the right, and the trans medicalists, the biological essentialists, all of them are the ones who are always fucking fixated on that there, right, that thing down there, you know, being like, oh, well, yes, I mean, they had a prostate, so they are clearly a man, and you're like, this is so weird, dog. Why are you talking about prostates of strangers? Why? No, don't do this. Don't do this to yourself. It's going to be deeply, deeply embarrassing. All right, so a couple people sound off, but then one of the based ass people on the internet, Mike of the Humanist Report, go check out the Humanist Report, everybody, right now.
Okay, so there we go. I've started a new goal. That's 5 subs. If we can reach that goal in an hour, then I'm going to continue for more after this. So
I respect you a lot. Again, so nice. This newspaper article is an example of us being super nice, and I will continue to be super nice to people, again, who I think have had a long history in progressive and leftist politics and do good things. Again, these could be separate things.
Wait, I'm allowed to say hell, right? I'm allowed to say hell. Wow. Okay. Damn. Thank you, Jules. Wow. Oh my God, that means a lot. No, sorry. I'm instituting a new thing where we're doing like a sub goal, and it's going to determine whether we get like a short stream or a longer stream, right? And it looks like Phoenix Dragons, Lincoln Bio, Dwarven Standard. Wow, coolest name chatters ever, right? Nixwin, Ride With Me 38. You all got a gift sub thanks to Jules, who the second I announced, oh my God, Zara. And like, look, now it's a contest again. Okay, it's 5 to 5. YouTube is at 5. Twitch is at 5. We will definitely be streaming longer. It's a good thing because I've got a lot to cover today. But yeah, I just understand that like the only reason I do that is just like this is like how I have to do it as a streamer, right? It's not like like you do what you can, and I don't ever want anybody to give, you know, money that they need for other things, right? Like if you need your money, you know, for, there's a lot of material needs that you have, and I want to make sure that you've got those covered, and I want to make sure that you've got, you know, it covered. Fighting Gale, welcome to Weird Champs. Yeah, like look, I want to make sure that you've got, you know, everything covered for you and those that you care about, like first, before you even think about like donating money. There's a lot that you can do for me in terms of just hitting that like button on YouTube, in terms of boosting my thread, in terms of just being here and chatting, like, right? That's enough. I never want anybody to feel guilty of like, oh, I can't afford a sub, you know, I'm not good. No, you are good, and we want you here, and you know, there's nothing wrong with that. The only reason that I have the sub goal the way that I have it, oh my god, the hype train is really close. Thank you, Woody Red. Thank you so much. The only reason I have that is that like if I'm not meeting certain goals, then it tells me that I am that I need to work on like building the audience overall, because like, right, I'm not trying to, you know, get people who can't afford to sub and donate and get memberships, etc. I'm trying to I'm trying to, you know, if it's not enough for me to survive on, that means I need to build the audience. That's on me, right? Not on you. So never take this as like a, you know, like I'm never mad at chat. Okay, understand. Oh my god.
You can
I'm
both agree.
Actually quite surprised at chat that like, wow, that's like amazing. Okay, so yeah, we're hype train is close, 2 minutes to activate the hype train. If you want to get some weasels assembling today, right? You can make that happen. Hype train just started. It happened. Zara, thank you for the gift sub to Oglobits. Oh my god, Oglobits, you just got a gift sub from Zara. We just exceeded the goal. Oh my god. Okay. Let's make the weasel thing happen. Weasels, assemble. Wait, does that mean, I think it means I have to get my trampoline too. It's time for weasels. It's time for weasels to assemble. Weasels. Wait, assembly. Oh my god, thank you, Shakespeare. Thank you for the 400 bits. And activating a very well, let's make the weasel thing happen. I'll tell you what that. I didn't even know I still had that sound on there. Trampoline time. Okay, let's make this. Oh wait, what? Looks like we're already on level 3? Yeah. Weasel. Thank you, Shakespeare. Thank you, Weasel. What a weasel. Weasel. What a weasel. What a weasel. Oh my god. I'm just a little bit in shock still. I'm just like, that was fast. That was really fast. Weasel. 30 likes on YouTube with 30 minutes to spare. Damn. Weasel. What a weasel. What a weasel. Okay. You want some Bustin' Love next, or some Plastic Makes Me Feel Good? Weasel. What a weasel. I'm getting ahead of myself though. We're right now just, this is the bridge. Weasel. weasel. What a weasel. 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 What a weasel. Weasel. Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here? Sarah, do you think that he's talking about you here?
Fuck. So Logan Paul's giving my cat an abortion. I gotta go.
It happens. It happens. Sometimes Logan Paul just comes in and, you know, you gotta go. So, yeah, like we're right in the middle of the TYT. Well, no, actually, we're almost done with this, right? So we're watching Lance here. We're just trying to see, because Jink was complaining about Lance. I don't know what Lance ever even said, right? Like I said, like Lance doesn't have a problem with being mean. Lance doesn't have a problem with over criticizing people. If Lance criticizes you for a bad take, it's because it was like a really, really bad take. It was a legitimately bad take, right? Lance doesn't want to criticize you. Lance isn't trying to turn you into content. Lance isn't trying to turn you into drama, right? If anything, Lance is a little bit, a little bit reticent to do those kinds of things, right? So I'm glad he stood up and said something this time, but yeah, definitely not anything like, what, 3 more subs for what? Oh, to get to 10? Oh, thank you, Jules, for the gift sub to Dual M. Dual M, you just got a gift sub as well, if you're listening. Just entering to give my like. Oh my god, thank you, Yosiel. Thank you for hitting that like button over there. It helps immensely. Like, right, a lot of people saw the stream on Monday just because you gave it all those likes, right? It lets YouTube know to get to level 4. Oh yeah, okay, so 3 subs would get us to level 4. We are like quickly approaching. Okay, so the hype train is coming into the station. Coming into the station at level 2. All right, we got the level 2 emotes. Nice. Well, thank you so much, everybody. Yeah, so like, I mean, like the goal kind of got crushed, right? I don't know. I'm surprised. I don't know. You'll have to forgive me for the awkwardness. I'm just not very good at like monetizing. It's kind of like generally the last thing on my mind, but I do have to think about it. It's what makes the stream sustainable. It's what keeps me coming back here as a resource for you. And meow. Yeah, look. This is how I'm feeling, okay? This is how I'm feeling. I gotta put the fluffy weasel. The weasel. This like, wait, can you imagine if there was like a cute fluffy pink weasel like this? Like, I don't know. That's what I'm thinking of right now. Anyway.
That fucking
still a little shell shocked. I have to start instituting the same rule.
TYT has pulled off some fucking incredible shit. And the Justice Democrats, all that shit. Yes.
Well, and it's also to keep me balanced, right? Because like I don't know. The more I post on YouTube, the bigger the community gets. We want the community to be big. We need the community to be sustainable. It's more fun. There's more people to talk to in chat. It's just better all around, and also it makes it sustainable for me to keep doing this.
Yes, I am humbled by that fucking amazing work that they've done in that arena.
Without you, who is going to bring us into the secret world of the mythological weasel, we have to make sure that you are able to make it to thank you. Oh, that means a lot.
And at the same time, you can be corrected for your takes. This only serves to benefit the right. The far right and the anti-trans fucking bigots and ghouls. They're the only ones that benefit from this very specific form of leftist infighting. I respect you a lot, but this notion that mere existence of trans-inclusive terms, rarely used in casual conversations, if ever, I'm sorry, I've never heard outside of this discourse people demanding people be called birthing person. Not once. I've never been in a fucking hospital where I've seen a doctor speak to a woman and it's like, so you are a birthing person. You are a person who can't give birth.
Yeah, it's not like you're the way that Anna talks about it is like you're shoving a label down women's throats that they never asked for, don't want, don't identify with, right? That's not what's happening, right? Nobody's like even in a medical setting, like the doctor is not like, you know, like forcing this label down your throat or something like that. And in fact, even like that whole clinical thing, that's why it's kind of wrong. It's not about like a clinical situation. A clinical situation is like you going in to see your doctor and your doctor is like, I see you are a birthing person, right? Like that doesn't help anybody. That doesn't help. Yeah, thank you. I know I'm birthing. Thank you. You know, like I know, I'm aware of the fact, right? That doesn't really help anybody. We're talking about more like a political sense. When we're talking about like reproductive freedoms, it is both like more than just women and also not every woman that we're talking about in terms of, you know, the access to the medical interventions that might, you know, go with being a birthing person, right? It's
Yes, you have.
I don't know how many different ways I can say this.
A viable womb. You're a viable womb, however, you are. Like,
wow, world of weasels, world of weaselcraft.
If someone was referring to human beings as just their genitals and organs, that's insulting.
Yeah,
that sucks. Don't do that. That's fucked, right? But that's what biological essentialists are doing. I contest this. I say we are more than our penises or our vaginas. We are more than our prostates, okay? There's more to us, more than our wombs.
Okay, so I feel like Lance is just repeating the stuff that I've said, right? Like Lance isn't really saying anything that controversial. If you wanna attack anybody like for going after you too hard, Jink, like, you know, hit me. Not literally, I mean, like, you know, figuratively, of course.
For folks who are out there, here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serfs. He's on here
there
all the time.
There we go. Okay, so here's what I wanted to see. So we saw, this is, I don't know what provokes Jink. What makes Jink feel like, you know, somebody did a video on us, somebody's criticizing us. This is like the mildest form of criticism. There's no bridge being burnt. There's like a, you know, it's a olive branch, if anything, right? You know, obviously Lance doesn't agree with you, and he's saying that, and he's allowed to say that, and he needs to say that because of how much he's been associated with you, because of the fact that he does your shows all the freaking time. When you say something like this, when you drop a bomb like this, these people need to say something to let their audience know that I don't agree with that. Like, that is not, Jink is not speaking for me there, right? Otherwise, there's going to be confusion, right? So now we have, this is after Jink made this is after Jink, you know, got angry on yesterday's bonus half, right? This is Lance reacting to that, so.
Power panel, right? And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and, oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct?
What? Are you kidding me? Is this real life? Is this real life? I don't understand what's happening right now.
Now here's the deal. What Jink is accusing Lance of, what Ana is accusing Olay of, right? It's commonly called in Twitch clout chasing. And in other words, pretending to have a problem with someone in order to get the attention that comes with being in a conflict with a person of that name, right? But Lance isn't doing that. All Lance is doing is saying, hey, audience that has seen me maybe recently on TYT, the thing that the Young Turks said the other day, I don't agree with that. That's not me. That's not what I think. That's just letting you know, right? That's all Lance did. That's not clout chasing. That's not, you know, him trying to start trouble. Remember, Ana started trouble. Ana woke up and Ana chose violence, not the other way around, right? But like, the irony of this is that any benefit from that clout chasing, right, comes from when it doesn't just come from like no comment chick says something about Lance says something about Jink, you know what I mean? It doesn't come from the smaller person saying something about the bigger person necessarily. It's when the bigger person responds, right? And even though there wasn't really that harsh of criticism coming from Lance, it was just like a, you know, hey, this is the thing now. People are talking about this. You know, you might have seen me on TYT. I don't agree with this, right? It's not. But like Lance has got the clout whether he wants it or not. Like Lance is now benefiting from TYT's implosion, and it's not because he was going after TYT. It's literally because Cenk is too fragile not to say this. It's Cenk is too, like, what did you think you were gonna do? Like, people are gonna abandon Lance and be like, oh, geez, Lance doesn't like TYT, screw that guy. No, it's like the opposite. People are already mad at you, and now you've sort of given them, hey, if you want somebody with better takes than me, there is Lance from the Serfs, go follow him. Like, you just basically gave Lance a shout out that he was never asking for, that is harmful to TYT, that is harmful to your brand, and like, it's just so weird. It's just so weird. You're not just cooking yourself now, Cenk. You are cooking yourself. You are serving yourself up, and you're saying, eat me. And not in a sexual way either. In a I was about to say in a normal way. There's nothing normal about this. There's nothing normal about this whole situation.
I genuinely feel like I'm in the ring. I feel like I'm in a wrestling bit, and this whole thing was planned by everyone.
Wait, your message didn't get sent? Hello, Amanda. Good to see you.
And I don't know what's going on. I have no idea. I was so nice. I have not stopped being nice. I think in my discussion of this today, I've praised you, your work, TYT.
Is it normal to encourage others to cook and eat people? Yeah, I know. What's going on? My whole opinion of TYT has just changed so drastically from when I woke up this morning. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Lynn. I'm sorry you're just finding this out. Listen, just for anybody who knows, or anybody who doesn't know, anybody who's just joining us, I was a fan of TYT as a kid. Like, I really liked TYT. Like, right, they got me, you know, they got me aware of politics, right? They like, it was through TYT, and I liked, you know, Anna a lot, and I sort of liked Cenk most of the time. Cenk was okay, right? I was a fan. I was an appreciator, and like, I even held goodwill towards them past the point where I stopped being a liberal and started being a leftist. And by leftist, I don't just mean like some far right person that, you know, Ben Shapiro, Bill Maher, and the Daily Wire are gonna like complain about. I mean somebody who is post-capitalist in terms of their ideology, right? Even though TYT never made that jump, I, you know, still had good feelings towards them, and I would have continued to, you know, at least see them as like trans allies, and, you know, helping, you know, on the right side of history, you know, up until recent events, right? And they've slipped and fallen on before, and, you know, like Ole's compilation of how many times they said the N-word back in the day is pretty shocking. But yeah, welcome to being a heel, Lance, right? Right?
And Anna, maybe like 16 times. I'm gonna go out there. I'm gonna throw that number out there. 16. You know, maybe it's not right. Maybe it's 12. Maybe it's 8. I don't know. But God, I've done that over and over and over. God, holy shit, what is wrong?
I don't know about that, Globitz. It's the only language that Cenk can understand.
Going on day number 2 of this shit. So, full disclosure, me and a bunch of the leftist mafia talk to each other a lot behind the scenes because we're all besties. It's just as cute as you imagine. All right, it's as cute as you probably think. It's true. And
is Lance's volume loud enough? Do I need to turn up Lance? Every time you say you're a fan of kids, it makes me feel old.
And we're all. Well, Jamie Elizabeth out of nowhere. Lol, this one's newish. What's your deal?
Well, no, I mean, like, I've been a fan of them for a really, really long time.
Hours ago.
Like, I was in on their shit early.
I just want to say, Ana Kasparian, she is spitting.
It's bad faith.
Fire
they know.
In this video, she is.
They've been going for a long time. Do I need to turn them up though?
Oh, right, I cannot agree.
What do you think, chat?
Anna, you are.
We're at 32.
Listen to this shit.
It's bad faith. They know. They know.
Oh, Blair's here still. We are besties in this restaurant. I agree. I love you.
I was watching TYT at the end of the Bush era, admin, not to date, yeah. Right, so, you got a lot of people in here are longtime fans of TYT, and indeed in some of these clips, right, Cenk is saying goodbye to long-term sponsors, to long-term members, people who have been with TYT since, in some cases, the get-go. Anna criticizing Anna is evergreen, true.
Oh, it's so cute. And you know what? I'll add some wholesomeness to this entire thing because the segment's going to go a little bit, let's just say, dark. There's so much shit, especially online, and especially amongst online creators. And obviously, there's something, I remember when I interviewed Super Eyepatch Wolf, and he was like, when he met H Bomber Guy, he was like, there was just something in the way we connected and clicked in that, like, I could tell that he had been through a lot of unique lived experiences that not a lot of people would also be able to relate to, and that's
Is
true.
that better?
There's like not a lot of other people.
Do I need to turn it up even more?
What it's like being someone who like produces, I guess, a leftist comedy, entertainment, political shit on the internet, and is blown up to a certain degree where they get like this amount of hatred and people who fuck with you and shit on you all the time, or people who want you to unalive yourself and that kind of stuff. So it's very wholesome to have like frenzies. That's one of the reasons why I'm constantly like trying to bring leftists together. Like people used to make this joke about how I was like collecting stones or something like that. I was like trying to be the one that united all the lefties online.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is somebody who's like, and like, you know, this isn't a compliment, right? He's okay with Vosh to the extent that he's, you know, signed up with Vosh's sysadmin to be on the White Leaf Network, right? So he's not like, and I'm not saying this to attack him or anything. It's not even a back, like, you know, I'm just telling you that the idea that Lance is somebody who is not, who has a low tolerance for people saying yikesy stuff, it's not true. He has a very high tolerance for people saying yikesy stuff, for people doing yikesy stuff, right? That's not the right criticism. More like sus admin, I know, right? I was a Hasanabi head at first, then TYT. The whole this whole defense actually made me feel so bad for him. You could tell he's trying so hard to justify in some way, and I feel that. Oh, Lance's?
But another really big reason is that like it's healthy. I think it's healthy that leftist creators promote each other, talk about each other, watch each other's clips, play each other's videos, support each other, because we don't have the corporate backing that the right does. There is no George Soros checks. There's no fucking, I don't get Koch brother fucking phone calls. I don't get like the emails I get for sponsorships is the most whack ass shit. It's like, do you want to promote this NFT that we've already stolen a whole bunch of your like
Hasanabi, yeah,
and video clips and thumbnails and put on and registered as
like Hasanabi's making me sad too. Look, like, I mean, like, Hasan I was still pretty positive about, and like there's been moments that I really disagree. There's moments where Hasan really doesn't get it, but I honestly want to like him. Like I want to like him. I do think that Hasan is in general like a step up from the debate sphere, from the Voshes and Xander Halls and the rest of that trash, right? I don't lump Hasan in with them, but yeah, he's having a very, we're gonna see him have a very Vosh take today.
NFTs on the Ethereum blockchain, and now do you want to actually like fucking own this shit, Lance? Like, you motherfuckers, you fucking stole me and my clips and my personality, and you put it on as an NFT. Well, fuck all of you, you fucking bastards. This is the sponsorships that I'm offered. Oh, okay. But it's nice. It's really nice having, you know, a whole bunch of besties. Like I love shooting the shit with Blair. I love talking shit behind the scenes.
So no, just so you know, not Blair White. Lance is talking about Blair from Illuminati, right?
It's healthy.
Oh, and we have an Illuminati video coming up today.
It is healthy to get that stuff off your chest and have other people who support you because you're trying to do this. And honestly, I have very different approaches to criticizing people on the left than I do on the right. I have not stopped. I've like, you could probably do a super clip at this point of the amount of fucking caveats I've had to do with every one of these Ana segments. Like I always start out with being like, I am not here to cancel Cenk. I am not here to cancel Ana. I am not here to cancel TYT. I don't want to do any of that shit. Along with every fucking TYT.
I mean, same, Lance. Like, look, whenever I deal with criticism of other content creators, I generally will start it with like just a caveat not to harass anybody, right? Because that's the one thing that I would never want anybody, you know, to think that they were helping me out by, you know, hurting somebody else or by harassing them, making them feel unsafe, etc. Right? You know, it's
person who's been speaking out about this. You know, I see you. I've seen all of you. I've seen all the other TYT and allies and progressive creators, and like, there's a reason everyone is kind of universally like.
You're probably spot on, and I am only blinded by his attractiveness. You know, you might not be the only one.
Why are you doing this? All of us are doing the Matrix meme. We're all Switch. Every single one of us. We're all there, looking all like wounded, and be like, not like this, not like this. You know, that's what's going on here. At a certain point, like, I'll be honest with you. If I had 5% of other leftist creators, the amount of 5% of what they've been getting, just 5% of them popping into my replies, being like, I love you, Lance, but this is not it, I would break it like 5%. At 5%, I would be like DMing people, being like, "Am I really off base here? Am I fucking? What's going? Like, are you serious?" And then like immediately have Blair or Mike or Limey respond to me immediately. I'd be like, "Yeah, Lance, you're fucking up. You fucked up. I'm sorry. This is not it. You were wrong on this."
And that's what I love about like content creators like Thought Slime. Like, right, Xander Hall complained about this, but Thought Slime, responded to people in their community calling out ableism that they themselves did not see, and it took like kind of talking to their partner, to confirm that maybe you want to look into this, maybe you want to think about this, right? I found them 8 years ago in my early 30s. USSR flag. What flavors do you vape? I vape the green. The green flavor. Green apple, of course. Hasan feels like a guy I would befriend at the gym. That's why I like Hasan. Maybe because I'm a gym rat that really needs to get back to the gym myself.
Sorry, you should issue a correction or delete or just whatever, but back the fuck down. Why are you doing this?
Trying to get my finances okay before I start on that, because gym is expensive. Especially like kickboxing gyms.
So to it getting this point, we've got like Cenk putting me on blast, wait till I show you Cenk's fucking timeline right now. His whole thing is him like quadrupling down on all
basically
this shit. Like you can be like, I'm ride or die for Ana. I love her. She's my co-host. She's an institution. She's one of the reasons why TYT is as big as it is, which is all truthful, all real. Like those are all truthful facts. But I do disagree with her on this issue. There is no fucking evidence to the left advocating for the term woman to be removed and for women to only be called birthing person. It's a non-thing. It's not real. And the only people this benefits is anti-LGBTQ plus bigots. That's it. Those are the only people who benefit from this fucking shit. Is the anti-LGBTQ plus. Do you know how I know that? Because they're chiming. They're sounding off. They're in the replies. Carrie Lake, E. Miles Chong, Matt Walsh.
Licking their chops.
What? Matt Walsh.
Matt Walsh.
Is this not like the alarm bell should go off at that point? It's like, yeah, there's only one crowd benefiting from this. Happens to be the far-right fascists that we all hate. Yeah, all of us. The cornering, yeah, like all of them. Like chat, list them. You can list them. Maybe there's some of them I don't know about, but fucking feral Tim Pool arrives out of nowhere.
Anna and Cenk are feeding in the bot lane, right? Like you don't want to go through their old tweets. Yeah. Hasan also reminds me of people I know that I have some added tolerance for. Yeah. I can relate to that. Gyms are so expensive. I wish they were more like libraries, right? That would be awesome. What's up, YS? Weird, I just realized Lance is now trying to sound exactly like Cenk. Really? Down to his laugh. It's eerie. Wait, I mean, wouldn't that be sad? Wouldn't that be sad if Lance was such a fan of TYT, and he could be, right? He could have gotten, into politics through TYT just like I did, right? But like, yeah, wouldn't that be sad if Lance was such a fan of Cenk that he was like modeling like his delivery off of Cenk, and then he has to deal with this? Like that, this is sad.
A Tim Pool approaches. Tim Pool today responds to me, tweets out, and fucking, if that's not validation, you go, okay,
can we, what would be really cool? It's like 4 o'clock where I am. YouTube, what are we on as far as likes? Can we get to 40 likes by 4 o'clock? That's a challenge. That's a challenge right there. Can we make that happen? I bet there's some people in there that have not hit like yet. I bet there's some people watching on YouTube right now, and you just like your phone's across the room, or like you're making food, or you're cleaning, or maybe you're in the gym, right? And you're just like, I'm in the gym. I can't really get to my phone strapped to my thing, and I can't make the buttons press. But if you can make that, yeah, we're at 34. Can we get to 40? That's a big ask. Yeah, that's like more than 1 like per minute. Can we make that happen, YouTube? Can we get to 40?
I'm gonna start with the simple before we play Anakin's Brain. Right, I gotta scroll up for 1 second because this is
37.
If Tim fucking
we're 3 away.
This should be the writing on the fucking wall right here. Cenk, left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66% of this country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police, or being called Latinx, or calling women birthing people, or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they do is lying. Oh my God, Cenk, please bring me on your show to debate this. I'd like the numbers do not help you. They do not help you. This does it's not true. This is a Where are the leftists?
And Lance is not going to point out the obvious, right? But Cenk does not have the numbers on this tweet, right? I don't know where these mythical voters that hate Emma and love like Cenk's point of view are, but they're definitely not on Twitter.
Where are the trans activists demanding that cis women be called birthing people? Show me one. If there is
oh my
one
God,
trans
Globbitz
activist
is challenging you. Globbitz is challenging you. I bet they can't. 39.
Cis women can
you
no
got
longer
3
be
minutes
called cis
left
women. They
to
have to be
muster
called
that
birthing
one more
persons.
weird chant.
Show me that. And then show me the receipts on this shit. Because if it doesn't exist, then this is a non-issue. How fucking privileged are you? Like, how wonderful is life if this is the fucking shit you have to worry about? If it's like, I have to draw a line. I know that every other leftist creator.
Yo, I kind of like Lance Speed It Up. What do you think, chat? Lance Speed It Up? Lance Speed It Up is good.
Right now, every single fucking one
It's
is
hitting.
selling off on this and being like, this ain't it. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is my cause. This is the hill. This is it. This is my fucking cross to bear. I'm willing to throw it on like my legacy and shit over this. Okay? And it's like, but that doesn't happen. That like no one's doing this. No one is. You know? It seems like Lance ratioed. I didn't ratio Cenk. Everyone did. All the leftists did.
Everyone.
If I open
chat, I was tempted to say on Twitter, oh my God, we got 40. We got with 30 minutes to spare. We hit 40. Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, YouTube. That's awesome. Okay. Look, I was tempted. Oh my God. You know, I mean, it's a little late right now. I don't even know that like Anna and Jake are trending anybody. Anybody got the thread pulled up? Like, I feel like I could be like, can this random small streamer chick get a ratio on Cenk for the bullshit that he's saying right now? And I could probably pull a ratio on him. I could probably do it. It's maybe a little late, but, wait, which Twitter? The thread is now at 27 likes. It's this one. It's this one. If anybody doesn't have it, it's this one right here. So yeah, I mean, like, look, I'm nowhere close to ratioing any of Cenk's thread on that one, but I swear to God, if I asked for a ratio, I think the internet would deliver. I think Twitter would deliver.
This thread, if I click on this, it's gonna be a whole bunch of Emma Vigeland 2,805. Yeah, like on point. Trans left is here. Not trying to say women have to call themselves birthing persons. Oh, well, we have evidence. We have an actual trans person who has said and stated it. Cenk, you are wrong. I'm sorry. The facts do not line up on this one. This is a non-issue. There is so much shit going on in the world.
You know what I'm missing, though? The tweet would have to be, can this random trans small streamer, I think that would get me the ratio.
No. There's so much shit going on towards trans people right now. Shit is very fucking scary for trans people. Have you listened to them? Have you been seeing what trans people are saying? What they're
You're right.
What their accounts are posting? Like fucking all of our fucking favorite trans creators are very scared, are very afraid, and they're being very vocal about that. This is a very scary time for them. Yes, it is maybe not safe to speak about a handful of these issues in the same way it used to be because shit is getting real. But it's when shit is getting real that we fucking make history. It's when shit is getting real that we have to be the ones to say, yeah, no, I am taking a stance. I am going to be on this side of the issue. I am going to push back against this. And I'm sorry, but this non-issue benefits one group and one group alone. And they are also being very vocal about this. Like, the writing is all over Twitter.
Here's the thread I was talking about.
Matt Walsh trying to fucking bridge the gap. Matt fucking Walsh is trying to bridge the gap right now. Is that not yikes? Is the alarm bells not going off? We'd like, unless, like, and this has to, I'm sorry, at this point, I have to believe this is conscious. Yeah. You have to know.
Sarah's reminding me that the Twitter announcement is still pinned. Okay, it's the pinned one.
You have to be aware of this.
It's that one.
You can't be doing this kind of shit and then also be like.
No. I love how I'm like, give this tweet some love, and it's like Anna's tweet. Yeah, give this tweet some love.
No one knows what is truly happening. You know, the leftists will pretend that they want us to say Latinx. The Latinx discourse, the fucking birthing person's discourse, all of these discourses, they only serve to benefit the people who are trying to oppress the marginalized. That's it.
So do we remember the Latinx discourse, right? This was like a discourse, you know, kind of similar, like that, essentially the terms Latine and Latinx are used by non-binary people in Spanish-speaking countries, right? And they're used, you know, for that, right? And people were acting like that this was woke culture trying to impose itself on Spanish culture or on like culture of Spanish-speaking countries, right? And it never was. Some non-binary people, yeah, good point. Let's not let, yeah, exactly. Non-binary people go by many different pronouns, including, yeah, there's no law banning. Yeah, it's anyway. It was a you know, false moral panic. It was a wedge issue. That's really what these are. These are wedge issues, right? The Anna thing is a wedge issue. The wedge is between women and trans people, and you know, fuck the people that are at the crossover of that Venn diagram, right? If you're trans and a woman, you know, fuck you. We're gonna drive a wedge that's gonna tear your identity apart, right? That's really messed up. That's something that should be avoided. Same thing with the Latinx, you know, moral panic, like the fear mongering about like a Latinx, you know, woke culture imposing a Latinx and Latine. Like all these things are just ridiculous, right? To be fair, I got a little annoyed where there were Americans who overused it, right? There were Americans who used it where it's not really like applicable because it's you know, it's a way for some non-binary people to refer to themselves, right? And they were kind of just like, you know, this is a real problem that a certain portion of the left will actually will actually like, they'll internalize, that's what I'm trying to say, they will internalize the right-wing caricature of like woke culture rather than like actually look at what people are asking for. Regardless.
You know, if someone's like, you should be more inclusive and you should use a term like Latinx, and it's like, well, that seems odd. What are Latin people saying? Well, a lot of Latin people are saying Latin is fine, but a lot of Latin people are also saying that this is not as important as, say, anti-Latin racism, anti-Latin fucking acts of violence. That's more important than if you use the term Latinx.
Yeah, because at the time when this was happening, this was at the time that this was happening, you know, you're talking about when Trump was drumming up hatred against. This was the time at which Trump was drumming up hatred against immigrants from Spanish-speaking countries, from Latin American countries.
To be fair, and what I've seen, now, a cis woman, not going to mansplain, not going to speak over women. I'm going to say that the cis women in this conversation that I've seen, especially coming from the left, have universally been like, this is not a thing. I, as a woman, am not worried or afraid.
I've heard people use Latine, but it's monolingual people from Spain or Latin America, not people from the U.S. speaking Spanish. Yeah. Latine, I've heard, is easier to conjugate maybe than Latinx, kind of, you know, awkward to conjugate. But let's take a look at this. Natalie Marie has just made me aware of something that Cenk is doing right now on Twitter. So let's go to Twitter and see what is up with what's the what's up with Cenk's most recent hoggery. Let's put that in there. Then bring this over here. Okay, so there it is. This is exactly what I fight against. Okay, so what's he quote retweeting this? She was told why she was wrong by people in the know. Instead of saying, yeah, I was wrong, she doubled down on it. Then Cenk says, this is exactly what I fight against. People in the know are the most full of shit people on earth. Yo, like, look. When we're talking about this issue, people in the know are trans people. Trans people are the most full of shit people? Cenk, are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want to be saying here? Anyway, are the most full of shit people on earth, whether it's they're in the establishment. Oh my god, you're talking like Jimmy Dore here. You are talking like the establishment or the loony right or left. This sounds like Jimmy Dore. Are you sure this is Cenk Uygur? Are you sure that his account has not been hacked? Are you sure you haven't been hacked by Jimmy Dore? Because you're sounding an awful lot like him right now. There's no way I'm not going to fight back against arrogant pricks with 60 followers. Really need to be put in their place, don't they, Cenk? There's no way I'm going to fight back. Not going to fight back against arrogant pricks who say that people in the know have already said that we are incorrect, so we shouldn't apologize or correct ourselves. In the know about what you're talking about what Anna's talking about, right? She mischaracterized the reason that language like birthing people is used in the first place, right? People that are in the know. In other words, Anna doesn't know what she's talking about. And you're backing up her ignorance. Doesn't help her. Doesn't help you. Doesn't help TOIT. Doesn't help the left. I don't know what you think you're doing here, but you're just like failing so hard, Jinx. Failing so hard. We are incorrect. We should apologize and correct ourselves. Nope, I am right. You're not gonna bow down to the woke mob, are you? Okay, you are wrong. So you go correct your ignorant ass. See, two can play at that game. Okay, well go ahead, Jink. Go ahead and play at that game. I want to fucking ratio this shit, chat. I just, like, it's cringe to, like, ask for a ratio and not get it. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'll think about it some more. I'll think about it. This is also my alt. This is my alt, right? It would be really hard to get a ratio with my alt. I want to do it, though. I want to do it.
That my womanhood is going to be reduced or taken away by the existence of trans people.
Thank you for finding this, Natalie Marie.
Inclusivity of a term like birthing person to be able to describe non-binary people who can give birth, as well as trans men. And I'm just saying this as a man, as a cis man, nothing's taken away from me, you know, by trans men existing. In fact, it makes the very fucking act of being a dude so much more interesting. It's so much cooler that trans men exist, all right? They're my fucking homies. It's fucking awesome. It makes this infinitely more interesting than I originally thought, the entire concept. Like, the more I learn about this stuff, the more fascinating it gets. Like any other topic, you know? Once you start learning about more gender theory, you start going down the rabbit hole.
Is Anna gonna make a why I left the left video? Hey, you know, it's more likely than you think.
It's fucking, oh man, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I was watching one of the Vlogbrothers yesterday because I was studying for the Tim Pool appearance, and I'm doing that notebook thing where I'm writing all these notes out, going off.
Oh my god, Tupelty, you're right. We need a shovel emoji.
How there are not two sexes, and how modern science has so much more complexity than we ever previously thought, and on the sci-fi show, and it was so fascinating. So going back to this part. So I said, and again, I'm being very friendly here. Birthing person is an inclusionary term for trans men and non-binary people who give birth. No one is saying women can't be called women, except for right-wingers who do not who do that to trans women. Those are the only people. Like that's the reality. This is the real fight. This is the struggle. Right-wingers actively say that trans women aren't women.
Hasan tweeted, "I'm gonna fix this," with an old pic of him and Jink on TYT. Wait, what's he gonna fix? What's Hasan up to? Wait, is he gonna do something good here? Wait, do you think that Hasan, like, here's the thing though, like, you heard what Jink was saying. He doesn't think he's wrong. He doesn't think Anna's wrong. He thinks that we're wrong, and if he apologizes, it's weakness, right? So I don't know how Hasan's going to get past that. I mean, you've seen Hasan debate Jink before, and, you know, as much as, you know, he, you know, acquitted himself just fine, he didn't change Jink's mind. Like, Jink is you know, he believes what he believes. I don't know. What's up, Jay Bravo? This channel showed up on my feed. That's right, because I got smart and I stopped delisting my VODs. So you're gonna see a lot more of me in the future, Jay Bravo. And sorry to everybody else who wasn't catching the streams. That was my fault. I didn't catch on to something that YouTube was doing different with VODs, and I should have just been I should not have been unlisting them. I thought it was the smart thing to do. I saw other streamers do it. Apparently that is old news. I should be leaving them listed.
It's
leaving them
right-wingers
public.
who are doing this. These are the problem. They're the ones who are denying trans women's existence. They're the ones who are denying women, the existence of women. They're the ones going after this shit. This is a right-wing problem that we need to fight and we need to push up against. It's the same thing, again, if someone was like, hey, did you know black women are women? Native women are women. They're all women. White women are women. There's many different forms of woman, many different ways woman can be. Woman is a many beautiful, splendid thing. Yes. And in the pursuit of knowing this, we can actually expand our understanding of this, and I also recognize that trans women are women. Trans women are not cis women.
I don't say this enough, but I really do like Lance as a person, right? Like, the only things that ever got in the way of me liking Lance as a content creator were, you know, just kind of the associations and all that stuff. But
this is important because that's what makes them trans. That's why there is no trans woman telling the world that they're cis women. That's not happening.
You were worried it might be some right-wing bullshit. Well, worry no more.
Because
that's the one thing that you don't have to worry. You might have to worry that I'm a woke scold. You might have to worry that I'm a bimbo. You might have to worry that I'm I don't know. What do we have to worry about, chat? What do you have to worry about with NCC? Oh wait, I got files, right? You gotta worry about the files, right? The files thing, that's massively dangerous. She's got files, but no, she's not a right-winger, so don't worry about that part.
Math doesn't add up. By virtue of doing that, they would not exist. They are the first ones to say trans women are not cis women. Trans men
I have
are
to
not
worry
cis
about
men.
me bouncing.
So it makes them
Yeah.
trans.
In fact, if
Tim
somebody
Pool
wants
appears.
to,
No, actually,
if somebody wants to make that fear a reality, oh my God, Globbits.
TYT is saying that. Unless is TYT right wing? He was by the way appearing in enemy waters. this was uncharted territory. I assume because we followed each other, so I could DM him to get to the compound, right?
I get why you'd think it would be some right wing shit, because usually like anything like criticizing TYT, criticizing Hasan, you know, like that's coming from the right, or you know what I'm saying? Generally, oh my God, I knocked down my phone. Ora. Turon. Okay, let's do some bouncing. You might have to worry about some Ina references, but that's about it.
Right, so that's why we initially followed each other. So I guess now I pop up in his algorithm, and you don't normally have lefties popping up in your algorithm in your timeline, right? So when he does, he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to sound off on this issue. I'm going to say hello. He just like a wild Tim Pool appeared, and yeah, so
I
many
needed
people
some
just popped
bouncing
off
too,
because the algorithm is really, really heavily favored to me in this case. This is not like it's not indicative of who is right and who is wrong based solely on ratios. Ratios are only funny. That's it. They're like, do not think ratios are activism. Do not think ratios are indicative of some kind of movement or like, you know, a cause. They're funny, and they're reflective of a lot of different factors. And so when right wingers get ratioed into the sun, it's funny, but also
I mean, look, it's a reflective of something, and in this case, it really is. The only reason that I find the ratio to be significant is the fact that Cenk is claiming that the people are on his side, and literally they are not. Literally, they are not clicking. They are looking at your tweet, they are scrolling down, and they are liking the tweet, clapping back at your tweet, right? The people aren't with you. I'm sorry, Cenk, you're wrong. That's the only thing that makes the ratio pertinent here.
It's showing you a very specific way the algorithm has shown thousands of other people our interaction, our fight. That's what it is. So because he sounds off on my comment, it suddenly that'll appear on way more lefties timelines, and they will want to respond to Tim Pool and get mad about that. That's what you're seeing, rather than simply it being. But that's why ratios are funny. They're funny, you know. Yes. They're hilarious.
Wait, where's
I haven't
Tim
caught
Pool?
up on Cenk. Before I do, I'm going to catch up on all the posts.
Oh, Lance is going to be talking to Tim Pool.
Anna being so
right?
fucking right and based on this topic.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity.
So here's the clip that is getting pushed around that's like Anna critiquing Anna, right? This is Anna disagreeing. This is Anna from a while ago basically disagreeing with what Anna's saying now. So they're pointing out that Anna, her viewpoint has changed. It's not just like she's always felt this way, she's always said this, and now woke culture has just gotten out of control, and you know, she looks, you know, like she's out of step in you know, due to that, right? This is literally what Anna used to say. Now notice though that even when she's saying stuff like this, she's using right-wing terminology. She's stuck to the whole biological, who's a biological male, who's a biological female, right? And like, if anything, that whole tweet was her like sort of tripping up on that, like, right, of wanting to use what she's accusing other people of using birthing people as a euphemism for woman. They're not talking about women, they're not talking about all women, and they're not talking about just women. So the term women doesn't really apply there. That's not the right word for who we're talking about when we're talking about things like, you know, reproductive health, right? That's not who that's targeted at. On the converse side, you do see Anna wanting to use woman as a euphemism for biological woman, right? So like that, you know, if you want to use that tortured terminology, you know, and like that's just like kind of unnecessary, and that's right-wing terminology. Like when right-wingers want to remind you, you know, want to talk about like, you know, should Irene be able to participate in women's sports? Well, she is a biological male, right? If you think about me in that way, right? If you're thinking about like if that's what you're hung up on, you're less likely to support my inclusion in sports, right? So, you know, she's using right-wing framing to do it, but she's still more based than the current version of Anna we've got.
The physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans.
Wait, are we sure that Anna didn't get replaced by her doppelganger? I'm not sure. I don't claim to know the proper term, but I believe everyone should be happy.
Typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very
easy clap, everyone. Clap, applaud. That was precisely. I could not agree more. You are 100% correct, Anna. You are on point. You are spitting fucking facts here. Listen to this shit.
Where's this Anna? Can we have her back?
Why did that change? What changed? Why did you go from having 100% the correct position
I hope you know, Lance, because I don't know.
Topic when it was about Republicans and right wingers, and then out of
any guesses in chat? Why did Anna change? What changed? Any guesses? Endocrinologists don't use. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, look, there's like, there are different ways of saying what Anna's trying to get at, right? But mostly this is the kind of conversation that should take place between, you know, you and your doctor or your medical team when they're discussing your case or something like that. You know, yeah, of course you want to keep track of, you know, the person's like where it's applicable in a medical sense, right? In other words, I wouldn't need estrogen if I had like naturally secreting estrogen, and it's important that my my doctor and my medical team understand that I require, you know, exogenous estrogen in order to function, like, right? That's important. But again, like, I mean, we're talking about like a real like niche sort of case. This doesn't involve Anna. This doesn't involve anybody on social media.
The blue. It really feels like out of the blue, you know? Just suddenly it's like, yeah, I'm gonna make a little post about this one here. Let's see what's going on. Onto the Twitter. And like, some people have been DMing me, and a bunch of people emailed me, being like, Anna fucking chose war on the leftist mafia. She, you know, blah, blah, blah. She went after the leftist mafia because you're growing in popularity, or blah, blah, blah. I was like, no, I don't think that at all.
So in other words, Lance is not trying to have a fight. Lance is not trying to start a fight. And if Anna came to Lance tomorrow and was like, sorry, Lance, I've like talked to friends of mine who are trans. I think I understand the issue a little bit better. I think I understand what pissed people off. That's not what I was thinking. That's not what I was trying to do. And I'm going to make my apology on Twitter, you know, even like a OneNote apology or something like that, right? Anna does that. Lance is back in Anna's corner. Lance is not burning bridges. Lance is not trying to destroy Anna. Lance is not trying to, you know, burn Anna for clout, cook Anna for clout, like Anna's cooking herself.
I think this was, again, if this was a coordinated idea, I was left out of the scene. Okay.
Exactly. A biological woman is actually not even the same thing as cis woman. True.
No one informed me. If we're doing wrestling, if this is all WW fucking wrestling shit, I'm so on board. Just tell me. Just send me a fucking DM. You know, email me. I will totally get on board with some wrestling. Hell yeah, sounds fun. Sounds fucking fun as fuck. Let's do some wrestling. I'll be the heel. I'll be the trash man. I'll eat the garbage and the filth of all the right wingers. I'll literally, like, as part of my character, if I was the trash man, I could take printouts of like shitty tweets by like right wingers and then eat it live and be like, it's trash. I love trash. And do that. If we're doing wrestling, I'm so on board. It sounds fucking awesome. I'm so here for it. The thing is, I don't think that. I don't think that's what's happening. I genuinely, like, the only logical conclusion that I can come to, if I'm being honest with myself, if I'm using,
I want to know, Lance,
by design, because there's no other way. There's no way you would see every single other person who respects and loves you, and every single other content creator and leftist activist and entertainer and media personality, every single one, all of them. Like, just all of them sounding off, you know, from every Majority Report, Humanist Report, Rational National, Leftist Mafia, fucking, you know, the Serfs, all of us, in the most earnest of ways, coming from a place of love, you know, in the best of faith, our hearts fill and swell, all of us, being like, this ain't it, and we know you know this ain't it, because you've been on the right side of this.
Feels like Anna is just baiting people to attack her. That's what Lance is saying. I'm starting, look, I mean, I kind of thought this in the beginning, but, it just, like, the only thing that makes me wonder about whether this is really calculated, because that's what people are saying, you know, baiting lefties to attack her, right? The calculation would be that they feel like they could do better with either a centrist or a right-wing audience, right? So they're pivoting, they're turning, they're changing their lane, they're going from a lefty lane to like a center lane, or to a right-wing lane, or to a center-right lane, or whatever their little hearts desire, right? They're moving, they're pivoting, they want a different audience, right? They've got a different strategy, and they're doing this on purpose. That's what I thought at first. The only thing that's making me disagree with this is that they are doing so much brand destruction, right? So that kind of thing, that calculation would be that you'd want to say a few things here and there that are going to pique like just a little sliver of the left, right? Of the intersectional left, of the of leftists, like some people, you know, a few people are going to get mad at you and they're going to be like, meow, 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 right? And then you can say to your center audience, you can say to your liberal audience, oh, look at these extremists, right? I'm trying to be nuanced and they're blowing me up, right? Please donate, right? That's a possibility. That's how I would see this going if this was calculated. However, that's not how it's going. They've lost long-time donors, long-time members, people who have been with TYT since the beginning, people who are not on the left, people who are not NCC. They are not, you know, they are not, you know, some kind of post, you know, capitalist, leftist, you know, whatever, right? They're not Marx-pilled. They're not, they're not anything, right? These are the people that are going away from Ana. This kind of doesn't make sense. I don't know how a strategy works where you take TYT from being, I don't know, what, center left, basically, and you transplant that over to like Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. I don't actually see that working. There are too many people on the right that hate Ana's guts, and they're going to continue to hate Ana's guts. And even if they're glad that Ana's fighting with the SJWs, they still hate Ana, right? I don't see this working. That's why I'm wondering what is actually going on. The only thing that's keeping me from agreeing with what Lance is saying here is that it seems kind of like it's planned. It seems like kind of like that's what you're doing. You, like somebody in chat said, it seems like you want the left to attack you, right, to get credibility with the right. I don't think this is a good strategy. I don't think this is working, right? I don't think this is like, this doesn't make sense.
You said, you know, we're saying the same thing. We're saying we're making the exact same point here. So what is going on? It has to be by design. They're intelligent people. They're institutions. As always, I will continue to repeat.
Original Nikki says, I think TYT is trying to brand themselves in a unique position. It's your guess. Yeah, I mean, I don't know either. I mean, your guess is as good as mine at this point, chat. What do you think? Ana is not apologizing for the TERF tweet. It's similar to the one of the Bailey sisters collabing with Chris Brown on a song. Dave has no... Yes. Dave Rubin did it? You think that Dave Rubin's controlling Ana? Wait, what if Dave Rubin is doing a ratatouille? What if Dave Rubin shrunk himself down to a tiny little mouse size, and Dave Rubin is actually like up in Ana's hair, like controlling Ana? And that, do you think it could be a ratatouille kind of situation? Like an evil Ratatouille? Because I feel like Ratatouille wouldn't actually do that. I feel like actual Ratatouille is good. So this would be like a Rubinouille or something. This would be like how do I even make his name into Ratatouille? But it's something like that, right? That's the only thing that really explains it. We got to have some kind of a right-wing Ratatouille situation, right?
They have done things that humble me.
Animals are innocent.
That I could attain a fraction.
Wait, Remy is trans?
The success of things like the Justice Democrats movement.
Wait, did I not know? Am I missing some Ratatouille drama?
And the progressive,
or some Ratatouille lore?
Movement that TYT has ignited in the United States. That, like, forever I will be humbled by that. And I will always say that. It's the same shit that when I fucking talk about other people where I'm like, I don't understand this, I have to acknowledge parts of their history that were incredible. You know, and this is one of those moments. This could have been such a small, teeny little blip in fucking internet history. Could have been just like that. It just basically like, you make a statement because someone...
And honestly, knowing Lance, he would have preferred that. He doesn't want drama. He's not trying to grow at the expense of the TYT brand. It's kind of being like shoved in his face, right? It's kind of being shoved down his throat. Like, he's not cooking Ana. Ana's cooking herself, and she's like, eat me. She's like, it's like a vor. No, I don't want to even say that. I don't want to even say that. Let's not bring vor into the situation. It's not vor. This is a metaphor. Metaphor. Whatever, you know, it's figurative language. I'm an English major. What? Forgive me. Animal biologists looked at the character designs and pointed out how they didn't do the fake girl animals have eyelashes crap with Remy. Remy looks like the size. Oh, I see. So Remy may be trans. I didn't even notice that. You subbed and liked? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gain more knowledge and insight. That's what we're here for.
In good faith, going to assume someone just pissed you off and used that term somewhere. A YouTube comment, a live TYT chatter, someone added Ana Kasparian. I was like, please, can you not use the term woman? That offends me. It's birthday. Something like that, fine. I'll say in the best of faith, I'll grant you this. But for you...
Well, look, honestly, if you're talking about people who can give birth, right? Woman is not... the best tool for that job. Like I said, not all women can give birth for various reasons, including some of us are trans, right? And not all people who can give birth are women. So that would be why. That's not really that much of an ask, right? That's just like, hey, trans ally, hey, what's up? I was just wondering, could I like maybe not be erased? Would that be cool? Would that be cool if we like just don't erase me this time? Like, right, because I know you support trans rights. You're here for us. Maybe just like a little bit of acknowledgement that I exist. Because when you're, like a trans person who can give birth but isn't covered by the term woman, is asking just like, hey, this is also about me, right? This is we're talking about me here too. That's really like I don't see how that's such a hard ask.
With half a million followers on Twitter, fucking entire movements that worship you, and they worship TYT as the brand. This it goes so big. If the fucking entirety of the queer community, the trans community, the leftist community, the progressive community, if every single one of them is saying this ain't it, and we know this ain't it because you said it out loud.
Is everyone on TYT shifting in a weird direction? Look, so far we've only really seen and if anybody knows more than I do, right? I've only seen like Cenk, Ana, and Ben Glebe have like weird takes on trans people. So I don't want to paint with too broad a brush. Like, people working for TYT are in a really weird position right now. And I kind of understand them, you're getting to a situation where if you're a trans ally, associating yourself with TYT, let alone working for them, is not a good thing. But I also understand that people, need their jobs and they're not able to just snap their finger and be in another job, right? And that, some of the people at TYT might be counting on a paycheck from TYT, right? They're in kind of a weird position. But yeah, long term, this is just not something, unless there is some kind of a Ebenezer Scrooge moment where Cenk and Ana fall asleep and they're visited by the ghost of the trans past, future, and present, and they completely change their mind on things and stuff. I don't see where this is I don't see this going in a good place. In other words, Ana doesn't want kids because that's right, Ana has a thing about and that's fine, that's totally fine, right? Ana is Anna's somebody who does not want to have kids for various reasons, and that's her right, and she shouldn't even have to really explain it. That's just you don't want to have kids, you shouldn't have to have kids. I get that maybe even if you are that person and you've told everybody that that's who you are and you don't want to have kids, you still probably get some pressure maybe from family and friends and some expectations, and it doesn't feel good. But I mean, that's not what this inclusive language is about.
There is evidence of you being on the right side of this issue, then what is going on? What else is going on here? Are you hoping to open up to a new...
Oh my God, can we hit 45 before 4:30? Can we hit 4.5 before 4. Oh my God, we're so close. Can we get to 45? Is there anybody in chat who hasn't liked it yet in YouTube? Hit that like button and become a hero.
Centrist audience? To pivot to the center from being center left to centrist? Is that it? Is there going to be a reason?
You think that Cenk and Ana just broke their brains? They're five-heading it?
Possible for someone to be born a biological male or biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric
because of safety and financial reasons? I don't think it's because of the term birthing person. Oh, up to 46. Hell yeah. Yeah, this is the thing. This is old. Granted, understand, Lance is showing this because this is an older clip of Anna's where she's literally disagreeing with what she said on Twitter and on the show most recently, right? So this is old Ana versus new Ana, right? But even old Ana is using right-wing terminology, right? The biological male, biological female, there's a reason that right-wing loves that terminology. There's a reason that they will bring that up in a debate. And, if you think that you're doing some kind of five-dimensional chess by using their terminology, and you're going to reach them and you're going to change their mind, you're wrong. You're wrong. What you're doing is you're allowing them to reframe the debate. What you're doing is you're allowing them to introduce their language, and they're doing it because it works for them. They're, you know, like I don't know what you're thinking, like, right? That like somehow using their language, right? Like, I mean, if you really want to use their language to make inroads with them, Anna, just call me the Tiesler. Just go ahead. Go either Tiesler, right? Either Tiesler is fine. Call me the Tiesler. If you really want to ingratiate yourself, make sure that the right wing loves you, right? Just go ahead and, I mean, you're throwing me under the bus anyway. You're throwing us all under the bus anyway. Just go ahead and fucking call me the slur that, you know, like, right? Like, if you think there's something smart, if you think there's something strategic about adopting right-wing terminology, let me take that to its logical conclusion and show you how absurd that is, because I don't actually want you to call me the Tiesler. And I know you don't want to call me the Tiesler either, I'm assuming, right? Please let me be right about at least this, right? But, like, do you see how absurd that is? Do you see how ridiculous that is? You're bending over backwards for the right wing to make them comfortable and actually giving them a better position rhetorically by adopting their language, right? And you're making, you as a trans ally, framing it in that sort of way is going to cause ripple effects. It's going to cause more people to be like, oh, okay, Anna is pro-trans and she's saying this must be the right word for it. It's agreed. It's settled. All right, I'm a biological male. I guess Kelly Cadigan was right. I mean, I can't fight it, right? Like, right? This is so horrible. This is not the way. I had to give up trying to make my 80-year-old mother understand, buying into and trying to disprove this BS. This clip is the ultimate. Yeah, exactly, right? This clip is the ultimate this you. It's like when people post pics of trans man to fearmonger about the U.S. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. U.S. the bathroom instead of trans women, and like, please, we already get assaulted in both bathrooms and no one cares. That's like, yeah, I see what you're saying about that particular argument. Or like, well, they'll be like, they'll post a picture of like Buck Angel or something, and like, you really want this person in the women's bathroom? And the right wingers would be like, no, that person should not be using the women's bathroom, right? And like, oh yeah, well, you know, that according to your bathroom laws, that's what would happen. That's what would happen.
Inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans.
And I could see why that would be, yeah, concerning.
That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans.
Yes, correct. So I woke up this morning. I was about to go to the dentist to get a tooth cleaning, and then I started seeing all the shit that was blowing up. It's kind of
why did he say Crentist?
Wild that the leftist mafia has been at the center of this entire strange leftist war, circular firing squad, as it were. But we had David Dole. There are a number of issues
what
that
is a
TYT advocated
Crentist?
before they became popular. Gay marriage and Medicare for all as examples. Why change your position to now only supporting things that poll well? But unlike gay marriage, none of these are morally correct positions. There's a reason why 99% of Americans don't want to abolish prisons, because it makes no sense and leads to tremendous injustice. I'm not going to back nonsensical positions because 12 people on Twitter pretend to represent the left and claim that no one else is allowed to disagree. 12 people.
It's you and your 12 friends.
From now on?
You and your 12 friends.
The brave 12. First off, it's more like the 40, motherfucker. It's like,
wait,
your own
like, I don't understand where Jane got this, right? There was 7 people on the leftist mafia podcast, right? When this, you know, when this clip got made, right? So it doesn't make sense. What is a Crentist? I don't know. Yeah, what are the wrong answers only? A crocodile dentist? Like that poem about the crocodile that goes to the dentist and
you fucking Hasan Piker, the God King, the fucking handsome himbo of the left, is like, what the fuck?
You and your 12 friends. 5 minutes later, I'm being dogpiled by the trans. Yeah, that's right.
Why are
the woke mob?
You doing the Dirty Dozen?
or that thing I brought up yesterday. That the dude as his congressman or something. Wait, the dude as his congressman. My cynical opinion is she's trying to maybe put cis women above other women. I hope she's not in the... She might not realize she's doing that, but if she's insisting on using woman as a euphemism for people who can give birth, then yeah, that's like right. And if she's thinking she's or a woman for you as a euphemism for biological female or whatever like that, then that's exactly what she's doing. Yeah. Has it gotten worse ever since yesterday? Like 46 on YouTube. Wait, what is 46 on YouTube? Would you, okay, so yeah, I think we were talking about this yesterday, right, Shakespeare? Would you want me to be in the bathroom with your son slash daughters that accepts the premise that there are people who, though passing, should be allowed to use the bathroom? Accepts the premise that there are people who, through passing, should. Oh yeah, the using the bathroom of your, using the bathroom you feel comfortable with is part of passing privilege. Not a good argument. True. A conservative centrist, maybe? Apparently, a crentist is an Office reference. I never watched The Office. Oh god, I missed so much. Jink is calling Lance Christ and his 12 buddies. Wait, is that like a Christ dentist then? So if Lance is Christ because he's got 12 buddies, then he would go to see a crentist because you wouldn't want to see a dentist if you're 48 likes on YouTube. Wow, can we get up to 50 likes by 5 o'clock Pacific time? Can we make that happen? I bet we can. I would be surprised if we couldn't. I googled crentist and the first thing that popped up was an Office clip, so it is about The Office.
No, everyone, including Anna of the past, is on the other side of this issue. That hasn't changed. None of us have changed. You're the ones who are changing.
So yeah, we didn't change, you changed.
Oh, wow. Again, there is no push. There's no push right now to replace woman. To be like, no one can be called woman. You have to be called birthing person. Excuse me, did you say woman? What? Are you not woke? Have you not wokeified your dialect and your language? Instead of woman, you have to say birthing pod. Yes, mobile birthing pod is actually the only correct way to say it. Any other way would be offensive. It's basically the N word for women. Yep. If you don't say mobile birthing pod...
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're not saying women anymore. That's not politically correct. You're going to have to be taken to the woke gulag.
You're basically saying the N-word. Every single time you say woman. Oh, shit, I did it there. Oh, yeah, I did it with the hard N, too. Oh, it's terrible. No. This is not a thing.
God, Lance, no.
God damn, this is not a thing. This is like, what's the term for this? Mousetrap? Is that it? Like, this is gotta be like, you don't need to have CIA infiltration of online leftist entertainers. We don't need that shit. We got this. We'll do foolishness on our own, unprovoked. I mean, prove me wrong, unless there is some like fucking financial backing behind this entire thing, because it just feels, as someone who's experiencing it in real time, someone who's in the middle of it, okay? I'm gonna be totally transparent and honest with all of you. It feels like an opera, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, James from the internet! Mellow greetings, everyone. Good to see you.
Whoa.
It's wonderful to have you all here. Here. We're in the midst of deep drama ass drama. I'm sure as you know right now, the TYT is going after the leftist mafia, and obviously the leftist mafia is ride or die with the limey, and we're all basically being like, yeah.
So for anybody that's confused, especially anybody who doesn't, anybody over on YouTube, you're not used to Twitch. Lance is on Twitch, and there's stream alerts. Like when I get the Japanese like phrases, right? Like when you see the JoJo part 5 stuff on my stream, right? That's my stream alert, or that's my raid alert, right? So when somebody raids into me, I get that alert, right? When you hear the Bruno Bucciarati talking about Trish's stand, that's I'm explaining this so badly, but anyway, that's Lance's raid alert, right? It goes like, oh yeah, or something. It does that voice, like, right? So Lance was getting a raid from James from the internet.
We're Team Olay around these parts, and always will be. And also, it's not hard to be Team Olay.
I haven't really seen anything from James from the internet in a while. How is he doing? So anybody seen his stuff lately?
Right. When she's so right. When she's like, she's so on point. She's so absolutely
We used to be friends.
Like, this is not even controversial. I don't think any of us are being controversial. If I'm like, hey, by the way, there's basically 0 examples of trans or queer activists demanding that the word woman stop being used. 0. None. Zero examples of that. It's not something that is being fucking propagated by the left.
Yeah, I kind of lost track.
This is actually a problem that the right has. This is the fascists, you know, the Christian nationalists.
Twitch is so unwatchable these days. I feel for you. I feel for you over on YouTube.
Extremists, all them motherfuckers. They're the ones who are trying to come up in front of this and being like, hey, by the way, just so you know, trans women are not women. That's not true. Ooh, that's outright bigotry. Why would you say such things? If you were to tell me that native women aren't women, I would say that you're a fucking abhorrent racist and you should like leave my presence. The same thing applies to this. If you're gonna be like trans women aren't women.
Yeah. So like whichever you're more comfortable with. Like if you want to watch me on YouTube, if you want to watch me on Twitch, you know, either way, whichever's more useful to you. And if you find yourself, you know, watching on YouTube more and you want access to the older VODs, you can become a member on YouTube. If you're on Twitch a lot and you don't want to get the ads, it makes sense to get a sub on Twitch. Like whatever's more convenient and more useful for you.
Gross, disgusting. No, you're a vile creature. Away with you. You have no place here, and you have terrible opinions. I don't want to be part of this anymore. That shouldn't be controversial. That should be very, I don't know, standard fare. Sorry, we gotta go get through this. There's a lot to get through. We have to do it. So obviously supporting David Dole on this one. Next one, I got the quote tweet. I think it's the first time Cenk has ever quote tweeted me in my life. But yeah.
August, are you saying that I've got Lance going too fast? Do I have Lance speeded up too much? He's a little bit of a slow talker, just like me, but maybe 1.5 was too much. I'll lower it. I'll see if this works better.
So I added birthing person is an inclusionary term for trans men and non-binary people who give birth. No one is saying women can't be called women, except for right-wingers who do that to trans women. This is a non-issue that's been elevated as a real one. Almost ratioed on that one, Cenk. He said, then what is the disagreement? All of this started with Ana saying she would like to be called a woman. Everyone agrees that's cool. So then you guys lost it and started calling everyone fascist. Has a single fucking person called any of them a fascist?
Nobody's called anyone anything like that.
Say to me.
No.
Like right wingers are like, oh, you fucking lefties, you call everyone you don't like a Nazi, you call everyone you don't like a fascist. No. I had in the nicest fucking terms a very good faith criticism of this issue. I was repeating the same shit that Ana said. This take. Like I didn't call anyone a fascist. No one called anyone a fascist. Olayemi didn't call anyone a fascist. Olayemi, who's been at the fucking centerpiece of all of this.
Yo, was I mispronouncing Olayemi? Olayemi. It makes sense. Okay, I was because I heard people call her Olay, right? And I was like, Olayemi? It's Olayemi. Okay, so I'm guessing Lance knows her, you know, better than I do, obviously. So I think I was saying it wrong. My brain is messed up from always watching YouTube. It sped up my I can follow videos at 2x speed. If you're a student, right? Anybody ever have this? You record a lecture from your teacher and you don't have time to listen to the whole thing because you got an exam coming up and you're trying to like cram in as much as possible. So you put it up to like 1.75, you put up to 1.9 and you hear your teacher like, you know, cook. Basically,
this is where the whole fucking drama sphere has exploded into. She didn't call anyone fascist. She has started that clip by saying, "I love Ana. I love Ana." Yeah, I don't get it.
It's sad that this is going on.
When did anyone call you a fascist? I said you're blowing up a non-issue into a real one to the benefit of anti-LGBTQ plus people. You both agree with this take and have already been on the right side of this issue. I didn't cook anyone. I'm trying to understand what the fuck happened or what is happening. Seriously, I'm trying to wrap my head around this. And like every other leftist, it's because we love you. I deeply respect the amount of fucking work that TYT has done. That's why I'm like, why are you doing this? Like the Dirty Dozen or the Big 12, more like the 40 other content creators who are all sounding off, being like, this ain't it. Why are you doing this? Why are you not listening to any of us? Like, I don't understand. Then going after Emma. Isn't your point contradictory? If that number is correct, that means that any aversion to inclusive language is marginal compared to policy sets. Democrats have been doing well electorally, and well, nobody is making voting decisions based on clumsy activist medical language. Yes. People, like, the reason the GOP in the US is not doing well is because guess what is galvanizing people more right now? Women losing their body fucking autonomy. That's what gets people out of the fucking polls. That's what's getting people in the lineups. That's what's making people spend their day be like, oh shit, yeah, I have to get out and do something about this. This is fucked. Yeah. And birthing people. Trans men, non-binary people who can give birth. There was a comma there. ... Emma, I see leftists using this language outside of clinical context all the time. One example, please. One. When have I ever said you cannot call a cis woman a woman? When have I ever said that? Why would I say that? It's ridiculous. This is absurd. We are reaching levels of absurdity here. that like do not make sense. Did someone hack this account? Is there someone else running it? Why? This new excuse that no one is using it anyway is bullshit, but I'm happy about it. If everyone wants to retire these terms just in clinical context, great. I agree. Retire these terms. No one wants to retire anything. This, again, isn't a problem.
I love that Anna's, like, solution is to end inclusive language before it's even begun, right? The fact is, most of the time, people are gonna say, like, person who can give birth, or like, sorry, so most of the time people are not going to say that. Most of the time people are going to say women, and they're going to mean people who can give birth. They're going to mean, you know what I mean? They're going to use women as a euphemism for this, right? They're going to just erase like a lot of trans people, right? They're going to speak imprecisely to boot, like, right? Most of the time, that is what happened. That's the world that we're in, even in woke, you know, places, whatever that means, right? People will generally make this conflation, right? There's a few people out of the, you know, goodness of their heart, right? Because it's not part of language that we've really adopted as a culture, that are trying to change that are trying to be conscious of that. And when they mean, people who can give birth, they say people who can give birth, right? But that's, Anna wants to just laugh at those people, to ridicule those people, and blame those people for any perceived lack of success that the left is having, despite the fact that if you want to break it down into those like lib terms and talk about right and left rather than capitalist and post-capitalist, right? Then Anna wants to end inclusive language before it's even begun. People aren't doing this yet, right? This isn't like widespread. How is she so mad about this? That's what I don't get. Is that it's not directed at her. It's not redefining her. It's not reducing her down to like a womb. That's the right wing that's doing that. How is she so mad about this? I don't get it.
David Dole, the issue adopting right-wing framing is a complete non-issue. Quote, birthing people meant to further otherize trans people during an unprecedented right-wing attack on their existence. David, you are so right. Oh my god.
So yeah, David is.
I didn't like that tweet
now you saw David kind of defending Anna during the leftist mafia thing, right? Like saying stop the dog pile on Anna, right? But even Dave knows what's wrong with Anna's tweet. So far be it from me to mischaracterize anybody. David Doyle is not agreeing with Anna. David Doyle is just maybe being a little overly defensive of somebody who doesn't really deserve it. Meow.
You were so correct. So, David, you agree. Birthing people shouldn't be used in a political context as the default term for...
You agree with Dragon Princess and Adadak, who just said, I'm not upset. Dragon Princess says, I'm not upset she wants to be called a woman. I'm upset that she wants men and NBs to be called a woman or to be excluded. Yeah. I'm mad she doesn't think trans men are men or trans women are women, that NBs exist. I'm mad that she doesn't think the language about biological men who are women, like she thinks the language is about biological men who are women. They don't understand anything about why that language is used or who is included in it or for what reasons. She's also enraged that people criticize her. Yeah. The people don't just like say, okay, Anna, well, you've always been good on trans issues in the past. So even though I massively disagree with what you're saying, I think that what you're saying is dangerous. And it's even more dangerous that it's coming from somebody with your track record, right? I'm just going to ignore it. I'm just going to let you coast. You can coast. Go ahead and coast, Anna.
Women. No one is saying that.
She's being paid. She said so herself. Did we watch? Yeah, we did watch the leftist mafia clip already. A few times actually. We watched it on Monday and today. I mean, it's a banger, right? So we're talking about the clip where that just for anybody who missed it. Wait, now I got her name right. Oh my god, I can't remember how to pronounce her name. Lance pronounced Ole's name correctly, and now I can't remember it. Anybody want to give me the phonetics on that? I would be massively appreciative. But yeah, we watched that. So basically, Olay was saying that like nobody's ever defended her. Nobody's ever defended Olay when she says something that people, you know, react to like that. The fact that Ana wants to be coddled, the fact that there's so many people willing to kind of coddle Ana when she just basically got up there on Twitter and was like, "Cook me." That was like, Olayemi, 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 Olayemi. Emmy like the award, Olayemi. Okay, I was pronouncing it wrong before. Meow.
Where is this coming?
50 likes. 50 likes. Oh yes, before 5 o'clock. Wow.
From? Who?
We're ahead of the clock, YouTube.
Who hurt you?
You're kicking ass.
TYT, who hurt you?
Seriously.
Cenk, my dude, who hurt you? No one is saying this. Yeah, roller drinking. No one but Matt Walsh, maybe. Like, why are you doing this? It doesn't make logical sense to me. I'm going to be totally honest.
It really doesn't.
I'm beside myself. I am so fucking
and
confused right now. You spent all day going after the left. David Dole, fucking me.
I've looked at it from a variety of different perspectives, right? You know, you could look at it with, you know, why does Ana think this is right? Then you could say maybe she doesn't care if it's right. Maybe this is strategic. Okay, look at it strategically. Well, it's not helping her strategically. So why is she doing this, right? I can't tell you. I'm at a loss, right? I thought I knew, and now I'm really just questioning everything. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. What's going on at TYT?
Emma, Limey, Benny, like, why? Going after trans people? Now you're trying to police them? No, it's not. So Benny says, demanding that election officials like AOC use the term woman instead of medically relevant and accurate categories that include trans people is transphobic. Do you suggest that we leave trans men out when it comes to legislation on abortion rights? No, it's not. If left-wing politicians use language that is greatly alienating to the majority of voters, and then Republicans win elections, but they're not. They're not.
Wait, what Benny? Which Benny is posting this? God, I can't tell because it's so small. It's just somebody. Jink is quote retweeting somebody. Is this Benny C from TYT? Also, love from the Mideast. Love to you too. I don't want anyone to be, I don't like anyone being dogpiled. I do want her to respond to the criticism she's receiving instead of rewriting the criticism as something that it's not. Yeah, at the times where my rights were being stripped away, I'm going to use my platform to degrade and dehumanize people of marginalized communities. Yeah, it could be. Lance is saying Benny, some people on TYT call Benny, this is Benny C, she, her pronouns, but I don't know if that's who Jink is quote retweeting. If it is, like, God, that's a really tough work environment to deal when your boss is quote retweeting you in a. Let's just rewind this. I want to know who this is that Lance is pulled up here. Why do they assume the language is greatly upsetting to the majority of people? Where did they even get this from? I don't know. It's upsetting to Ana, so it's upsetting to right-wingers, it's upsetting to TERFs, it's upsetting to Ana. That's...
Oh, baby. Like, why are you doing this? Where is this coming from? Who hurt you? TYT, who hurt you? Cenk, my dude, who hurt you? No one is saying this. Yeah, roller drinking. No one but Matt Walsh, maybe. Like, why are you doing this? It doesn't make logical sense to me. I'm going to be totally honest. I'm beside myself. I am so fucking confused right now. You spent all day going after the left. David Dole, fucking me, Emma, Limey, Benny. Like, why?
Yeah, I think that's who that is. If somebody can check and find this tweet, I didn't realize there had been a exchange between Jink and Benny C. But like, God, my heart goes out to her. That's gonna be tough. She's in a really tough position. She's already had people like Ben Glebe sort of use her as a fig leaf, refer to trans people working at TYT as, you know, as proof that there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. There's an MR video out where Emma answers a fan's question about the TYT drama. Thank you. Sure, plenty of people find it off-putting and awkward. I haven't heard anyone say they found it upsetting that wasn't already on the right. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. Where is the poll saying that 90% of Americans will vote Republican if this language is used? Exactly.
Going after trans people.
She says her mentions have been horrible. Benny's mentions? Meow.
Now you're trying to police them?
That
no,
sucks.
it's not. So Betty says, demanding that elected officials like AOC use the term woman instead of medically relevant and accurate categories that include trans people is transphobic. Do you suggest that we leave trans men out when it comes to legislation on abortion rights? No, it's not. If left-wing politicians use language that is greatly alienating to the majority of voters, and then Republicans win elections, but they're not. They're not. That's the thing. And they then want to pass laws against trans people. You're hurting your own cause. You're hurting your own cause. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? I've never felt more like Switch in my life. I'm gonna play that movie clip.
If you have anything terribly important to say to Switch, I suggest you say it now.
No, please don't.
No, not like this. Don't get me fucking clipped for copyright. Not like this. No, not like this. Not like this. Oh my god, I can't take it, Jink. I can't take it. No, this is Lance's fault. I can't blame Jink for this one. This is Lance's fault. Have you seen the Vice video where the anti-drag person is so ridiculous and hog that he ends up laughing in his face? The dude he interviewed was the head of the Christian anti-drag org, and I haven't seen this. Wait, where is this? The Vice video? Put it in stream suggestions. But she told me her pronouns, so I have no choice but to vote for the right-wing fascists. Exactly.
To separate yourself from the left entirely or something. Like, why else would you do this? Emma, I guess the question...
He actually did. That's... I don't know what to say. I feel really bad for the position that they've put Benny in.
Is why repeated emphasis on this, especially with no examples of electoral fallout? Why
the humanist report on that episode was great.
Leftists have to bend the language to appease the right. Hasn't the TYT mantra always been about fighting and being the right into submission, metaphorically? I mean, you also just don't have to do shit. None of us do, right? Like, Jink, none of us have to do fucking anything. Not a single person has ever tried to course correct me on calling people women. I've never, not a single trans ally activist, you name it, not a single trans person, trans friend, none of my trans friends have ever, excuse me, Lance, the term woman is offensive to us. We would prefer if you used birthing person, just to be more inclusive to our cause. That's never happened. Not once. I've never had that happen to me. This is such a non-thing, you know?
Yeah, I think I did see this tweet on Benny's timeline. I just didn't see that Jink had QRT'd it.
Repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Then leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people, etc. No, everyone said that this only serves to further the aims and the goals of the right and the far right who hate trans people and are targeting trans people. And trans people are also telling you that, you know? I saw a bunch of different trans content creators in the replies being like, Jesus Christ, why are you not listening? Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they were more holy than us when no real voters on the left agreed with
He's just so wrong.
Just pumping out the content on this one. It's not like 2 weeks after that clip of the leftist mafia had taken place, 2 weeks later, out of nowhere, at on Easter Sunday, the Lord's Day, Jesus hath risen, and out of nowhere, Ana Kasparian is like, hey, allow me.
Oh my god, thank you
what
for the...
and then, like, her response is...
Oh, Limey, yeah, that's, Thank you for the, Buffy Geek. Yeah, thank you for re-upping your sponsorship. Blood Moon, thank you for becoming a sponsor. Meow. Wait, YouTube is ahead? Wait, no, wait, that's even, right? No, wait, I think YouTube's ahead by 1 now. YouTube, what is your likes at? Did we hit the 50 like goal? 50 by 5 o'clock? Did we hit that? But yeah, good job on you're pulling ahead on 50. You're pulling ahead on memberships there.
Exactly what I would have done. I would have done a question mark too. I'm like, wait, what? Question mark?
Just wait, by 1 though.
And then to have the clip Like, this whole topic was so dead. Everyone like I'll be honest, I kind of feel like Anna got a pass. You got away with this one. You did a fucking Newsweek article. You did a Newsweek article. Come on. Like, was that not a freebie? Is you not gonna...
Thank you, Shakespeare. Thank you for the biddies.
I think everyone let this one slide. It's like for some other people to double, triple, and now quadruple down on this shit.
It's pretty much even.
Well, they would not have gotten passes. They would not have.
If we count the bits, it's pretty much even.
Had a whole bunch of people be like, "Do you not see the right on the wall? Matt Walsh just quote tweeted you." Matt Walsh, fucking Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake is like, oh, wait, broken clock.
What did Matt Walsh quote tweet her, or did Matt? Well, I mean, like, so just understand this. If you're not on Twitter, quote retweet is a phrase that has a denotation, in other words, a meaning, and also has a connotation, which is like a assumed meaning. Most of the time, it also means this, right? Like a so the denotation, the definition of a quote retweet is literally when you retweet somebody and then put your own little commentary on it, right? So it doesn't have to be negative, doesn't have to be positive, doesn't have, could be whatever. Just like, somebody says this and you want to bring the conversation to your timeline. That's the important thing, right? You're not replying to their what they said. You're taking what they said as like, something that you want to respond to on your timeline, right? That's what a quote retweet is at its very most basic, right? Now, the connotation, right? The assumed meaning, if you hear that like Shakespeare quote retweeted no comment chick, well, no, that's a bad example. If you hear that Vosh quote retweeted no comment chick, right? You're probably going to assume that Vosh is disagreeing with something that no comment chick said, right? So there's an assumed kind of opposition. It's not always true. It's just most of the time kind of true. So people start to assume that, right? So yeah, this is this is the nature of a quote retweet.
Maybe you're on the wrong side of this one.
But
gonna be honest.
So if Matt Walsh like quote retweets you, usually that's okay because it's him disagreeing with you. But if Matt Walsh, maybe Lance might have just meant to say like retweet, right? Because retweet is the one that, and again, retweet isn't always agreement. There are people even on Twitter who have it on their timelines. A retweet does not imply agreement or something like that. They want to, they'll retweet stuff just to show people that, right? But in general, retweeting somebody, you're agreeing with them, and quote retweeting, it's, I guess the assumption is that maybe you're disagreeing with them. Not always true. Just a tendency. God, I'm getting too nerdy, aren't I?
That's for you. But keep fighting it. The issue many of us are having is how Uber...
Anna QRT'd by Matt Walsh, Candace Owens, and many others. It was a QRT? Okay, so yeah, you can also QRT. So all a QRT is like, I'm taking your tweet and I'm putting my commentary over it, right? And so I'm assuming that because Matt Walsh and they're saying stuff like "let her cook," like she's gonna get to it, she's gonna understand, she's gonna become one of us, right? That's the kind of thing they're probably saying. They were QRTs with the statement of agreement with her. Okay, so yeah, there's different ways you can QRT. Retweet equals no notes. You're not commenting on it. That's the real difference. Vosh bad, true. NCC good. That's also true.
For defensive, you were getting about this. Yes, that's 100%.
Is Minecraft the only game I ever play? No, sometimes I play like RPG games, but they're a little bit like if they have a story, then it kind of gets in the way. I try to play things like, especially this kind of like I can do in the background and just, well, I mean, I don't know. Do you see what I'm doing here though? In Minecraft, I am, this is a deep dark biome, a deep dark world, right? The whole world is one biome. It's all deep dark, right? And this is the skulk blocks that I'm mining here. So it's kind of easy to just mindlessly do that while I respond. I try to play things that aren't going to get in the way of the... I heard they're remaking Persona 3. Yo, if they... Like, I need to play Persona 3. I've started Persona 5, and I'm more than halfway through Persona 2. I need to play more Persona. Persona's a lot of fun, but yeah, it does kind of get in the way. I used to host Ark Survival Evolved series. Ooh, okay. I mean, like, that sounds like a fun thing to play. That's a great thing to play on stream.
choosing this as the hill. People who generally agree with you and making them out to be the bad guys. You're fighting with your allies for no good reason, and all your allies are telling you that, and they're telling it to you so nicely, so nicely. God damn, you know, every one of them, all your allies are like, why are you doing this? You know, we're all Switch. We're all like, not like this. Not like this. Like, why are you still doing this? Why is it getting worse and worse and worse and worse? I kept thinking that this discussion about legalese where the legislation words should be broad to protect to apply to most people possible. I don't know anyone who uses person. Yes, outside of this discourse has made more people say birthing person than ever in human history. Let's be honest. If your goal was to never hear someone use that term, well, it's had the negative effect. It's had the opposite effect. I would never be saying birthing person over and over. Certainly wouldn't be a fucking title in my thumbnail going on right now. If you're looking through Twitch and you're going through streams and you're just seeing what the screenshot of the Serfs is right now, yeah, that probably would not have been a thing. No, our so-called allies. We are your allies. Goddamn motherfuckers. We're your allies. We're your allies. we're being so nice about this. Our so-called allies went on their shows and started calling us names, like right-wingers, transphobes. No one, oh my god, no one called you that.
So that's what Cenk is talking about when he said, you know, calling names. You look, I mean, somebody probably did because you're acting like a right-winger. Now, you may not be a right-winger. This might be, I don't know, like, right, it's, you know, you might be left-wing on a bunch of other issues. But, like, you're giving people the wrong signals. At the very least, recognize that, Cenk. At the very least. What's up, Vigeland?
Holy shit. People supporting Ana Double turf tweets. Let's see. Let's run through the list. Is this not telling? Is this not enough? Like, holy shit. But these are the people who are like, ooh, an opening now. Oh,
yeah. They're love bombing Ana. They're trying to get Ana on their side, right? And I don't even know that Ana's not trying to get on their side. So, if this happens, right? So, what is it? Matt Walsh, Kari Lake, Ben Shapiro, Robbie. What is that? Robbie? I don't know that person. Candace Owens, Ian Miles Chong, Stephen Miller. Come on, right? So, in general, how this works is that if you want to leave the left, the right will celebrate you. The right will embrace you. The right will bring you into their fold because, you know, they love that narrative of another one leaves the left. You know, they want to make it look like the left is a sinking ship. They want to make it look like the left is losing, right? They love that narrative, right? So they did that with like Dave Rubin, with a bunch of people. But as far as really being able to grift like they grift, it doesn't work like that. They don't forget where you came from, even if you do. And like, just ask David Rubin how it feels to have his bestie, Ben Shapiro, say he would not go to Dave Rubin's anniversary because it's a gay anniversary, and that's gross, right? So yeah, Ben, you know, after saying, you know, assuming, you know, basically giving an example saying, well, you know, of course, you know, even though you don't believe in, you know, you're not for whatever, you know, policy supporting homosexuality, you would still come to my wedding, right? Or you would still come to my, whatchamacallit? You'd still come to my, like, anniversary, right? And Ben Shapiro's like, well, I mean, you're talking about, like, he basically says that celebrating sodomy is wrong, right? He wouldn't do it because he doesn't want to celebrate sodomy. Like, it's so funny with Ben Shapiro saying like that, right? I don't know if that's exactly what he said, but that's basically what he was getting at, that there's a sin involved in gay relationships, involved with gay sex, and that he doesn't want to celebrate that, right? It's just so weird, though. If you go to, like, you know, a straight person's, like, anniversary, are you celebrating doggy style? Are you celebrating missionary? Are you celebrating, like, reverse cowgirl? Do you have to ask them what sexual positions they use so you know exactly what sex acts you're... Like, I don't really think of an anniversary as celebrating sex acts, but somehow that's what Ben Shapiro boils gay guys down to, is like, oh yeah, that would be endorsing, you know, the... this sex act that I find immoral that you partake in, and I don't know, it's so awkward. But I mean, that's what I'm trying to get across, is that any acceptance you get from the right wing as somebody who embraces their love bombing, which is what they're doing to Ana right now. They're love bombing her. They're saying Red Rover, let Ana come over. But there's not any real acceptance there. I don't think, right? I don't think there's anything that she could do to truly like ingratiate herself over there. What? Come over, Red Rover. Are people familiar? It's like a children's game where there's two lines of children facing each other, and they're all like locking hands, right? And they say like, so one team sees, you know, another person on, they whisper to each other, and they're like, yeah, you know, Joey, okay? And so then they go, Red Rover, let Joey come over. And then Joey has to run at their line, and Joey's trying to, you know, find two people's hands that he can break through. If Joey can run through those two people's hands, then Joey gets to take a member of that team and make it part of Joey's team, right? But if Joey can't get through, if they hold tight and they stop Joey, then Joey has to be on their team, right? So that's what Red Rover is. It's like leave your team, join ours. That's basically the NCC Queen of Minecraft, right? Send Joey right over.
Yes, welcome into the flock. We now will open the gates. You can be one of us. I would be like, oh, fuck. You know how earlier I said I would break at about 5% of the rest of like progressive and leftist content creators messaging me? Like within, I'd say a 5% of what they have received amount of people in my replies, I would immediately be messaging my besties, asking all other content creators, being like, am I off base? And if they were like, yes, Lance, this is not it. This is the wrong take. Don't do this. I would delete. I would reflect. I would then come back twice as strong and issue a correction. You know, do the full screen thing. Maybe even have a little apology or two, depending on how severe my statements were. You know, but you would see it in this frame. And I would probably look at the camera too. I would even take off the headphones. Yeah,
let's be real though. Like for Lance or for me, if we ever found ourselves in that position where a lot of people, like, you know, if Polly had to be like, hey, NCC, I love you, but the thing that you said on stream the other day, that was not it, right? Most of the time, that's gonna be, I don't know, maybe I'm being too edgy in a joke. I made a joke and I didn't think that like who it affected. It's gonna be that kind of thing. Like the difference between that and what we're talking about here, right? And you know, and I do the same for Polly, right? But the difference between that and what we're talking about here is that this is an ideological break. This is a difference of opinion. This isn't like, you know, Ana was like, you know, laughing her ass off with Cenk, and she made a joke, and the joke, you know, didn't land right with certain people, right? This is you know, and that's a case where I think like an apology is, you know, appropriate. It's when I think that, you know, maybe some reflection and etc. can do. Like this is what happened with Thought Slime, right? Thought Slime didn't think that they said anything wrong in their video, and then somebody, you know, brought it up, and at first Thought Slime was like, I don't think this is really a problem. Like this is a normal thing to say. And then after talking to enough people, Mildred, you know, changed their mind on it, and right, it was a joke. It wasn't like Mildred wasn't saying like those people are nanners as like an ideological, you know, statement. That I guess what I'm saying is it's a little different than, you know, like, I mean, I would love to see Ana turn it around. I would love to see Cenk turn it around. I would love to see them do that reflection. Like I said, if only the ghost of, you know, Christmas past, present, and future would visit them, then maybe we could have some kind of change, right? But I just don't want anybody to get their hopes up, because honestly, it's probably not going to happen. They didn't say this by accident. They weren't joking. They weren't kidding. They weren't half-hearted in this. You know, Ana believes this. Ana feels like there's something offensive that's being done to her as a woman in using this inclusive language. So yeah, I don't really see this happening. I don't really see, you know, there being a a rapprochement, like there would be in the example I gave. You know, NCC makes an edgy joke, or says something she didn't think of the implications of it. It hurts people in her audience. Somebody comes in, one of my friends comes in and says, "Hey, you want to think about this, Irene? Like I know you." I don't think you're like this, and if you realize how this is being taken, maybe you'll change your mind, and you'll maybe think about saying something, because right, you don't want to hurt your audience, you don't want to alienate people. You know what it's like to be a marginalized person and how tough it is to find a community, and if the person that is on stream in your community is saying things that make you feel uncomfortable, then that should say something, right? I don't know if Anna's gonna get that though.
It's weird. I have ears. Not a lot of people know that. People actually have a version of me without ears. That's the version of me they have in their brains. To be totally honest with you though, I fucked up. I was wrong, and I will do better. And you have all placed a lot of trust in me as a content creator, and I deeply, deeply respect that. I'm humbled by that. We're not for you. You might not know this, and by you I mean you.
Yeah,
every single person watching.
Look, no, but Lance is not entitled to the views of his audience. Lance is not entitled to the subs that people give him. Same thing with me. I'm not entitled. It's not something that like I just get, and like people thinking twice about that is taking it away. It's because I'm doing something. It's because I'm saying something. It's because hopefully I'm creating a positive community, right? It's not something that I'm owed. It's not something that I'm entitled to. It's something that like I hope I earn your trust, and that I'm not gonna hurt people. And
I wouldn't exist.
To be fair, Ben might be doing that to consider the reaction to the Cardi B song.
If it were not for your support in me and the entertainment and messaging that I give. So I fucked up. I fucked up. Now the ears cannot hurt you anymore. No more ears. They're gone. The ears were CGI. Jeff is wrong. So what did Candace Owens say? Good for you and J.K. Rowling and Riley Gaines. Get by with a little help from my friends. I get high with a little help from my friends. I get high. What could be more misogynistic than men who dress as women demanding that real women stop existing to accommodate their dysphoria? I have virtually nothing in common with Ana Kasparian, but we are both women.
Wait.
Yeah.
This is Riley Gaines. Who is Riley Gaines? Stephen Miller, Matt Walsh. Oh my god. I mean, this is like a wall of shame, and like this should, like, yeah, but so what Lance is saying is both, the fact that your friends, people that support you, people that you were working with, people that you thought you were working towards a common goal with, are saying this isn't it, and then Matt Walsh, Steve Miller, Ian Miles Chong, and more, like, agreeing with you, right? This is
Matt Walsh, so good to see you.
Say something to you.
Anna, you have repeatedly accused me of being a transphobe in the past. Are you starting to see how that label is nonsense? If Matt Walsh ever said to me, are you starting to see? If I got that from fucking Matt Walsh, I would have to do a life correction, a course correct of the high.
Gaines is a loser, transphobic swimmer. Oh, who lost to Leah Thomas. I forgot about
order.
Riley
Dear
Gaines.
God, Matt Walsh.
Well, for some reason, whenever I see Riley Gaines, I think Riley Rochong.
I fucked up. It's okay. All right. Gonna be honest with all of you. I flew very close to the sun. I did not see the folly of my ways. I'm sorry. I apologize. I deeply, deeply apologize. This was a sobering moment. Holy shit. See Matt Walsh? Matt Walsh appear and suddenly say, like, are you starting to see? Then, oh, wow. Okay, I fucked up. Yes, an exorcism would be of the highest order. I genuinely agree. Yeah. Miller, Ana Kasparian to the Daily Wire. Goddamn! Ian, keep fighting the good fight. Keep fighting the good fight, says Ian Miles Chung.
Yeah.
Also, your followers
keep fighting the good fight against big trans.
On gaslighting you. Hey, don't listen to all the people who love and respect you. Don't listen to the people who love and respect you. No. Now they're gaslighting you. Yeah, the people who love and respect you and are saying in the most wholesome and friendly of ways why you're incorrect about this, also showing you yourself being on the other side of this issue. Here's you, in your own words, saying the same things we're saying. All of us lefties. Here's you saying the exact same thing. Yeah. A broken clock. Cool and normal. Honestly, oh man, it still goes. She was being told why she was wrong by people in the know, and instead of saying, yeah, I was wrong, she doubled down on it. This is exactly what I fight against. People in the know are the most full of shit people on earth. Whether they're the establishment or the loony riddles. Wait, so I'm the loony left now? And I'm the equivalent of the right? Why are you doing this? I don't understand. I'm very online. I know you. I know all of you. Why are you doing this? I say this from the bottom of my heart. Why? Why? It doesn't make sense. It's so transparently weird and wrong. I know you know this because you said it. You've been on the other side of this. You agree with me. All of you do. Why are you doing this? I don't know. Lord, if you're listening, if God exists, help. Help. Lord, if you're listening, help me. I don't understand. I need strength. Emma, again, the repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the same that you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you, even though it's uncomfortable, because I love you guys. Yes. Yes.
That's Emma's
yes, we are the
tweet
people
that he's
who love
reading.
you. Why are you doing this? And then again, so good news, we're on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now, let me talk to you about patronizing way about your opinions I need to correct. Patronize.
Yeah, Emma Vigeland, famous patronizer.
Emma, no, this is getting so sad. I was trying to, my heart's breaking at this one. I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me my start, and for my good friend Anna within the context of a disagreement. This reaction is shocking to me, Cenk. Have a good one. That's so sad. It went from being really, really funny to really, really sad now.
Rar.
That's genuinely heartbreaking that Emma got to this point.
Yeah, so if you were with us, I don't know, was it last week or was it Monday? I don't remember, but it was like if you were with us when we were watching Emma react to Anna's original tweet. Yeah, I guess it was last week. You noticed that Emma did not go hard on Anna. If anything, maybe Emma was a little bit protective of Anna. The clip was titled "Ana Kasparian is not transphobic," right? And if anything, if there's any mistake there, if there's any overstep, it's in the direction of maybe being a little, a little defensive of Anna. So Emma wasn't trying to make this into drama. Emma wasn't trying to blow this up. Emma wasn't trying to harshly criticize Anna. That's the opposite of what's happening here.
Still aren't listening. Emma, we love you too. We'll get beyond this disagreement in a second. But in this case, you guys made a giant mountain out of the small hill. And after all these videos correcting us, I'm surprised. There was no videos on all of you at first. Everyone was being so nice in Twitter DMs. Yes, you have blown this into the point where it is content. It's fodder for the fucking all of political Twitter, the YouTubers. I'm sure if I went and did a deep dive, I'd find a whole bunch of right-wing videos on this, just fucking frothing, loving this shit. You know, if Matt Walsh, Carrie Lake, fucking Ian Miles Strong, all of them, if all of them are suddenly like, oh yes, good job, y'all. You did a good thing. Yeah, of course it's gonna be
That's
videos.
not good.
This sucks. And as evidence is an unconfirmed anecdote. Again, this is not happening. And I guess the only good thing to say is that Cenk has been getting ratioed all day by this shit. Because of course, everyone in his circles, including his own fans, including TYT fans, they are like, why are you doing this? This is so fucking cringe. Everything about this is cringe. Again, the fact that you fucking said this is what makes it so extreme cringe.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or biological female, but in terms of...
Oh shit, you're right. Lenz's video is really long. Let's go to something a little bit more exciting here. Okay, for the first thing I want to take a look at, Natalie sent me this. This is Cenk quote retweeting Benny. So let's see. Benny says, demanding that elected officials like AOC use the term woman instead of medically relevant and accurate categories that include trans man is transphobic. Do you suggest we leave trans men out of it when it comes to legislation on abortion rights? Jink's response is no, it's not. So it's not transphobic, right? According to Jink. If left-wing politicians use language that is greatly alienating to the majority of voters, then Republicans win elections. Jink, I'm sorry, but like where is this majority of voters? Where is this majority of voters that they were like, I was gonna vote against Trump because I really don't like him, but if they're gonna use people who menstruate, if they're gonna use birthing people, oh, forget it. Let's have 4 more years of Trump. Like these people don't exist, Jink. That you don't just like not have a majority. That these voters just don't exist, right? Republicans win elections, and then they pass laws against trans people. You're hurting your own cause. This sounds like Will and his channel. This sounds like Will talking to Polly. You need us. We need to negotiate. We need to control the terms of the discourse because you need us. And you know, if you want to convince cis people to support you, you know, no more, standing up for yourselves. Just sit down and accept what we give you, right? You're hurting your own cause. We want to protect trans rights. We want to fight against bigoted laws. Instead, you are fighting on losing ground for no reason. You keep saying no reason. Okay, again, say you don't think that trans guys, non-binary people, other people who anti-abortion legislation impacts, are people without actually saying that, right? This is like when you say for no reason, there's literally a reason. There's literally like, trans people that die because of the lack of understanding of trans people's medical needs when it comes to this sort of stuff, right? You keep saying that no one uses these terms, and then you turn around and say politicians should use them. Yes, when we're talking about freaking reproductive health, reproductive laws, right? Reproductive freedom, then yeah, you should use this terminology. That's who you're talking about. That's who you're fighting for.
Gender.
So anyway, yeah, this is and I don't know if this conversation... Oh, yeah, it does continue. Okay, so Benny says, prove it. Because the data shows otherwise. Republicans freaking out over trans people sinks their support. Show me the real data that makes it clear that the occasional use of birthing person translates into losses for Democrats. And I don't believe that Jink replied. Let's look. Let's give him a chance. I don't see Jink here. Yeah, it doesn't look like unless it's is it another quote retweet maybe? 5 quotes, let's see. No Jink Huger. Okay, so yeah, it doesn't look like Jink had an answer to this, right? Okay, so yeah, let's move on and take a look at Emma's content here. We might have to get to some of the stuff in the yeah, we got to do Hasan next.
Fancy communist Emma, I just want to say thank you for your courage and for taking a stand for a marginalized community, even if it puts you at odds with some of your closest friends. And I'm sorry you had to do it publicly. I hope people can see the rhetoric they've been spewing is harmful. Yeah, I mean, look, it's like I've been very uncomfortable about the whole thing. I think that's kind of reverberated in.
It was actually a sad tweet. Yeah, it sucks. I feel for Benny C on this. Like this sucks. Scratch a liberal, exactly. Yeah. Jink taking off the mask. I find this fascinating. I appreciate that you have this open platform. He must have been thinking this for a while. Oh, Jink, yeah. played a lot of Red Rover back in the 60s. Wait, do they not do Red Rover anymore? Because, like, I'm thinking about it, and maybe it's dangerous. Is Red Rover something that they're phasing out in schools? Because, like, yeah, it probably is dangerous. You can get clotheslined. In fact, people try to clothesline you. If you do Red Rover, like, people will try to clothesline you sometimes. What a terrible list of names. I agree. Who even uses birthing person outside of outside of, like, it's more of a political, like, term in terms of, like, reproductive freedom / I guess medical term too, but not in all situations. Like, it's not, you know, it's applicable where it's applicable. It's not. I don't understand how this could be obtrusive, right? Ben's afraid that. Wait, which Ben? Oh, Shapiro. Big trans Bud Light. That's right. That's right. I dropped the Hasan response to his uncle getting canceled again in the Discord. Oh my god, we do have to look at that, don't we? We do have to look at that. Thanks for finding that. I played Red Rover in the 80s. They were phasing it out in the 90s for me. I mean, it seems like, well, I'm trying to think of, like, where I've played it. It wasn't something that, like, you know, the school ever really, like, it wasn't like the teachers were like, let's play Red Rover. It was like the kids would do it, and then the teacher would stop us. Yeah, maybe Red Rover's not, like, as much of a thing anymore. I don't know.
In the way that I've responded on air, I just, like, I don't like this. I don't like it at all. But
it was one of those self-organizing activities on the playground that would get broken up by the recess staff. I can imagine many scenarios where anyone's saying, "No, you're not a woman. You're a birthing person. Get it right." Yeah, exactly. AKA worse than Ben Shapiro. Shoulder dislocations, you're right. Yeah, God, it is dangerous. It is dangerous, more than just getting clotheslined. Yeah, if somebody really runs hard at you, you could... I mean, it's basically like football, except instead of running into each other like they do in football, you're, like, running into people's arms. And a lot of times, in order to keep you from getting through, they'll kind of cross their elbows, too, and they'll pull really tight. So...
Did obviously just try to engage yesterday on social media. Most of this audience probably just has no idea what this is. This, like, Twitter drama.
I never ever thought about getting injured playing Red Rover.
But yeah, Cenk and I got into a back and forth, and, like, I feel like he kind of took it to a personal place. And I got to be honest, like, I was hurt by that for sure. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and maybe that comes off as weak or lame. That, you know, people have seen me cry on air. That's just who I am. I can't really change it.
No.
But I did want to respond to it because the crux of it just seems like that the language is alienating, and it's clumsy, and it's unpopular, and that will hurt the Democrats electorally. It doesn't seem to have any, like, evidence behind it, because the Democrats have been doing quite well electorally. And yeah, I'm sure if you ask people about the term birthing person, it's really unpopular because it's designed to protect a minority of people. They are minority, so the people that are more drawn to that inclusive language are going to be in the minority. So the fact that the majority are opposed to it doesn't mean that it's right. And
I'm not even sure the majority are really opposed to it, right? Some of these things, like, it's assumed that, like, and especially as a trans person, like, it feels like the world is against us sometimes. And like, there's a lot of the world that doesn't understand us. But as far as being out and out hostile to us, as far as the people that are agreeing with these bills, sometimes the support is overstated. Look at Kentucky. Kentucky just passed, like, anti-trans legislation, right? So, you know, I mean, that's the important part. It gets passed. Like, that's the part that's, like, you know, that's dangerous to us, right? But even though it got passed, if you looked at the support for it, if you polled on it, right, you don't have a majority supporting it. So some of this some of this, like, you know, like the majority of the voters are with us that Cenk is saying, I think it's overstated. God forbid someone in parts of the world recognize as people too much. The West has gone too far. Yeah, no elbow linking in Red Rover for sure. That is definitely unfair. Well, I mean, I guess you probably shouldn't. Now that I think of it, it seems like a bad game for kids to play, I gotta say. You said Ben Shapiro as opposed to other Bens. Chris Pratt is worst, Chris. So I would put for the motion that Shapiro is the worst Ben. There we go.
I think that popularism and majority-focused politics are kind of short-sighted. I said this earlier in the context of the Julian Assange.
If you really had this opinion that you should only support policies or even like language that the majority of the people already agree with, you would never, ever, ever make progress. You would always just, you know, give up before you started, right? Accepting the framing that this is framing that this all hurts Democrats electorally is bad. Yeah. If you say I'm sure that, you're implicitly saying it's not factual and you don't have you're basically outing yourself as not knowing what you're talking about. Democrats hurt themselves electorally. They don't need any help in that department. True. And I feel like they hurt themselves more. Like, this is the weird thing though. The old Cenk would have said that the Democrats hurt themselves more by being weak, by giving in to, you know, Republican framings, giving into Republican thinking, but by being afraid to, you know, break new ground as far as this stuff goes, right? The old Cenk, I feel like, would have criticized the new Cenk. I will die on a hill for Red Rover. This game I haven't thought about in 30 years, right? Yeah, I can imagine right-wingers now being like really like they're trying to get their kids to play Red Rover, and they were like, you know, back in my day, they didn't used to give participation trophies. You just got your shoulder dislocated playing Red Rover. Realistically, it's only some parts of the world that see us as remotely as people, and especially where Anna comes from our situation here as LGBT is not that good. If they think language is harmful to electoral politics, it's up to progressives to argue for it and convince people. 15 years ago, Cenk would have said that to himself. Yeah.
The fact that the squad, Rashida Tlaib, AOC, Cori Bush, Bowman, and more all signed. Ayanna Pressley all signed that letter in to Biden to drop the charges against Julian Assange. And Julian Assange may not be a popular guy, but it is the right thing to do for press freedom. And so is standing up for trans people and inclusive language. We should listen to them if they say that it makes them more comfortable broadly. And so
it's about so much more than that.
Yeah, popularism is very limiting because the Republican Party doesn't care about popularism. Abortion rights are super popular. Gun control, super popular.
They spent half a century mounting a judicial, legislative, political, and financial campaign to enact a change at the Supreme Court that is one of the most unpopular and politically devastating things that they've ever done to themselves.
But it was power, and that's how
simply.
Chat, do you want to see what I'm running from here? Like, I haven't actually shown you what I'm running from. Let's see if we can see it.
Exerting power.
Yeah.
Realpolitik.
That's the grown-ups view of politics. And I also think that popularism focuses too much on electoralism, which, you know, when you're really building coalitions, that's a true power base, and that's how you have sustained power. And that includes taking the right positions, even if they aren't currently popular, because you're protecting a minority in this country. Like, again, Martin Luther King, very unpopular until after he died and became a martyr. The civil rights movement wouldn't happen if we were only doing things that were popular. That's a counterfactual. I'm obviously speaking with broad strokes, but like, rights for black people, not popular at certain points. Gay marriage, not popular until
it's too scary.
Advocates were just unflinching and essentially began fighting on behalf of the minority of people in this country. And you saw from the early 2000s to when Biden goes on Ellen and speaks about it, and Democrats start embracing it in the mainstream, then it becomes more popular because of that unflinching advocacy when it was the minority position. I can't even tell
which way is which.
That's what we have to do, because on the left, you know, our emphasis is just as important as the content of what we say. To borrow from Matt Leck in Abstentia, we only have a finite number of things to emphasize.
No, this isn't good.
I choose not to emphasize the fact that
really isn't good.
Some of the language can be clumsy in certain contexts.
I think that's the most important thing beyond all of this, is that you are everyone is entitled to their own opinion, no matter how shitty or
this isn't good. This really isn't good.
Short-sighted or inconsiderate I might think that it is. But if you have a platform like we do, and it's not even saying we have the same platform as, you know, much larger media figures, but we have something. There is import in that, and there is a responsibility in that. And what points of emphasis that people choose to make.
So did you see what I was running from?
That's their opinion, sure, but it's also a choice.
Mm-hmm.
It's also an intentional choice to be making.
And like, I don't love the just, you know, I'm a free thinker and so I'm going to say how I feel. It sounds like a right-wing thing to say, honestly, being like a free thinker, because of course
it isn't just about you.
Right, we of
it's
course
not just
have
about us.
Intellectual thoughts that are not, you know, a part of a dogma, but I pride myself on incorporating what I hear from trans people, non-binary people, or any other group, black people, indigenous people, and like using that in my commentary, because I'm not a part of those communities. Like, I grew up privileged. I'm a white woman. Like, it's really my responsibility to carry water for that. That's how I feel about my job, at least. So
and to listen, and to listen, and to also be willing to accept that.
Okay, so yeah, like you gotta look at that, chat. Did you see what I was running from? You saw that mob? That was so dangerous. What I just did was so dangerous, right? So that's the warden. The thing with the warden is basically it spawns when you make noise, right? Those things that have like little pools with like horns around them, like those are the shriekers. When the shrieker shrieks 3 times, it summons the warden. The warden comes out of the ground. Now this mob is so bad that it would kill me with 1 hit. If it went with its arms, it would kill me, right? If it shot me twice with its ranged attack, it would kill me, right? So that either 1 hits you or 2 hits you. I'm so lucky to still be alive here. This is like
maybe we could be wrong about our initial analysis of something, or maybe that something that we said or did could be construed differently, or be construed in a different way, and not react to that with completely self-righteous indignation.
It's about advocacy versus like my thought, you know, and I want to be an advocate. And so, guys, no more I ams about this, please. I've addressed it. You guys can go on Twitter and check it out if you want. Just please, please understand that it makes me uncomfortable, and that as much as you want to hear a disavowal, I've given it. And if you care about the show, you care about me, just please understand that this is like difficult for me. So I would appreciate if we could just kind of stop now.
Yeah, and just not to beat a dead horse about this at all. I don't need.
Yeah, so I mean, like, this is emotional for Emma, and I sort of understand that. Like, it's different for me to say you got to disavow what Anna's saying than it is for somebody like you saw her reaction to Jink, right? She was hoping she could change Jink's mind. She wasn't trying to embarrass Jink. She wasn't trying to ratio Jink. She did ratio Jink, but she wasn't trying to ratio Jink. She wasn't trying to make Jink look bad. But you know, when he got mean with her, she just disengaged. Like, this hurts, right? This is, and it's pain. It's got to be painful for somebody who thought that they were on the same side as these people to see that maybe they're not. That's got to hurt.
Emma does not need me to defend her or to white knight for her or anything like that. But
we are buddies.
She is, but just exactly. But she's not an ombudsman for other left-wing commentators. She is not a PR person for them, and she's not a spokesperson for them.
Yeah,
it
you're
is not
right.
required of her to be reached
She's known Anna for years.
for comment every time they say something that might be unfavorable or might be something that you don't necessarily agree with or that we don't agree with.
Yeah.
It's not her responsibility, and it's not our responsibility.
I mean, look, it's not, but it's going to happen, right? And Emma knows that, and that's why Emma responded. Emma did the right thing here. I don't, I wouldn't expect Emma to stick on this, to concentrate on this, to do like a whole, show on this, right? The Majority Report is a news show, right? They got to do a lot of other things. If you're associated with somebody who's going off on trans people, you probably should say something. And what Emma said is, more than satisfying to me. So, yeah, it sucks that she's in this position. But yeah, you gotta sort of answer when this stuff happens.
Identify differently.
So that should not, that whatever you could be considered or misconstrued as something akin to silence, it's not silence.
Right.
She has addressed this multiple.
It's literally not silence, right? She's not being silent about
times
this.
on multiple platforms, and she doesn't need to do it for every single comment that comes our way in the public sphere. So,
appreciate it. All right, let's take one more call while I check out. I'm going to check out that new sound as well, because Trump did this batshit interview on with Tucker Carlson that we want to get into, and then we'll do it. So,
What is the new sound?
Calling from a 714 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Yes. Hi. This is Mitch from Glendale. First time caller.
Mitch from Glendale. What's on your mind?
Well, I'll just say this. You just addressed it, so I respect your opinion.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anymore. All I can say is I appreciate the show. I don't believe in cancellation. I don't think they should be canceled. I don't want to write off the 20 years that they've been around, that they've advocated for rights. I just think hopefully they can take constructive criticism more constructively with good faith people like you and Lance and Humanist Report. And I think hopefully down the line they can at least adapt.
Like, what does cancellation mean, though, in this sense, right? In this case, right? What are you talking about when we're saying cancellation? Guess what happened? The Democrats lost House seats in local elections. The Vietnamese and Cuban communities immediately regained. Wait, what are we talking about? The real hard one is the worst. Michael between Knowles and Walsh. Wait, Matt Walsh. It's Matt Walsh. King of the Hill is another good game that we played. Is that one safer, at least? I can't say that I have positive memories of Red Rover. I'd be more inclined to believe that the minority is just so loud, but they've been mistaken for the majority. That's entirely possible, Jay Bravo. That makes sense. It's King of the Hill is worse. What is King of the Hill? You try to, there's like a hill and you try to stand. Oh, and people are trying to knock you off the top of the hill. Oh my god, I hated Red Rover. What about Dodgeball? Any? Yeah, Dodgeball's another game that maybe they're de-emphasizing. And as far as the Democrats losing House seats and local elections in this last election cycle, right? Understand this. There is a phenomenon in American politics where whoever controls the presidency most of the time loses the House. Oh my god, Yolkio, thank you for the subscription. That's 17 months. What is cancellation in this case? I'm giggling of YouTube banning TYT for this. Well, right, you'd be talking about the left turning their back on TYT, but what do you do with TYT turning their back on the left? What do you do with TYT turning their back on trans people? Is that cancellation? Like, is it on us to, forgive and forget over something that they won't even address in a meaningful way? Yeah, so as far as the last election, generally the Democrats will lose seats. They were expected, and one would have thought that they would have lost more seats than they did. Now, here's the weird thing, right? They retained the Senate. They lost the House, but why did they lose the House? New York, the establishment, not the left people, not the people on the left, not the SJWs, not the radicals, not the leftists, but the establishment in New York decided that they would play gerrymander with the districts in New York State, and it was mainly to ensure that no establishment candidate could lose their primary, right? So they tried to secure their hold over the seats in the state of New York, and as a result, they actually made it easier for Republicans to win. New York actually lost the Senate. The New York Democratic Party, the establishment of the New York Democratic Party, lost the House for the Democrats, right? They would have held the House absent of that ridiculous. Anna canceled the left. Anna and Cenk canceled their brains and bought into their egos. True.
To some of the language that they have been saying, and I think the
only reason Boebert is still in Congress is that the DNC thought she was too popular, and so they didn't provide much support for her opponent. They nearly beat her anyway. Yeah.
Disrespectful way, and I just want to say,
Cuomo. Exactly.
I don't want you to mention it more often, but I just want to say that I don't believe in cancellation.
No,
I think you're doing a good job, and I think they're a good show, but I think they're misguided at this point.
I hear you on that. It's so funny. Your first-time caller, pick up your call, and it's right about this topic as well. But you're doing it in a kind way. I really appreciate the nice words, and yeah, I get what you're saying.
Okay, so what are we on to next? We're going to take a look at Hasan. Got a couple of clips from Hasan to watch with you today. Here's the first one. And this is Hasan talking about Cenk, talking about Ana, talking about TYT.
But let's get started with TYT drama, okay?
Which is funny because I thought he said he wasn't going to do this. I thought he said he wasn't going to talk about this.
So what happened a couple of weeks ago, Ana basically popped off and said, like, I don't want to be called a birthing person. I'm sick and tired of this idea. I'm a woman. I'm not a birthing person. I will never be called a birthing person. You can never call me a birthing person. Birthing person, birthing person, birthing person, birthing person, blah, 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 blah. Now, for many people, it was like, what? Like, who the did this to you? Like, what do you mean? Like, are there just people going around saying, like, you're a birthing person? No, I don't think so. It was one of those things where, like, what she's saying isn't like unreasonable. You know what I mean? Because being reduced to your like reproductive capabilities would be really ridiculous. And that's precisely why nobody uses it in the real world. It's utilized in either academic concepts or medical concepts, right? It's either used in medicine where it would work, or in academia. Perhaps there are some weirdos and over the top hypersensitive people that will deploy it. Okay. She also talked about exactly where
so you notice what's happening, right? Like Hasan knows that there's something wrong with Ana's take, but he's having trouble diagnosing it. He doesn't get it. Hasan doesn't get it either. If anybody would use this in language outside of like a medical context or an academic context, they're just hyper woke and fragile, right? If you're not okay with erasing trans guys, with erasing NBs, if you even want to speak like accurately, right, to who you're talking about, in a political issue, like Hasan doesn't quite get it. He doesn't quite get it, right? He's not as bad as Ana, he's not as bad as Cenk, but he still doesn't get it.
Saying now, law to meltdowns over one to be referred to.
Do you think he gets it? I don't. Let's roll it back. I think I just heard him say that anybody that uses this term outside of the context of medical or academic is like a freak show. Like that's you're hyper, sensitive. Like if you think that when we're talking about like reproductive rights, that we should go out of our way to be inclusive of trans people, Rather, if you have a problem with saying with basically euphemistically referring to trans guys as women, right? Then you're a freak show. You're terminally online. What's wrong with you? This is what's wrong with the left. Unfortunately, you're gonna see more of this.
As a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as the biological woman who's had a lifetime being told I'm less than. I'm a woman, no apologies. I'll just say it like this.
Jay.
It's not a very good time to be trans online. Not a very good time to be
Okay, so maybe Chico's seen this clip already. He talks more.
trans in general, but it's certainly not a good time to be openly trans on the internet. And the internet is a very important place for trans people. One, because they are extremely online, and 90% of them are coders and love shit posting. But also, other than the jokes, it's an important place for them to be able to gather some support that they do not have in their real lives, right? So it's huge. It's the only outlet you have.
I mean, like, maybe he sort of understand. I don't know. He's giving her the out that there are some weirdos out there who want to use accurate language.
It's their only source of
Look, I got my coding socks on right now, Hasan. Right, I got my striped coding socks. I got my blow high here. I'm your fucking
community and
hyper online trans person over here. Hasan bases the majority of his information about trans people from memes on Twitter.
Freakazoids are making.
Well, at least he's not doing, but like, look, I'll give Hasan some credit, right? He's not Vosh, he's not Xander Hall, he's not over here trying to make jokes about titty skittles, right? He's not, he's not that guy.
So that they
He's
are
definitely
robbed
not
of
that
their
guy.
they are robbed of their only source of community. It is important to me because I can control so much more of how I present myself and how people see me. Anna said birthing person thing, which was stupid. It was silly. But you know what? Here's one thing you're not supposed to do in that circumstance. Double down, triple down, quadruple down, which she did. And then Cenk got in.
I'm sorry, Metal, I totally misread your quote. You were talking about white allies' ignorance and mistakes having detrimental effects on communities of color. I totally misread that. Sorry.
And Cenk started defending her too. Obviously, TYT also runs into the same issues that I run into on a regular basis.
Well, I mean, like what he said is that, like, this is the language like birthing people is used in medicine and it's used in academic context, right? So it's used in academic. Supposedly, you don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, so you're gonna say it that way. Medical, you're gonna use it that way because it implicates like the way that somebody's gonna get treatment, right? But outside of that, it's just only freaks. Only weirdos, only like super, fragile snowflake SJWs that would say something like that, right? And that's where I disagree with, because it's got its main use, I think, is political. Like, where it's come up is political. The reason that AOC was talking about it was political, right? There are laws right now that are being passed in many states that are taking away people's reproductive freedoms. And when you say that women's reproductive freedoms are getting taken away, you're misspeaking. You're misspeaking in a way that erases other people whose reproductive rights are being impacted, right? You're erasing non-binary people, you're erasing trans guys, and you're misspeaking, right? That's not actually the target audience that you're looking for, right? It's just not it, right? And if you want to like speak more correctly about like who's being impacted here, you're gonna use a term that like Hasan or Anna would be uncomfortable with, but fuck them.
Basis of like having a load of unhinged haters that want to tackle every single drama that they're in, want to elevate it, want to heighten it. But then there's also some very legitimate and very valid concerns that leftist people have, or leftist bases have with TYT, especially as it pertains to
Wouldn't this technically be an anti-trans stereotype? A little bit.
Their commentary over criminal justice, their commentary over crime and punishment, which has definitely taken a somewhat, I would say, if I'm being as charitable as possible, a reactionary slant. So So
yeah, I mean, this is probably what Chico's talking about here. He's not agreeing with Anna. He's not defending TYT. he's not denying what we can all see as clear as day, right? He's not denying that there's a reactionary turn that their content has taken. So, you know, and that's difficult. Cenk is his uncle. I mean, like, I'm sure he's got relationships, you know, friendships with like a lot of people on the TYT network, and so this isn't easy for him to do. But yeah, he is saying, he is, you know, he is disagreeing with them.
You know, trans line dropped. They basically were like, a lot of people were like, oh, that's it. They're making like a rightward shift. And I think that they're going to stop covering trans issues? No, I don't. And I said this before. I said this originally.
No, that's almost like a fear of mine, right? I think that if they really feel this way, it would almost be better if they did stop covering trans issues, or if they like outsource that to maybe like, you know, people on their network with better takes on it or something like that. I don't know. It just seems like that's what I'm afraid of, right? And this is what's bad about this, right? Is somebody building up goodwill, somebody building up trust on trans issues, and then stabbing us in the back at various times, like when a phrase strikes them wrong.
Do I think that they're going to stop covering issues? Absolutely not. Of course they're going to keep covering trans issues. Do I think that they're transphobic? I don't even think that they're transphobic overall. But this kind of output is literally lending credence to transphobes. That's it. The moment that you see Ben Shapiro retweet you, the moment that you see Carrie Lake be like, oh, thank God you're popping off on this, that's the moment where you go, oh, no, I'm being used. I'm being used by right-wing forces. I should definitely put a stop to this immediately and make sure that everybody understands what my principles are, okay? This happens to me regularly. People put words in my mouth. People go crazy over shit that I say, not understanding the actual, not understanding what my like legitimate, genuine, well thought out, well crafted perspective is on any kind of matter. And they just like hyper focus on one moment or one instance. And they go, oh, that's you. I'm reducing you to that. That's what you're doing. And the more you double down, the more you triple down, the more people are going to think that that is.
Yeah, the original Young Turks. The reactionary Turks, the original Young Turks. So if anybody doesn't know, the name Young Turks doesn't just come from the fact that Cenk was young when he founded the company and he's Turkish, right? I mean, that was, you know, probably what was in his mind. But the original, it was also a figure of speech, which meant somebody that is a rebel, an upstart, you know, something like that. So, you know, Cenk saw himself as a rebel, saw himself as an upstart. That's another reason to call himself the Young Turks. The reason that is a thing, though, goes back to a group in Turkey that took over and, you know, conducted the Armenian genocide, right? The architects of the Armenian genocide. And TYT has had to answer for this, and they, you know, they obviously don't support that, right? But yeah, that is the, you know, unfortunate origins of the term.
As a matter of fact, this is something that I understand because I've been through my fair share of idiotic controversies. Now,
that is definitely a choice, yeah.
Love Oliemi. I think Oliemi is great. I'm excited to have her on the broadcast. Hopefully, eventually. Her and Lol Overruled were supposed to come on the broadcast. She's a wonderful person. She does a lot for, she does a lot for criminal justice reform. And you know, she's great. But here is what her take was, I guess, against Ana. I think this like escalated basically because she had been on the Young Turks and then she went on another show. And on that show, she said something about Ana. I don't really know what it was. But let's hear what.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone.
So again, this is the good take that Ana had, you know, weeks and weeks or months ago at this point, right? And this is the one that contrasts with what she's saying now.
Be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it.
Oh my God, I had never seen this.
So the question is, was she like saying stuff she didn't believe back then, or is she saying stuff that she doesn't believe now? Like, what's going on?
damn.
Where we at, YouTube chat? Where are we at in terms of likes? Are we? Oh no, did we get 60? I meant to bug you for 60. Did we get to 60 by 6 o'clock?
She's spitting. Yeah. I mean, this is the truth.
A big deal.
Oh,
They
that's not good.
manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are.
That's
Yeah,
really not
I mean,
good.
this is, yeah, she's absolutely right on this.
All right, let's get out of here.
And honestly, I'm not surprised that she's absolutely
kinda
right
wanna,
on
like,
this.
look at this
I'm more
dude.
surprised that she's making a big deal about it now.
We see
Yes,
him.
Tyler, I live in California. I don't know. Anyway, lol, the meltdown's over. Wanted to be referred to as a wait, what is this? You made transphobic statements, and we spent an hour of the show defending you from allegations of being a TERF rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comment. I said I felt like they were coddling you, and I stand by that. If you think that makes me a hater, knock yourself out, Miss Mamas, is what she
If
said.
you want her to change her mind and to understand what she did wrong, because if it's just
Yeah, this was the show I was referencing. It's like Matt Binder and David Dole, Mike Figurato, Blair Zahn, Lance from the Serfs, and Oliemi is on here as well, and Kenny. I don't know some of these people. Anyway, they were having this conversation, and I'm sure that they had like a well thought out,
Does he really not know how to say Bender's name?
reasonable discussion that went on for a very long time. That's how leftist podcasts go. It's not my shtick. It's not my these. I'll just say it like that. But you know, there's definitely a market for it. And then of course the one clippable moment is like, oh, Binder, sorry.
So of course,
But that's not the same. That's not the same though. That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my god, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people.
I think the reason why a lot of people say that, like, I don't think that myself included say that, like, we don't think Anna is transphobic, even though I don't really know what's going on with her now, because like this addresses this literally. But the reason why people say that is because like there's a long history of speaking out against transphobia within EYT. Like that's it. And when you have a long history of speaking out against transphobia, when you have this like one sidestep, I think people will, especially people that know them personally, myself included, will most likely go, wait, hold on. Like this is not, you know, they're being weird, but I don't think that they are, I don't think they're transphobic.
People get cooked all the time. Nobody I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, "Twitter, cook me."
Right. Listen,
I have yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear.
Like this stuff, it's just like it's such a weird situation because I don't agree with Anna's take. I don't agree with her perspective, and I don't think that it's productive for her to keep doubling down. But I've been in her shoes in circumstances where I think is not valid for me to be the main character of Twitter. And I've been in her shoes in circumstances where it is valid for me to be the main character on Twitter. And the thing you want to do when you're in that situation is always double down and be like, you're misunderstanding my point. I don't give a shit. I'm just going to say it over and over and over again. And it's like, it's extremely online. I haven't really seen anything that she has said. I just know her as a person. I've worked with them for years. Obviously, Cenk is also my uncle, who I know, deeply for that reason. This is just 100% Anna being weirdly hyper-focused on a singular aspect of an issue she's otherwise fine on. Then people are taking that and extrapolating to her whole belief system. Both are wrong and focusing on the wrong thing. Yeah, I think, cooler minds, calmer hearts will prevail in this circumstance. You held Cenk when he was a baby. Cenk held me when I was a baby. Here, Cenk said, we didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Anna posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which now a lot of you are saying was perfectly normal. Then leftists lost their shit and started saying it was an attack against trans people, etc. There's absolutely no question about who started this and made an enormous deal out of it. Everyone felt like they had to do a video explaining how they're more holy than us when no real voters on the left agree with you at all. Please don't pretend that we are the ones making a big deal out of it. And then Emma said, the repeated emphasis and reaction have been on social media. I can't speak to the segments you guys have done on the show. I'm not trying to be pure. I'm engaging with you even though it's uncomfortable for me
Wait, how does
because
he
I
get in
love
here?
you
How does
guys
he
and I
get in
want
here?
TYT to be on the right side here. Emma used to work for the Young Turks as well. And then Cenk said, we didn't repeatedly emphasize anything. Ana posted the most innocuous tweet of all time, which a lot of you are saying is perfectly normal. Oh, sorry. We already covered that. And then Cenk went one step further and quote tweeted Emma and said, good news, we are on the right side. Mission accomplished. Now let me talk to you in a patronizing way about all your opinions I need to correct. I was trying to express my love and appreciation for the company that gave me my start and for my good friend Ana within the context of a disagreement. This reaction is pretty shocking to me, Cenk. Have a good one. Now, Emma is great. She's awesome. This is not great. It's not great at all. It's really bad. I've been in Cenk's shoes in the past as like someone who's at that moment through anger and not being understanding, someone who has based.
What do you mean you've been in Cenk's shoes before? This is literally you, like on the same day, right? This was like not yet. Was it yesterday or the day? It was the day before yesterday, right? The day before yesterday, you were Twitter's main character. One of like, in fact, the only thing that kept you from being the main character was the fact that Cenk and Ana were shitting the bed even harder. Like, what do you mean? Like, it's weird. It's like he's forgotten. Now, granted, he says that he has quashed the beef with with Jax, with the person that he. Oh my God! Thank you for the resub, Buffy. Thank you for the resub. Meow. Yeah, like me, I never understood why they choose it because it's a huge part of Turkish history. It's what brought about the current Turkish nation state stuff from their stuff. The RE Crime and Punishment angle. Cenk is tied this birthing person issue up with Latinx discourse and defund the police. So if you think the transits have gone too far and are pro police, and anti unhoused people, right? Then that message sounds attractive. I wonder about the audience being courted here. It's not to sidestep. I think it's a serious blind spot that's been there for a while and has been latched on to by the rightists who want to see them turn against trans people. The bait was bitten, and now the right is cranking the reel, like fishing. Okay.
Basically, someone who's basically been like the main character on Twitter. And then like the constant urge to.
He is talking about Jax, yeah, but he's making it sound like a long time ago this happened. Like, yeah, I mean, this is literally Monday. This is literally Monday that this happened, right? She's telling you her game plan. Wasn't there a time when Hasan had bad take and so much outrage? His uncle stepped in and told him to apologize. I don't remember. We're at 55. Oh no, we're falling behind. YouTube, if you can help me out here, right? I want to see if we can get to 65 by 6:30. Can we make that happen? Ana could have just apologized right away. So wait, what is that? Are we even? As far as gift subs, YouTube and Twitch, you're even, right? You're both at like 8. I think. But yeah, if anybody in YouTube has not given it a like yet, I would very much appreciate it. We're gonna see if we can meet that goal. Get to 65 by 6:30 in order to catch back up from where we started, right?
Double down and say, I've been in this
Team Twitch
battle for years and years. You know what I mean? I did that with the Hogwarts shit. Which, by the way, I was absolutely right on.
Oh, no.
And unlike this, that wasn't like a marginal tiny issue, which I also openly admitted was a marginal tiny issue in the grand scheme of things, but was like something that even trans people, came to understand was ultimately still
something that you bullied the trans people in your audience to pretend like they were okay with, yeah? Something that you harped on and attacked the trans community for days and days on, right? When there's a minimal ask, and it's because your ass wanted to play what you admit is a shit game. Like Hasan's played this game, right? And I didn't really have as much of a problem with it. If you're gonna play the game, you're gonna play the game, right? But he admitted it's like a gazillion other games. There's nothing special about this game. There's nothing but he was fucking so enthralled by it because it's got the Hogwarts veneer on it. It's got the Hogwarts wrapper on it. It's got the, you know, like, I don't know. And like, I mean, Hasan, I grew up with Hogwarts too. Like, I mean, I am so mad about dying to that thing. I don't understand. How did it come over here? How did it ever come over here and get me? There's something up there. Okay, maybe that was a different warden, but he came through the freaking wall. The warden can come through the wall? Like, where? I was supposed to go here. I couldn't see this. Like, right, all I had to do was come over here and go up here like this, right? Let me put like a million like torches on here, just so I know for sure. That is where you're supposed to go, Irene. That is where you're supposed to go. Like right here, up this thing. So there will be no mistaking in the future which way to go. Like, look at how many, oh my God, I'm down to 7. Like, I lost all that XP. I feel so silly. Still coping about the fucking weird stuff. And he's played it. And like, this is the messed up thing, right? He didn't play it on stream, because there was a lot of people that in his audience, you know, trans people and cis people that were like, dude, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. And so she's like, fine. But you know what I'm going to do instead of doing? I'm going to spend 6 days shitting on trans people. I'm going to spend 6 days attacking trans people over this shit and telling trans people how stupid they are for thinking that you could do this least little thing of like saying, hey, trans ally, maybe don't play the turf game. Like, could you? Like, we don't have any power over you. We can't cancel you. We can't do anything about it, right? You're right in terms of that. But like, could you please not? Like, and it kind of sucks that you want to anyway. And he did. He insisted on it. He had to fucking play the game. He couldn't control himself. And guess what? You spent $70 on a turd, Hasan. On a fucking turd of a game. On a shit sandwich game. And you should have known it. It's marketed under an IP. They don't have to make those games good. Those games are hardly ever good. Those games are never good because you know what? They got the grandma factor there, right? When it's a major IP, even if like the video game review magazine says, hey, yo, this is a shit game. It's a terrible game. It's a really bad game. Don't waste your money on this, right? You're going to have grandma that comes along and says like, oh, my sweetie likes Hogwarts, and here's a video, and my sweetie likes video games, and here's a video game that's about Hogwarts. It's under the Christmas tree. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you for this awesome game. Thank you so much. You're really sweet. Because you're not gonna tell your grandma shit for that. You're not gonna say this wasn't a good game. This is a bad choice, Grandma. Bad choice. Don't you understand video games? It's a terrible video game, right? That game is gonna sell regardless. So they don't make them good. I could have told you that. Anybody could have told you that. I'm sorry. I'm getting so freaking, you know, frat boys are gonna hate. I mean, I don't know. I guess. He didn't like being told what to do. Whatever. God damn. Nobody's got the power to tell him what to do. Like Jessie Jinder said it herself, right? We don't have the power to like to stop you from clicking the button to digitally download the freaking game. It's easy to download a game. Nobody has the power to stop you from doing that. Nobody has the power to stop you from doing that. It's just, it fucking sucks that we even have to say something about that. Look, other people, right? If Hasan wants to make the argument that it's going to be a hard sell because people don't associate the Hogwarts property with J.K. Rowling's transphobia, okay, that's true. I agree. It's a hard push uphill, right? And people who aren't trans allies, people who don't feel strongly about this, they're not necessarily going to say anything about it. But Hasan, you know who doesn't have that excuse? You. You know all about J.K. Rowling's, you know, and you probably know all about the anti-Semitic tropes in that game. Like, Jesus Christ, you shouldn't have to be asked. Like, it's not that we're mad. It's not that you're facing the vengeance of the trans people, right? It's that, like, it's just really disappointing, and it really sucks. Like, I wish you had played the game and just shut the fuck up and stop attacking trans people, right? If that's... He has the frat boy vibe to me. Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. Dude bro's gonna dude bro. I shouldn't get this mad. I really shouldn't. Dude bro's gonna dude bro. Hasan has work to do if he wants to shed his dude. I mean, he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to. And, like, I don't know. Hasan isn't like Vosh. As a Vosh viewer, you are highly exaggerating. Wait, what am I exaggerating, Tiffany? And I'm glad to have you here. Look, you if you want to watch Vosh and watch No Comment Chick, nobody's stopping you. You are valid. He said he wouldn't play the game. He explained why he wouldn't play the game. That's it. Hasan? I wish. Maybe you're talking about Vosh. I don't think Hasan is as bad as Vosh. He isn't immune to bad takes, though. He's more disappointed than anything else. Unlike Vosh, Hasan doesn't pretend to be a grand activist. He's just a commentary streamer. It's not activism, Tina. Tina, I'm sorry, Tiffany. Wow, I'm fabulous at mispronouncing names. Wow, I don't know where I got that. Yeah, it's not about activism, like, right? So what is the ask? The ask, like, is not to go marching in the streets. The ask is not to call your congressperson. The ask is not to sign a petition. The ask is not to do anything. The ask is not to waste $70 on what anybody could tell you is going to be a turd sandwich of a game, and indeed, Hasan has admitted was a turd sandwich of a game, right? That's the ask. That's it. That's it. Not to do something, but rather like not to do something, right? And like, I don't know what to say.
You know, a failure of movement. Plenty of trans people themselves were critical of it later down the line, but it doesn't matter. You constantly have a interest and need to double down. In this circumstance, I think what they should be doing as far as their output.
God, I totally missed what you were saying too. You didn't say it as a Vosh viewer. You said as a Hasan viewer. You are highly exaggerating. Wait, are you? I feel like you're maybe because I remember saying this like a while ago. Tiffany may be on the what do you call it? The like it might be delayed. I hope I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying because of the delay, Tiffany. I see now that you seem to be on a delay here. Buffering. Yeah, it happens on YouTube a lot, so yeah.
Is be like, look, here's what I would do. Let's say, let me put my PR hat on for a moment, okay? I'm doing PR for the Young Turks.
Wait, there's only 1K people that are watching the Wizard game right now. Hasan's argument is that his audience loves him playing Call of Duty, a game that advocates for the U.S. imperialism, and he wasn't canceled for that?
What would I do in this circumstance?
Hasan's not in danger of being, I don't know, like, look, here's the deal. Like, the trans community has a lot of goodwill for Hasan. Hasan, you know, has a larger than normal trans following, right? And that's for a reason. Because he's been good on a lot of things, right? Has he been perfect? No, but, you know, we're not very picky, okay? So, I mean, I really wouldn't think of it as being canceled. Canceled implies like he's entitled to the views of trans people, and he's absolutely not. I could have dealt without, like, going after trans people for days and days and days, right?
Say, guys, a lot of confusion has caused this internal rift on Twitter amongst prominent leftist content creators, activists, and the like. Okay? I want to clarify something. Okay? I overreacted to this birthing person controversy. Okay? I think that it's not necessarily utilized or deployed outside of academic circles, and even if it is by like weird, well-intentioned liberals who are just like thinking that they're doing the right thing or whatever.
And that's the other thing. You're gonna see more of this now. I don't know if we have time for this today because like we're running out of time here. But Hasan associates caring about social justice, like caring about being intersectional with being a lib, right? So, if you're gonna say that, say it to Kimberly Crenshaw's face, right? I don't know. It's just kind of shitty, and it's more. Okay, so God damn it, we don't have time to cover this, but I want to cover this, right? There's a very pertinent Hasan clip from yesterday on this. Wait, we might have time to cover a little bit.
Who cares? It is only and perhaps almost always weaponized by the right to make it like a bigger deal than it actually is. And I, in that brief moment,
where are we at on likes on YouTube?
In a moment of weakness, lend my statements to also
last time we hit 70, and I want to see if we can hit 70 again.
Further that right-wing agenda at a time when trans people are constantly under attack by way of legislation and certainly online through mass harassment, cyber stalking, doxing. Obviously, this is the least significant thing to hyper-focus on. It's not a tweet. I'm just saying this is what I would say.
This is what Hasan would say
it's
if he was
irrelevant. I have always fought for trans rights and will continue to fight for trans rights. And I think that we should all focus on exactly that rather than anything else. Okay? That's it.
Look, my take on the Hogwarts
But let's
situation.
get started with TYT drama.
Okay.
Okay? So what happened?
It just ended. Okay, so my take on that whole situation was this, right? The streamers were a big deal because the streamers have a platform. If a streamer plays the game and is just like enjoying it and shit, then that's kind of messed up, right? Because it's especially like a leftist streamer or streamer who's a trans ally, right? That sucks, right? That didn't happen with Vosh and that didn't happen with Hasan. However, what did happen instead was days and days and days of them bitching about trans people. And at that point, it actually ends up being more harmful, right? This is the wrong time to pick a fight with trans people when all they're asking for you to do is not waste $70. Anyway, let's see. We'll watch what we can of him. If I can find it. Twitch. Oh shit, he's he's live right now. Let's go talk to him. No, just kidding. I'm gonna get on Hasan. I'm gonna talk to his 30,000 viewers. It's gonna be a fun time. Let's see. What do I click on that to get to his thing? Yeah, there we go. That's today. That's yesterday. Okay, yesterday is what I want. Damn, he's got a lot of views. All right, so it starts right around here.
Bro, I can't believe you did this again. I can't believe you're just being fucking, bigoted again. It's like, yeah, I'm a bigot. You're on the Wikipedia text page for Dirtbag Left. Beyond Chapo, media outlets that have been alternatively linked are described as the second part of this bit that they left out because they were trying to cut propaganda to make it seem like he was like a right-wing comedian, I guess.
Okay, so this is Stavros. Stavros is a comedian, somebody that goes on Hasan occasionally, goes on Chapo, goes on, that kind of person, right?
Pretty funny. We'll show you the full bit in a second, but thanks for tweeting the first half of my pro Brandon Johnson bit, guys. Next time, make sure to keep the part in where I say not to vote for Vallis. Also, do me another favor and leave trans people alone, you cocksucking ghouls. Pretty funny though that
no, all he said was look, you go back to my VODs, right? If you want to see what he said, right? Because I covered it. I don't, you might not have seen as much Hasan as I did.
They would go and do this
at that time,
little clip chimping, thinking that people are going to.
So what's going on here? Like this all started from a Stavros clip.
Not notice what the fuck was going on. Never seen this guy before. Thanks for the recommendation. I'm a new fan.
Like apparently somebody clipped him out of context to make him sound like a right winger.
Anyway, let's see. Let's see where.
That's not the important part though.
look that funny piece of ass. I'll be honest. I have a sexy doctor, right? My doctor, like on paper, you have, like, okay, for example, I have a sexy doctor, right? My doctor's he's a piece of ass. I'll be honest. And I go to the doctor and I was like, hey, I'm not feeling great. I'm like, can I just do like a physical? He's like, yeah, great. And so I'm like, all right, can you give me the results? He's like, no problem, I'll call you. It's like, all right, that's kind of weird. You're gonna call me? So he calls me and he's like, you're all good. And I'm like, what? What do you mean I'm all good? Can I see like a printout? He's like, nah, you're all set. No worries.
With a dismissive attitude towards the nice. Like, that's what makes it even funnier. When people are just like, bro, I can't believe you did this again. I can't believe you're just being fucking, bigoted again. It's like, yeah, I'm a bigot.
So, I mean, like, I don't know, maybe, Tiffany, did you see the Stavros bit? Like, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with Stavros. That's not really what we're talking about here, though.
You're on the Wikipedia text page for Dirtbag Left. Beyond Chapo, media outlets that have been alternatively linked and described as Dirtbag Left
right back.
Podcast Street Fight Radio, which is the OG of this. TrueAnon, Red Scare, Cometown, of the publications The Baffler, Current Affairs, and internet streamers Hasan Piker and Vosh. These outlets are noted as presenting comedy as applied to an ideological reading of the news of the day with a particular focus on political feeling or style. Dirtbag Left has been described as an anti-fascist, anti-conservative, anti-centrist, anti-liberal ideology. It has been linked to a variety of political stances, including anti-political correctness, anti-inequality, a disregard for civility, opposition to the wealthy, and support for redistributive economic policies, and support for both the 2016 and 2020 presidential campaigns of Bernie Sanders. The Iraq War and 2008 financial crisis have been cited as particular radicalizing events for the Dirtbag Left. Rhetorically, the Dirtbag Left is noted as a vulgar, body-offensive balance to cautious mainstream liberal politics with a dismissive attitude towards the niceties of liberal political correctness that frequently directs insults and attacks through social media at specific public figures with political or economic power. Times London cited the rise of the rhetorical style as evidence of the limitations of wokeness as a political force and an example of the changing nature of politics on the internet. Yeah, wokeness is not a real political force. It's nothing. It's just aesthetics. It's just lib shit. It's another distraction. The idea that, like, yeah, we are going to galvanize and we're going to get together and we're going to yell about, I don't know, fucking Mandalorian or the Star Wars franchise not having enough Lizzo in it is basically doing the same thing that the dumbass right-wingers are doing, but from the other fucking side, when they're like, oh no, the Star Wars franchise has too much Lizzo in it. Two sides of the same dumbass coin. It's like battle lines drawn on a issue that's totally made up, that has no real, but it just has no real impact on anyone's lives. It comes from a place of powerlessness. Okay, Lizzo cannot act. I have no opinion on this, by the way. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I literally don't care. And neither should you. Please stop. It's so weird.
Okay, here we go. We're good.
You see professors are showing you in their classrooms?
God, my stream is so much like lower tempo than mine. I don't know. Maybe I go too fast. Wait. Let me see where we are. What is the current clip about? He's talking about Stavros. This is a reaction to something with Stavros. It's not even really important, right? But it got him talking about the Dirtbag Left. It got him talking about, like, basically this artificial division between what he calls like identity politics and lib shit and like what like actual leftism, material analysis, etc. Right? That's kind of what we're dealing with, and this is a kind of sore spot for me because look, if you want, okay, so Dirtbag Left, yeah, there we go. Dirtbag Left is what we're talking about. Lizzo is fine in Mandalorian. There's a tiny part. I don't get why people are so mad about it, right? So here's the deal, right? So the Dirtbag Left came out of the 2016 election. Hillary Clinton falsely accused Bernie of being running his campaign on misogyny, right? Anybody who was around for that knows that that's not true, right? So it's bullshit to begin with, right? But in response to that, you had a lot of leftists pop up in opposition to what Hillary stood for. And Hillary Clinton isn't like a SJW, right? Hillary Clinton is a reactionary, no, like a center, neoliberal, like centrist, right? Or even somebody who kind of like veers to the right. She's anything but what people, but like they're reacting to her like sort of weaponizing, false allegations of misogyny against Bernie. And, that's true. But what came out of that was kind of gross, right? And I'm going to talk about the potential of it, right? Because Hasan is saying that you got leftism and you got like liberalism, right? And any sort of like concern for marginalized people, it's veering into liberalism. It's leading down the road of liberalism. It's taking us away from like the people's struggle. And I don't think that's true. I think that shoring up our solidarity is instrumental to conducting any kind of meaningful people's struggle in the first place, right? So I mean, this is where I kind of get off that train. And it's he's worried about me being on the getting sucked into the liberal democratic establishment pipeline. Hasan, I would be more worried about you getting sucked into the Nazgul vortex, because what you're talking about at times kind of veers on class reduction and sort of leads in that direction. And I don't think that's who you are. I don't think you're not Haas, you're not Peter Coffin, you're not Caleb Boppin, you're not any of these people, right? But like you're a little bit more vulnerable than I'd like to see.
Again, watching Hasan in my sociology class, how does Hasan use the sociological imagination? What concepts does Hasan use that we've learned in this class? I mean, that does make sense. Sociology is very Marxist, so the entire science has its underpinnings in dialectical materialism and materialist analysis, so that makes the most sense. If they showed any of my fucking takes in an economy class, I'd be losing it, because they would probably be showing it to be like, dude, look at how fucking stupid Hasan is.
Tiffany, you're right. Tiffany says Hasan regularly talks about issues affecting marginalized people. That's true, right? That's almost what's disappointing about it, right? Because I do consider him to be different than Vosh. I do consider him to be vastly different than Vosh. With something like Vosh, you got somebody that's very much stuck in his whiteness and doesn't want to see whiteness for what it is, doesn't want to talk about whiteness. Hasan literally watched the Whiteness Project on his stream, right? So yeah, I get that Hasan is different than that, but I just feel like he's got this, like, I don't know, he's got something. He's got some like little anger for being canceled for things like the hairline situation. He's a little bit more vulnerable than I like to see.
One of my IT classes used the Linus Tech Tips videos. Yeah.
YouTube, where are we at as far as likes go? I'm rushing this too.
Look no farther than the Budweiser controversy and then compare that to the people boycotting the Hogwarts game. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Both were feckless. Both were stupid. Both went nowhere and are going nowhere. The right still has like more of a movement.
So Jesse Gender making a video saying, like, if you really care about trans people, maybe think about don't play the Hogwarts game, is like Kid Rock shooting up the Budweiser because they made a single can with Dylan Mulvaney's picture on it. That's 55 likes. Oh no, we got to get higher than that. Chat, we had 70 last time.
So they could possibly move the needle, but it usually doesn't lead to anything tangible. Okay. They are ultimately, the right as an institution has significantly more media power than, you know, trans people on.
I want to give you credit, YouTube. You are kicking ass, right? But you are also slipping slightly, ever so slightly, right? I want to see if we can get to 70. Like, we had 70 likes last time. It would be awesome if we could hit that again, but we're running out of time here.
On Twitter. Obviously. The sociological imagination is a 101 topic, and it's basically a way of trying not to sound Marxist by saying materialism. Yeah, it's the difference between saying sociological conditions versus material conditions.
YouTube, you see Globbits making fun of you over here? That's not right.
Yeah, crime is born out of people's sociological conditions or socioeconomic conditions. Socioeconomic conditions is just like, yeah, that it's just a way to say material conditions.
I feel like we're going to have to revisit this. I don't think I'm going to be able to give it the proper, you're doing your best. Yes, I believe in you. I believe in you, YouTube. Is there anybody else in there that can boop that like button? Yeah, Jordan Peterson hates sociology.
Anyway,
so yeah, if you see the connection between sociology and Marxism, then the connection between like socialism and social justice should be pretty freaking apparent. I don't know.
It's honestly more about how uncomfortable it is to see Hogwarts content. The author actively supports trans genocide. It's like some popular Reddit actively supported Jewish genocide suddenly made more content. You're wondering how people can enjoy that without being disgusted. Because they don't think about it. And I try to describe it so many times, but like...
But why don't they think about it? And oftentimes I'd say the answer is because nobody's brought it up to them, right? Nobody's made the connection for them. And so trans people... like mentioning that maybe you should think twice about playing this game, which is what they were doing. Nobody was trying to hold a real boycott. Nobody was like holding anybody's feet to the fire. There was no like, you know, a boycott is done with like teeth, right? This was a campaign of consciousness, a campaign of awareness by trans people to try to get people like Hasan, frankly, to put his money where his mouth is when it comes to Hogwarts, or rather, take his money from where his mouth shouldn't be, which is on the ass of J.K. Rowling's. Yes, we know they don't think about it. Yeah, they especially. What do you really think that ignoring it's gonna like help them think about it more? Like, right?
That's it. No one thinks about it like that. And no one will think about it like that, no matter how much you try to like drive home that fucking narrative. And it's the same as like people who are going to go back to drinking Budweiser. They're like anti-trans and they're thinking in their minds like, oh yeah, we got to fucking stop. We got to stop drinking Budweiser.
The point isn't as much to boycott and abandon and desolate J.K. Rowling's as it is to bring consciousness of trans people, right? And to connect action. I mean, that's what praxis is. Action plus theory, action, or like, you know, knowledge translating into action is praxis. Like, right? So, I don't know.
Like, please.
I feel like it's missing.
Oh my God.
We're missing it.
But like, it doesn't matter. Like, you can boycott the top of the hour ad break all you want, but it still comes, okay? And inevitably, you'll come back as long as the content is flowing. But a way to...
Do you see his attitude, though? Do you see his, like, how he thinks about this? I can be as shitty as I want. You got nowhere to go. I'm the big content creator. You'll be back. You can say, you know, don't do this, don't do that. You know, don't make fun of like... Don't do like a weird racist microaggression on Twitter, right? But you'll be back. You'll be back. You got nowhere else to go, right? That's his calculation.
Basically boycott without boycotting, but avoid seeing the top of the hour ad break is by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Ya boy Khaled, thank you for the 5 gifted.
Is it like Batman and Star Wars? Tiffany, let me draw a real clear distinction between Hogwarts, Batman, and Star Wars, right? when Star Wars spins off, you know, three new episodes in the 90s, they succeed. Despite the fact that some people don't think that, you know, certain of those movies were very good, right? When they bring out new movies in the 2000s, that succeeds, right? J.K. Rowling, what was the first one? Was Magnificent Beast. Did, I guess, okay. Not really. Not by Hogwarts standards. The sequel does worse. The sequel to that does even worse, right? Hogwarts is falling off as a franchise, as an IP, as a world. It's falling off, right? The main actors have abandoned J.K. Rowling, right? To the point where she's got to do this gambit of trying to get it on HBO and bring like new actors into it who aren't against her, who are beholden to her, make people's careers again, create careers for people and hope that they'll stick with her, right? They're throwing a Hail Mary pass. That's how Council of Geeks described the new Hogwarts series on HBO. This is a Hail Mary pass for relevance because it has fallen off. They did have 7 movies. Those, you know, it's a huge franchise. It's hugely popular, right? But they couldn't get the world to be popular. They couldn't get the sequels to be popular. I'd say it's substantively different than either Star Wars or what did you say, Batman? Yeah, Batman comes back all the time and Batman is still successful. You never really have a Batman where it's like, okay, well, we tried another Batman, didn't quite work, you know, like, right? This is different. There's something different here.
Subs allow.
And it's not because of J.K. Rowling being a transphobe either. There's a fundamental weakness beyond that.
Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You can also, yes, get gifted a sub and avoid the top of the hour ad break.
Marketing and a terrible title. You could say that maybe the first time, but what about the second? What about the part 3?
That way. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The Gravy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Batman isn't written by just one person.
Kyle Marks and Blue Slide Park, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well.
We're coming down to the wire, YouTube. What are we on? Do we hit 60 at least yet?
Gore, thank you for the 25 gifted subs.
God, I'm just in the middle of his hype train here, aren't I? I'm trying to put it like a little bit.
Uh-oh. Yeah. This Cardi B post is gonna fucking pop off again on Twitter. Anonymous, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Okay, so I am happy that conservatives are using and expending all of their like already incredibly limited political capital.
But like, Tiffany, please stop saying like boycott like it's something that happened. There wasn't a boycott, right? Jesse Gender was not asking for a boycott. That's, you know, like, this is the frustrating thing. All it is trans people, you know, mentioning to allies, mentioning to other trans people that maybe we want to like not support this, right? Maybe don't pump this. Maybe don't, you know, this is not a full boycott, like, right? It's just honestly, it's like kind of disappointing because it's not something you should have to ask, right? If you understand who J.K. Rowling is, if you understand, you know, the weird anti-Semitic bullshit that's baked into the turf game, like, you shouldn't really have to be asked.
On doing idiotic, feckless boycott movements. Go ahead. Keep doing that. Keep doing that, Kings. I love that. Please keep doing that. I'm such a fan. Okay. It's great. I think it was Matt Cushman who had a really great take on this in the latest Chapo episode, where he basically talked about, he's a dirtbag leftist, going back to this. He talked about this where he said, like, a lot of conservatives, especially during the Trump era, mistook the institutional powers that offered them any kind of legitimacy in policy making for
We hit 60 likes on YouTube at
genuine
least. Oh my god, I keep on
popularity,
bothering you about this.
and now they have no way of comprehending the reality that, like, no, the only reason why you
What's Chapo? Is that still around? Yeah.
you got anything
I mean, it's not as popular as it once was.
that you wanted was because Republicans cheat. You know what I mean? They cheat. They cheat. That's it. The only reason why Trump won is because of the inequality built into the system in the form of the Electoral College. The only reason why you get any kind of policy done, any kind of policy
Wait, Vosh is doing an Anna Why I Left the Left?
goals that like the Republicans have force-fed you is because Supreme Court.
People keep asking me, show one transphobic thing she's done and said, and then when presented with a mountain of evidence, they're like, huh?
Court is now court stacked to the fucking gills. That's it. That doesn't mean you're popular. You've never been popular. Your policies have never been popular. No matter how aggressively you fucking keep promoting it, you come across like a fucking freak weirdo loser. Okay?
Meow.
The system is just designed in a way to be unfair and to yield positive results for the most reactionary forces in this country. And Republicans take advantage of that. But that doesn't fucking mean that, like, you're actually popular. So now they're just like in this weird holding pattern where they just, one, don't know why they won, and two, don't know why they're losing. They just don't understand. So they just keep going back to the same rage cycle over and over again, thinking, well, that's how we won, right? Last time we did the thing. We said, like, trans people were running society. That's what happened, right? It's perfect. That's why they're just like in this holding pattern where they're recycling the same fucking outrage over some of the most idiotic concepts. Like, oh my God, Bud Light decided to like literally do a marketing campaign with a trans woman. Oh fuck. Oh hell no. You can't do that. M&Ms are no longer fuckable.
Buffy Geek says we're 2 away from getting to 60 on YouTube.
Like, everything is being taken away from us. And it's like, they don't realize that this is just marketing. Okay?
Okay.
It's just so fucking stupid.
Like, but can we please see the difference between Jesse Gender doing a video saying, like, I really liked Hogwarts growing up. I even liked J.K. Rowling. I thought this was really cool. This is a part of my life, but it's come to mean something different for me. These are the reasons why, you know, if you're here to support trans people, you know, like, maybe reconsider buying this game. It, you know, kind of sucks that you're not making the connection there. Even, right? Can we see the difference between that and between, like, Kid Rock shooting up a 24 pack of Bud, or I don't know, it was like 48. It was a whole bunch of Bud. He put a whole bunch of Budweiser, Bud Light, whatever they sell on a thing, and then he shot it with a automatic weapon. And there's a difference between those two things, right? Jesse Gender never, like, I mean, J.K. Rowling did accuse her of wanting to burn all of her books, but Jesse Gender never did that. Jesse Gender turned to the camera and said, "These are all my Harry Potter books. They meant a lot to me." You know? This is, you know, like, right? She's literally not doing that, but she's, at the same time, she's saying, I'm not buying new stuff. I'm not buying a new video game. I'm not buying more stuff. I'm not feeding that monster that J.K. Rowling and her IP have become. That's all. Like, there's a difference. Can we see a difference there?
It's so incredibly dumb. They
went after her cat. Exactly. Yeah.
Pro and his friends on American politics.
Period.
We'll look at this in a little bit. Gen Z for
As I said on TikTok, why did the cat get hate?
Change is actually a good example of, like, kids that I actually, well, they're not even kids anymore. They're fucking adults that I actually think do good work, but are also absolutely fucking, like so aesthetically focused on like rad lib shit. It just like makes me so fucking angry. Like half of you motherfuckers started learning about politics because you were in here, okay, watching every fucking day, became like, you know, started doing things in politics, and then slowly but surely went to the wrong direction and became fucking rad libs. It's so odd. No, they're not fucking controlled opposition. Like, stop. They just get fed into the fucking machine and then become like little Democratic Party operatives. Not because they're like, oh, I want to be famous or I want to work in this field. I'm sure that has like, that's kind of cringe to say about people trying to organize praxis. Dude, I like what people do. I like what people do in that with respect to, you know, organizing and doing all this stuff. But like, your pipeline shouldn't fucking, you know, just simply lead to the Democratic Party, especially if you're an organization that like is supposed to be an outside force. Bro, this Twitter video you're on is really good. I know. I look, I love More Perfect Union. Okay. I like Gen Z for Change, but I also do see that a lot of fucking Gen Z for Change is a lot of what I see from Gen Z for Change still ends up turning around and just, you know, like hyper focus on the aesthetics. You're a DSA Andy though. I am going to keep pushing for any kind of fucking organizational tool that allows for more labor unions to prop up in this country, for people to fight back. And this even includes Gen Z for Change, okay? There are plenty of fights that need to be fought, and incremental change doesn't happen overnight, and it doesn't happen without all of these organizations, okay? They all do good work. No, the only reason why I said that is because, like, even yesterday with the Jax controversy, which we've patched up and we've worked on, we've worked out. There was like some Gen Z for Change guy being like, dude, are you fucking serious right now? You're so crazy. It's like, dude, how do you get so...
All right, Chad, I'm going to have to cover this. I'm going to have to finish this
so fucking caught up
tomorrow.
in, like,
get in that
aesthetic
robot and say hi to my good friend Polly People. We're going to raid into Polly. We're going to put her over 100. That's what we're going to do, because we have that power
Anyway,
now, Chad.
I'm not saying anything
we'll have
bad
more
about
power in the
Olivia.
future.
Like,
thank you, everybody, for being here. I just can't give you...
I'm not even saying anything bad about Gen Z for Change. It's just like,
I feel so bad about this, but I can't finish this Hasan, you know, like, I don't know, maybe I should make a video or something like that. See, the thing is, like, the way his stream flows is he's talks about this, and then he looks at this, and he looks at that, you know, like, there's, like, I don't know, it's like I need to get it concise, right, because I'm trying to show you something. God, we were gonna get her over. I hope we can get her over 100. Get in that raid if you're not in there already, right? Because you will make Polly really happy if we put her over 100 where she belongs. That's right. Everybody into that raid. Much love. If you haven't hit like already on YouTube, please do that. I think I'll be back. Wait, tomorrow's Thursday. I don't know, either tomorrow or Saturday, or I don't know. I'll let you know. Join the Discord so that you'll find out. Oh my God, let me give you the Discord link really quick. For anybody who hasn't got it already, let's see if I have time to welcome you into the Discord, to give you that invite, and then copy, and then paste, hopefully before... No, it was too late. It was too late. Anyway, YouTube, I'm going to give it to you. Thank you for being here. If you haven't liked already, make sure to hit that like. There's my Discord link. We rated Polly. Polly's talking about TYT. Go check her out if you haven't already. I gotta hit end before I hit 6 hours, because that way the